What's up, everyone? Welcome to a special live draft edition of 49ers Hive. It's a mix of everybody. We got Perry's Points. We got Brandon and Christian doing their thing, representing. Zach will be here in a little bit. Really, it's just the dawn of a new era in San Francisco 49ers football. So with that in mind, let's do the introductions. Let's start with Perry. How you doing, man?
What's going on, Matt? What's going on, guys? It's good to be back. Hey, we are right around the corner. The Niners are basically picking in about an hour or so. I mean, you know how these teams like to drag out their draft picks, but hey, it's exciting, man. This is it. We are finally here. This is the day of reckoning that we've all been waiting for, and it's exciting, man. It's honestly exciting to be back and be talking draft.
Absolutely. Christian, how you feeling?
I'm good. I mean, I've been nervous all day, but I'm ready. I still got no idea what's going to happen. So
Absolutely.
I'm just ready to find out. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think any of us do. I mean, it's one of those things where everybody, seems to think they know what's going on, but nobody really does. Christian, where is your headspace at? Because I know that you were worried about it earlier. Are you a little bit more relaxed, or are you still kind of on the edge of your seat?
Oh, I'm on the edge, and then I've been on the edge, and then the Aaron Rodgers thing's just made it worse.
Yeah, mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So, I normally don't completely just scroll Twitter constantly, but ever since I got home, and then the Aaron Rodgers stuff, I just let it be on Twitter trying to see what the heck's going on. I've been going crazy.
Understandable. Is that about where you're at, Brandon?
Yep, same.
Absolutely. All right, Brandon, where are you at today? Where would you like them to head? What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I've been saying in the group chat that I really want them. I'm very high on Justin Fields. I don't mind Trey Lance, but I think I can say for all of us, Mac Jones it's too crazy to us. But if it's gonna happen, It's gonna happen.
Absolutely. Well, yeah, that's where I'm at. I keep oscillating back and forth, right? So I was initially in my quarterback rankings, I did Trey Lance above Justin Fields, and then I watched Justin Fields a little bit, and I was just like, oh man, big school, big arm, he looks really good, and then it was Justin Fields. At this point, I did my draft tradition, and I watched the movie Draft Day today, and it's as long as it's not Mac Jones, no matter what, right? I wrote on my little green slip today, stuck it in my pocket, went about my day. As long as it's not Mac Jones, I think I'm doing okay. Is that pretty much how everybody else is here too?
Yeah, 100%.
Yep.
And I mean, it's hard. It's hard to get the fan base, not to be on the edge about Mac Jones with our boy Jed York just tweeting wild left and right.
Oh,
I mean, just to read it right now, he had another tweet that says, "Draft day, want to apologize for the last tweet. Didn't mean to offend anyone who tweeted nonsense just to promote themselves. Wait, phone call coming in. What area code is 920? 920 is Eastern Wisconsin." He is messing with all of us, you guys. He is absolutely throwing a wrench in all this, just teasing. He's teasing. He knows what he's doing.
He's putting all the other owners to shame. He's always been a fans kind of owner, and he's kind of showing it right now that he's on Twitter.
Yeah.
That's why.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that's why it's weird to think it's Mac Jones because for me, if anybody was going to be on the fans side, it would be Jed because he's always been a fans owner, but he's also kind of stayed away from overstepping as an owner. So it's he's a fans guy, and I feel like he's going to side with us and he's going to care what we think. So it's really interesting to see if he really had no play in it at all, or if he doesn't know, or if he knows and he told them you guys got to think about how the fans are reacting as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. He was an owner beforehand that kind of got a little too involved, right? A little too into it. And I think that Kyle and John have done a good job of, at first today when he was just tweeting out, we were all like, oh, he's been drinking already. He probably, whatever. He doesn't even know. But the more it went on, I was like, man, he's actively trolling. So he has, as the owner, he has to know already. Mm-hmm. And it's hard to believe that with the level of trolling that they're doing, that Jed in particular is doing, that it would be Mac Jones. I just don't see it. Otherwise, he better get ready for, a storm in his mentions that it's going to be like no other. Because if he's trolling this hard and it turns out to be Mac Jones, my God, I can't even, his neck is going to be in shambles.
The way he uses Twitter and goes off like that makes me 100% believe he knows the Mac Jones talk. I mean, come on. How can the owner of all people not be at the least monitoring social media to see what the crowd reaction is? I mean, for at least the past month straight, it's just been all Mac Jones. No. And I mean, as an owner, you got to recognize and realize that. And I get that fans in no way should influence draft picks, but when you just watch
Right.
a film, when you watch all the quarterbacks break down, I really don't understand how you could like Mac Jones over Trey Lance or Justin Fields. And you see that like literally 99% of the Niners fan base knows that's the case. And you see what everyone says. It's like, no way we can do this.
Right. And, bringing it up in the chat, and we've seen it the last couple of days. It's been like, that video came out of Mac Jones in the club talking about 100 million and all that stuff. The more you see with Mac Jones, the less there is to like. And I think that that's something that, is kind of coming out. And with these leaks, as it were, even those are like, okay, Trey Lance has closed the gap, or there was one out there where it was like, oh, John Lynch has talked to Kyle Shanahan off the cliff with Mac Jones or whatever. And I think that this type of stuff plays a part in that, where they're sitting there like, oh God, he couldn't even stay off of social media for however long, or off video for however long, and not get himself into trouble. So yeah, I think at this point, Jed is enough of a self-aware guy to be like, okay, I can play with the fan base knowing that we're probably not taking Mac Jones.
See, I'll go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you. I'll go after you.
Well, I was gonna say, I keep hearing that Mike and Kyle both like Mac, which is the fact that Mike Shanahan doesn't make sense to me, because the one time Mike's ever had a great team, he had literally a running and passing quarterback.
Yep.
Like Elway was just amazing in both senses. So I don't really understand how you can go to Mac from Elway to Mac. So like the whole point where they're saying like Mike is a big fan of Mac, I don't get it. I don't get it at all.
I don't even know if that's true. I think they're just kind of speculating because, again, who was present when they drafted Kirk Cousins, who is the Mac Jones comp? Well, Mike was the head coach. And so you're looking at it, and it's just, people connecting dots that aren't really there, in my opinion. I just don't think they really know. Not like Mike would tell them anyway.
Yeah.
Question in the chat from Hung Fat. Where's the suit? Zach is on his way. Unlike the rest of us, he is a working stiff. So we have to figure it out, and we'll get there eventually.
You have to prioritize work over the draft. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
You have to be a working stiff to survive living in the Bay.
That's true. That is true.
Sure, I was able to get today off.
Yeah, I basically switched shifts with someone, and I was like, I'm not missing this, not one bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, Matt,
going
back to your point a bit about speculating and connecting the dots. I think that's what a lot of people have been doing this entire offseason. You look at the quarterback collective, you look at John Beck, you look at everything that's been going on between all the quarterbacks, really. And I get why Mac Jones would fit the Shanahan mold, but if you just really look in between the lines of everything going on, Kyle Shanahan did not look impressed at Mac Jones's pro day, not one bit. We saw that John Beck and Shanahan went out of their way to send himself over to watch Trey Lance throw. And to me, that just screams, well, this is to confirm whether we like him or not. And I really think the entire process has been between Justin Fields and Trey Lance. And I think a lot of the things I've kind of brought up to myself and with other people is that when you look at the national media talking, when you look at Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter and Mike Silver and all like the top guys, I feel like it's a really big echo chamber in the sense that all these guys are just going to bounce off each other because, of course, they're going to believe each other. We've never really seen a point where we've seen national media members necessarily disagree with each other. And I mean, come on, it's Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport. And I get that these guys are going at it all the time. But when you look at kind of like the lower end guys, for example, like I would say like Peter Schrager and Nate Burleson and Andrew Brandt, Breer, for example, the guys that aren't necessarily at Ian Rappaport's level, those are the guys who have had all the different opinions between Lance, Fields, and even Pitts to an extent. So when you hear all these top guys saying Mac Jones, it's easy to understand why they're saying that because they're all following each other. But when in reality, you look at the people who aren't like the main, the main focus, the mainstream guys, and you look at the people who really look at and watch film. And Ian Rappaport said himself he doesn't watch film. I mean, that's all you need to know about his opinion, and I respect him. He has very he's doing the grunt work, right? He's beating the phones up, trying to figure out, the people that are in the know that do watch the tape, what their opinion is, and that's how a lot of these media guys are informing their opinion. So when they talk to these high level execs and these high level GMs and stuff, and all these guys are saying like
there's no way the 49ers take Mac Jones, right? But then they have these sources that are like, well, we know Kyle, and it seems like, right, they're very clever with the verbiage that they're using. Seems like signs are pointing towards, these things like that where there's plausible deniability after the fact, where if it's wrong and it's not true, then they're not really going to get killed for it, because it's like, well, I didn't say it was 100%. And the whole things change in the business mentality, right? Which is what's going to happen.
I mean, even some of the best have been saying that, it's going to be Mac Jones. Like, here, it hurt today here to see, like, that's what Dan Patrick thinks, because he's like the guy. So, but he was also saying, like, how, it's because it's what Kyle's comfortable with, a player like that. So, like, I've kind of come up with the analogy that Kyle, he's kind of thought, everybody's been saying he's kind of Thanos here and there. Well, he's got, 5 of the 6 Infinity Stones, right? Because his offense is unbelievable. He can turn anyone, make him great, but he's missing that one. And when you think of Mac Jones, he's not the extra one, but you add Fields or Lance, then you get the final Infinity Stone. But when you think of which Infinity Stone it is, it's the Soul Stone. Because in order to get the Soul Stone, if anybody's watched Avengers, to get the Soul Stone, you have to give up what you love most in order to gain the full power. What does Kyle love most? A pocket quarterback like Mac Jones. By giving that up and taking Lance or Fields, what does he do? He gets an unbelievable offense, and he gets to open it up to levels that he's never had an ability to do before. So
this is that's a sweet Avengers analogy right there. I like it.
Really
good.
I like that one.
I mean, he's full on freaking doing the snap after he gets that final stone. So,
dude, yeah, he's doing not the Iron Man snap, which is cool and all. He's doing the Thanos snap where he's like, I'm about to wipe out half the NFL with this pick right now.
Exactly.
Now, speaking of the pick, there was buzz earlier today, and it was, asked about in the chat, and I want to bring that up. What do you guys make of this Aaron Rodgers stuff? Because this was a bombshell that was dropped earlier today, that he's out. He's out. So, it looks like he might have the Jeopardy gig lined up. It looks like he has options. He's not getting any younger. I think that the Packers earlier in the offseason said, hey, yeah, we'll trade you, and then backed out of that at the last minute. Kind of pissed him off. We know Aaron's kind of persnickety to begin with. What do you guys make of this whole thing?
He was under the impression he was going to get traded to the Niners, which even since he got skunked back on his draft day, he still wants to come back. So they're saying that he thought he was going to get traded, and apparently he thought he was getting traded to the Niners, and then they told him, we're not trading you at all. And I think that's what just set him off. He's like, screw it, I'm leaking it today. So that's what I'm hearing, but I'm not too sure.
What do you think, Perry?
I think this is Rodgers' way of saying, look, I have a lot of power and I'm willing to sit out, but he wants his extension. That's all he wants. That's what he's been wanting since last season, is that he's been wanting the contract extension. I think he'll get it. I think the Packers have just enough cap space to get it done. And I mean, I get that they have Jordan Love waiting in the wings, but you're talking about a top 3 quarterback. And I do agree that he's aging and eventually it's time to move on. But he's just coming off an MVP season, and that's the last thing you want to do is move on from that type of quarterback. And I get the whole Niners speculation thing would make sense. But to me, it just – I mean, you already traded away 3 first-round picks. You have the 3rd overall pick. There's not really many more assets you want to trade away other than key players. And I think with the Niners' Super Bowl-ready roster now, they really are a quarterback away. But if you're talking about a trade that's going to involve Kittle or, hell, even Bosa, Warner, whoever it may be, I mean, I feel like that's more about taking steps back rather than taking steps forward. And the last thing you want to do is create more holes by filling one in quarterback. So that's been the key thing with the Niners is depth and just the entire roster. And I don't think it's worth sacrificing that. Would having Rodgers be awesome? Yeah, absolutely. But not at what's going to cost. If that was the case before they made the trade to pick 3, I think it'd be a different argument in that case.
Yeah. Brandon, what are your thoughts?
I have to say the same. I mean, it'd be nice to have Rodgers, but to give up literally our first round 3rd pick, plus, like Perry said, somebody big like Kittle or Bosa, it's not worth it. Plus, I guarantee, I mean, he probably still has like another 5 years, but you know, it's just, it won't be worth it when we could get literally a young quarterback, build him up, and possibly get to the Super Bowl the next couple years, even this year.
Yep. And that's the thing, isn't it? Like, you're talking about Aaron Rodgers. He's not cheap. And we're talking about 49ers team that did clear some space, but I mean, that still is a hard thing. And when you look at 5 years of team control for one of these rookie quarterbacks versus Aaron Rodgers, who has been a little dinged up in the last couple of years. Yes, he was MVP last year. It's one of those things where, man, how much do we have to give up? To Perry's point, we already traded away 3 first-round picks to get to number 3. That would definitely be in the Aaron Rodgers deal right there. And then what else you're giving up? It's kind of a 2 steps forward, 3 steps back kind of a situation. The one thing that I can say is maybe the Packers don't have as much leverage as they think they do. Because, of course, they could be like, hey, yeah, go do the Jeopardy thing. We got Jordan Love here. Here's the thing about Jordan Love. He was the 3rd-string quarterback last year. He couldn't beat out their backup. So for them to say, oh, we'll just rock with Jordan Love, I don't know that that's something, at least optically, that the fan base in Green Bay is going to get behind, that anybody in the NFL is going to be scared of. And it's going to be one of those things where it's like you're going from Aaron Rodgers to a guy who couldn't beat out the backup last year, whose name I can't even remember. So, I think that's one of those things where Green Bay needs to be very careful that they don't overplay their hand and muddy the waters too much with Aaron Rodgers. To Perry's point, I think that the best thing they can do is offer him a really good extension to stay as a Green Bay Packer. I saw online that Bart Starr, Brett Favre, and Aaron Rodgers have all played 16 years for the Packers. Nobody's ever played 17. So it would probably behoove the Packers to make that, the reality here. Because, again, they've been to back-to-back NFC championship games. It's a pretty good roster. Depending on what they do with pick 29 tonight, you can appease Aaron Rodgers if you can go get him another playmaker out there. So I think tonight will be real telling in terms of where they think they're going with Aaron Rodgers, because if they get to 29 and take somebody like a Terrace Marshall or somebody like that, that's going to be an impact player for Aaron Rodgers, I think that's kind of, you can read the tea leaves a little bit. I know people want him to come here. I just don't see it. What would you, and we'll start with Brandon this time. What would you say to the fan base in terms of comparing a rookie quarterback, right, with all the potential to an aging veteran like Aaron Rodgers, and where would you like to see the team go if all things were equal?
I'd say you get, with a rookie quarterback, you'll be getting a lot more from him in the long run. And I think with the rookie quarterback being with Kyle Shanahan, I could see him succeeding very quick and possibly reaching the Super Bowl and getting the title. Because like Perry and Christian, all you guys said, we have a Super Bowl team basically. We're just quarterback away, and I think we could win with a rookie quarterback, and possibly within the next few years as well, or at least get to the Super Bowl, if anything. If we get like somebody like Rodgers, I say the same thing, but I see us getting to the playoffs, probably the Super Bowl, and possibly winning, but giving up so much for somebody like Rodgers is just wouldn't be worth it in the long run. So
good point, Perry. Where are you at with that? Because I know there was, some people are, like, hey, if you even get one ring, it's worth it. But how do you measure sacrificing the potential future and what you have to give up versus kind of an instant gratification sort of a thing?
Yeah, I'm all in on the longevity thing. I think adding Rodgers would be nice, and that is a fantastic win now move. But I mean, at the same time, we saw reports saying that the Niners did their due diligence on Rodgers and Deshaun Watson as well at the time. And so it's like, well, what would you rather have between Rodgers and Watson? And I think that's a good toss-up because both guys are very win-now type of people. And Watson, your window is extended for 10 to 15 seasons, I'd say. And that's a lot different than Rodgers, to say the least. So having 1 or 2 miracle years with Rodgers would be very nice. But, man, again, you sacrifice the capital. You're going to have the rookie on the rookie contract for 5 years. That is an absolute steal. And when you have that rookie contract in play, you're talking about being able to re-sign guys like Warner, Bosa, Debo, Ayuk down the road, all these guys. And that's just the key factor. And David Lombardi put up the numbers where if the Niners were to trade for Aaron Rodgers, his cap hit would be about the same as Jimmy Garoppolo. So either way, the cap space is there. But I think for the sake of team building, which is a lot of the reason why teams go after rookie quarterbacks to begin with for the control, that's what you got to do. And I think the Niners are looking down the road for this kind of move. And Rodgers, just from a team building perspective, wouldn't make sense. Winning would be nice, but I'd rather take a quarterback who will take us to 5 or 6 Super Bowls rather than Rodgers, who will be 2 or 3. And I would much rather take the chance that we win or lose 6 or 7 out of 2 or 3.
Right. So, take this for what it's worth, but I guess 104.3, the fan in Denver, had Mark Schlereth on, and he said that a deal with the Broncos for Aaron Rodgers is about as close as you can get to a done deal. That's per our own Dylan Frazier in the chat. So shout outs to Dilly, who is not on the live show, but is, a big part of the team anyway. So, I mean, if that would be very interesting. They just traded for Teddy Bridgewater. It would be very interesting if so that would almost certainly mean to me number 9, right?
Yeah, I would imagine that the compensation is very similar to what the Niners would have given up also. And I mean, I don't know. It could be even more. They might throw in a player or two just to kind of balance things out because again, we've been talking about Rodgers only having 2 or 3 good seasons left, but you're still talking about the former MVP, the top 3 quarterback in the entire league who will likely elevate the Broncos to a playoff appearance, barring anything crazy. So you look at something like that, I don't think the price really matters too much. Denver's just been desperate for a quarterback for years. And I mean, even when they added Peyton Manning at the time, I still would have thought that they were desperate for a quarterback then because they only got 2 good seasons out of Peyton. And this situation, in a sense, is actually really similar now that I think about it. They're going after Rodgers. They'll probably get 2 good seasons out of him. And then maybe the quarterback cycle for them washes again. I don't know, but they've been desperate for so long. And I get it. The move makes sense, but the compensation probably will be really heavy.
Yeah, I think so too. And, it's one of those things where it's just like, hey, what are you really going to get out of Aaron Rodgers that is worth it to give up the capital that they're looking at? Because if the Broncos give up 9 for Aaron Rodgers, that's a huge, huge, huge price of admission there. So I think it's one of those things where, I think the Niners are sitting pretty where they're at. And depending on what, they really do with this pick, it could be really good. It could be really bad. It's going to depend on if it's Mac Jones or not. And I think that plays a huge part in it. But I think that we can kind of lay to bed the rest, the Aaron Rodgers rumors. I just don't think it's going to happen. And if he does go to the Broncos, man, watching him and Patrick Mahomes twice a year is going to be really fun for the next 2 to 3.
And Justin Herbert too. That is an exciting division. I bet that the Raiders will average like 40 points allowed against those guys per game. Those poor guys. But yeah, that's a really exciting matchup. And kind of piggybacking off that too, man. Whether it's Justin Fields or Trey Lance, I mean, you're talking in division with those guys, Kyler Murray, Matt Stafford, who I still think is solid, and obviously Russell Wilson. And it's like the Niners can finally throw out a quarterback who can really go toe-to-toe with these guys consistently. And that's not to say Garoppolo couldn't, because he did. But you're talking about a quarterback that can, like, move and do stuff and be athletic and make plays on his feet, something that the Niners honestly haven't had since Kaepernick. And that was really just one good season of Kaepernick, in my opinion, and that was about it. So it's exciting times, man. It's exciting that the Niners are finally moving forward with a big quarterback, and it's not Mac Jones. That's all that matters. It's not Mac Jones.
Yeah, hopefully not. I definitely would not be about that life. That's for sure. Well, it looks like we're going to be getting into it pretty soon. I know they always say this draft is 5, and it's one of those things where people are like, man, is he going to, are they going to start at 5? No. Roger Goodell's got to get out there and kind of get out there and do his thing. Hung Fat's telling us in the chat that Denver's out on Roger per 9 News. I think Hung Fat is actually giving away his location. He might be a Denver person. We're still trying to figure that out.
Green Bay might want too much because I think Rodgers. I think Rodgers is played his last game for Green Bay. I think
Okay.
I think because the fact that they've got so many NFC championships in his career and he's only got to 1 Super Bowl, I think that he's done because, like, if you look at it, like, in the games where he's played in those games, his defense have given up like almost 50 points every time they've ever been in that game, and they expect him to be completely perfect every single time that they've ever been in that game. So he's trying. Wow. It looks like he's trying to go to a team where he has a chance to actually have a defense. Because if you give the guy the defense, he's winning the Super Bowl. Like he plays with the Niners defense, Super Bowl. He plays with that Broncos defense, Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So it looks like he's trying to get out and get that Super Bowl because he doesn't feel like it's going to come in Green Bay, and he doesn't want to just end his career with just one. So I think he's done.
Right.
I would have liked to, even though I don't like him all that much, I've never been a fan of him. I would actually like to see him with the Niners, so I think we'd get probably at least 2 Super Bowls. And for me, I'm just tired of never winning one, so I will literally take just one, and I'm good for the next 20 years if I can just win one. See, I know you guys want multiple. I just want one, and I'm happy. Just one, and I'll be happy. I don't care.
Well, the Jaguars are officially on the clock. The countdown has begun. We are officially underway, so we're going to find out what's happening here pretty shortly. Exciting and terrifying times for the 49ers coming up.
Definitely.
Yeah. What are you guys feeling right now? Just to kind of talk about it. Do you guys feeling Justin Fields? Is that the mood? Are we thinking Trey Lance?
I'm kind of at the point where, again, as long as it's not Mac Jones, but I think that it's most likely Trey Lance, and then I would say Justin Fields, and then I think Mac Jones is an absolute smokescreen that I don't believe 1%.
That's not to cut anyone off, but that's the thing. It's like what I don't understand is you see multiple draft analysts have Mac Jones in their rankings on their big boards in like the teens and 20s and 30s. And yet they'll mock Mac Jones to 3 because it just makes sense. Whereas you have guys like Trey Lance and Justin Fields who are literally top 10 prospects. And it's just been like that all throughout draft season. And yeah, Matt, I agree.
Yeah. Now, this question is a good one because this leads into why I don't think that it's Mac Jones. Not necessarily with 5 because Cincinnati never trades out of their pick, right? But the Eagles moved from 6 to 12. After we traded that pick to Miami went to 12. They moved up with the Philadelphia for number 6. You can't tell me that Mac Jones would not have been there at 6. So for me, when the 49ers made that move up, and they were in on that 3-team deal, they were announced like back to back to back. They knew that the Eagles were also in with the Dolphins on that. So to tell me that they didn't know, I don't believe that for 1 second. So to me, it's like, hey, they could have traded with the Eagles for a lot less than they gave up to get to 6 from 12 rather than go all the way to 3. Is that something you guys agree with?
Well, they apparently reached out to Atlanta too, which that's why I don't think Atlanta's moving either. I think they reached out for 4, but I think 4 was as low as they would go. They reached out for 4, wasn't available, so they made the deal at 3. Because obviously they would have made the deal at 6 if they thought it was worth it. But they probably like, well, if we make the deal at 3, we know for sure nobody can move ahead of us.
Right.
And that's happened so many times.
Yeah, and that's a thing that's why I don't think. So if you think that Trey Lance or Justin Fields is your guy, right, there's a possibility that if other teams are willing to move, that you're not going to get them at 6. But Mac Jones, I feel like he would have been there at 6. So I think this is like that unofficial tell where they're not giving anything away. But if you read the tea leaves, you're just like, Mac Jones would have been there at 6. We know Philadelphia was open to moving. And we know the 49ers knew that Philadelphia was open to moving because they were working in conjunction with the Miami Dolphins. So to me, that says it can't possibly be Mac Jones. But I might be reading too much into it, and I might be disappointed in like 26 minutes. So
the only thing that keeps getting me is, even though they're saying maybe Lance, they keep saying that originally the Niners traded up for Mac Jones, and because they did it a month early, that they had a chance to see if they liked somebody else, and that's why they're leaning towards Lance now. So yeah, I mean, it could all just be nonsense, but that's what gets me. It's like, well, really, they traded up to 3 for Jones?
That's what I think, though. If you really look at this organization, it wasn't leaked that John Lynch was getting hired. We were all shocked by that. It wasn't leaked that Jimmy Garoppolo was getting traded here. It wasn't leaked that we made a Trent Williams trade. It wasn't leaked that we were trading up to number 3. So we have like a tight ship. There's no leaks whatsoever. And then you're telling me that now people are like, well, they traded up to 3 for Mac Jones. Again, that's so speculative, and it's just such a thing where I'm just like, who are you talking to that you absolutely know these things. And so from my perspective, it's one of those things where it's just like people are speculating based off of what they think Kyle likes and what they think Kyle wants. And that's where all this guesswork comes. Because again, as we use those qualifiers, right? Signs point to, sources say, okay, hey, my source was wrong. Okay, I was just reporting what I heard. It's not my opinion. I was just throwing it out there. So that's kind of where I sit on this. Where are you sitting at this on? Where are you sitting at on this, Brandon?
So, so like you said, everybody's been, all the big people have been saying, you know, Mac Jones at 3, Mac Jones at 3. I know you guys don't really get into the ESPN analysts too much, but I really like Stephen A.
ESPN's trash.
Yeah, I know. But I don't know. Like, I like ESPN, but I usually watch First Take a lot. And Stephen A. was even trying to was saying, you know, like, you know, it'd be smart that the Niners would pick either Trey Lance or Justin Fields. And also, too, Ryan Clark and Marcus Spears said it would be the smartest decision that they pick Justin Fields. And they were even disappointed as us fans that people are saying Mac Jones. So, I mean,
yeah, they had some silly narrative on that show though that I saw that we don't have to get into here, but they were talking about something that was knocking Justin Fields down while forgetting that Trey Lance was sitting there that everybody loves. I'll just leave it there, but they have an agenda, and I have a problem with Stephen A. Again, he says bloviating a lot. That's essentially what Stephen A's entire job is. So. For me, I like a guy like Cowherd who will just, you know, call it like he sees it. His Baker hate is really weird, but other than that, I think he's pretty fair on with what, you know. Listen, he likes Trey Lance because Trey Lance is dating his daughter apparently, but like let's keep it real. But no, look, I think that if they take Mac Jones, it'll be a shock. And then if people want to, you know, rail on Kyle, absolutely do that because he'll deserve it. Right. But until that point, I just think that, you know, when you're looking at personnel guys, I think it's just it's so obvious that Mac Jones is not a top 10 guy. Just watching everything about him. And you can tell me he's smart. You can tell me that he's accurate. Well, how smart is the guy that, you know, he shows up in a club getting filmed after his prior issues with alcohol? How accurate is the guy to not know that he needs to be on point before the biggest job interview of your life? If I had a prior DUI and I went to, you know, a job interview, right, and then for whatever reason on social media, they found something from me from after the fact that I was just lit up and wasted, do you think I'm getting that job? No. So why should Mac Jones?
His arm isn't strong enough for
that. I mean, that too. Pick. That too. I mean, you can work. Listen, Peyton Manning didn't have the strongest arm, but he was smart and accurate. My thing is the character issues. That's what I'm worried about. We've had issues with guys like Reuben Foster, with, you know, the cornerback that we cut because he was abusive to women. You can't come out here as a regime and say, hey, this is what we're doing, and this is how we're living life, and this is the culture that we're setting, and then go, Mac Jones, he's so smart, we're gonna just overlook all this other stuff and we're gonna bring him in. It's fine.
It's just, you know, just kind of closing off the Mac Jones topic. You brought it up earlier about how the Niners could have traded up to pick 5 or pick 6 for Mac Jones, and I mean, if you look at it, if the Eagles were to trade up, or no, if the Dolphins were to trade up to pick 6, which the Eagles had at the time for just 1 first-round pick, and that's all it would have costed, and the Niners do take Mac Jones, I think there's there will be a legit question or two brought up about why did they trade up so much. And I get it that you got to trade up and go get your guy. That's the process. That makes sense. But when you're just looking at it from a team building perspective, it's such a big sacrifice. And to lay it out on the line for Mac Jones, you know, who has alcohol problems, who has character issues, who had the Obama thing also, which I think is a huge factor as well. I mean, you already lost out on the fan base too. I mean, if you want that stuff, go ahead and go to New England. It fits the culture more. But
I dressed up as Obama for Halloween and had an Obama shirt. It's not that big a deal. That's just being kind of nitpicky. The other one, I can understand you being a little upset. That's just nitpicky. It's Halloween. Wham.
Yeah, culture
it doesn't matter though, bro. It doesn't
is
matter.
different. Yeah, the pick is in, by the way, for the Jacksonville Jaguars. So we're gonna see the announcement real quick. They took a long time on that, by the way.
Of course they did.
They let that get down to under 2 minutes.
Yeah, they did.
The Obama thing, though, man, the bottom line is that whether it's a Halloween joke or not, NFL clubs are not going to like that. Fans are not going to like that.
It's optics, right? Because it doesn't matter. Like, so maybe, you know, we're not offended or whatever, but somebody's going to be. And in this business in 2021, you have to be absolutely on top of your game to make sure that you don't have any of those bad things coming up. So yeah, I just
to be perfect. That's not fair.
Yeah, but it's not about perfection. It's about a track record. DUI, in the club drunk again after a DUI, bad choice of Halloween costumes. It's just this becomes a pattern where you're looking at, okay, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, right? Like, if he keeps doing these things, and I get it, you're a college kid, right? Okay, by the way, it's Trevor Lawrence, number one. Not any surprise, but Jacksonville selects Trevor Lawrence. Back to the topic at hand. Yeah, like, you just have to be very careful, especially in the lead up to what, you know, okay, if you want to dismiss the Halloween costume, that was old. Okay, DUI, that was old, right? But you got to be careful with your behavior after one thing, if you even think you're going to sniff the NFL. And listen, life's not fair. It's the biggest job interview of your life. That's how it goes. So I agree with Eric, who says that Mac Jones' 2021 version of Manziel just shows consistently poor judgment. So,
and it's not like he's denying Mac Jones' talent. He's got arm talent. I think he is a good quarterback. It's just all the outlying factors are brutal.
And then you add in what the 49ers paid to get to this position.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're talking about a guy who's going to be representing your franchise. That's the last image you want circulating through the internet and through social media of your team. Oh,
there he is. There he is.
He's here.
What up? What up?
Hey.
It's Lawrence, huh? What a shock.
I don't like Zach Ware. I don't like
my
Zach Ware.
My TV's behind though. I just like saw it so late. My TV's like way behind.
What do you want me, Matt? Pause.
Yeah, there we go.
The boss is here.
Yeah, he's got to go top left. That's where he always is.
What's up, boss man?
Yeah. Bro, Trevor Lawrence looking skinny.
He looks like he always has though. He's
like, he flipped his hair up for like to put his hat on. And I was like, ooh, that's a skinny neck there, friend. So I agree with Coach Timo. This is going to be the most interesting pick of the draft because, again, the Jets are going to run a scheme that the 49ers want to run. And so why wouldn't you, take a peek at somebody else's notes? And so if they think they have insight, maybe they go a different direction.
That's true. I mean, Zach's the biggest freaking smokescreen of this. He's the Trubisky of this draft, in my opinion. If
he goes to the Jets, I agree.
No, just in general. In general,
I don't think any of the quarterbacks, if any of the quarterbacks coming to this system in San Francisco, I don't think any of them will fail. Just because the system's so good.
Jimmy's big problem is when he plays worse when the pass rush comes. Well, that's just that's Wilson's worst aspect as a player. If you literally just watch his 2019 film, it shows that. And some of the film in 2020 does show that when he gets a good pass rush, he doesn't play as well. That's how Coastal Carolina beat BYU.
I mean,
this year.
That's literally every quarterback in existence. Under pressure, all numbers drop. You can't show me a quarterback who's consistently better under pressure.
I'm not saying that until he makes poor decisions and throws a lot of picks.
All quarterbacks do. All quarterbacks do. Listen, I've seen Mahomes make some ridiculously bad decisions under pressure, and DBs just drop interceptions. There, I counted at least 8 last year that DBs should have had. That's just part of the game, but the fact is,
you said Mahomes. I'm sorry, Matt. You said Mahomes.
Yes.
He had more. He had 15. Yes,
dude. He had so many throws.
Yeah,
where you're just like, whoa, dude, you got to relax.
Some analytic thing on Twitter they did who had the most dropped interceptions. I think Mahomes led the league in that.
That's crazy. Yeah, but my point is that at least Mac Jones will be bad under pressure too. I mean, listen, he's lost track. He has similar things that Jimmy has. When I was watching the tape, he'd lose sight of weak side linebackers and weak side corners, like backside corners, and so he would throw into tight windows where he didn't see the off defender, and they would come in. They would come into view afterwards and have potential to intercept the ball, and they just didn't. So that's something to look out for with Mac Jones too. But the thing with Mac Jones is he doesn't have the arm strength or the escapability to overcome those limitations. So if you're talking about a guy who's going to get eaten up by pressure, he had the cleanest pockets in the world at Alabama. Evaluating his game tape is really hard because it's just like, okay, it's hard to find him under duress. So I think that Wilson, if he goes to whoever goes to the Jets is going to be a bust because it's a garbage organization. To set that guy up for success. Sorry, New York fans. There's probably none in here. There's probably none left. They suck so bad. But
man,
Salah's going to make that defense good, though.
No love for Robert Saleh.
Salah's going to make that defense good.
It's still the fucking Jets.
Yeah, Woody Johnson's the problem.
It is.
Yeah.
It's still Woody Johnson. It's still the New York media who's going to like roast them for every little thing, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's the Jets. There's not enough there, and they're going to expect him to play day one. When they traded away Sam Darnold, you're essentially saying, all right, go out there, kid. We don't have anything else for you, but go out there and do your best. And so whoever gets put in that. Yeah, I mean, it's not – okay, so the most pro-ready quarterback is actually Trevor Lawrence, right? But beyond that, you're looking at Zach Wilson, Justin Fields, Trey Lance, like guys who are really good, but like, come on. Picks in for the New York Jets, by the way.
Let me
the
ask
pick
you
is in for the New York Jets.
Oh boy!
See, I'm 3 minutes behind on my TV.
I think.
Why do people keep saying that Mac Jones is a pro-ready quarterback? You think?
Because Alabama quarterbacks normally are.
I think that being most pro-ready in terms of Mac Jones is code word for he's close to a ceiling.
Good point.
That's what I think.
It's a really good way to look at it.
Yeah.
I actually heard that one today on NFL Live, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Crazy.
It's stressing me out, guys.
Zach, what are you thinking? Are you still leaning Fields?
Yeah, I mean, I got my whole Fields, my Ohio State set up here. Got my cufflinks.
I'd have so much respect for Saleh right now if they took Justin Fields, though. Like, he's finally changing the way that the Jets do things if he took Fields right now.
It's Zach Wilson. Per Albert Breer, it's Zach Wilson. So now the 49ers are on the clock.
Son of a bitch.
Here we go. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. It's time.
That's right.
It is time.
Here it is, guys.
Woo!
Well, on the clock, baby.
Okay.
Right, does everybody have a drink?
I got the water for when I chose.
We're gonna be either drinking to joy or drinking to pain. Like,
yeah,
it's gonna be one of two things.
I'm
got my black lager right here.
I have to keep Twitter closed for this.
Oh man, yeah. Don't. No spoilers. No spoilers, Perry.
Man, this is stressful. This is so much more stressful than last year.
You got the draft on right now?
I have it going up on YouTube. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
dude. I, as soon as the Jets picked and I knew it was Zach Wilson, like my heart rate just went boop, and it was like, all right, here we go. Here we go.
I hate that Saleh did what the Jets would do. Like, they haven't drafted a great quarterback since Joe Namath. So, why change it?
Yeah, you weren't high. You weren't high on on Zach Wilson at all.
Well, that's because
and I get it.
I live in his market. That's why.
Okay.
Like, I watched the guy play for 3 straight years. Like, I watched him play my team. I mean, he has literally more pick sixes against Utah than touchdown passes, and he's played him I think twice. And he has 2 passing touchdowns and 3 pick sixes in 2 games.
Cowherd did bring this up that Zach Wilson's 0-5 against Power 5 opponents.
0-7.
With
0-7
with 1 pick or 1 touchdown and 7 picks.
No, he's 0-7 against teams with 10 plus wins in a season.
Yeah,
7 minutes.
That's crazy.
The year the year that he beat USC, they didn't get 10 wins that year. They were
crazy.
Do you think that's worth knock on a quarterback compared to Trey Lance, whereas Trey Lance's competition was FCS?
Trey Lance is different though because he literally it doesn't. Regardless, he went through a whole season without throwing an interception. You got to be pretty good. He called the plays at the line. He called protections. Like, that's why I do like Trey Lance, because his intelligence is off the charts. Like, that's a big reason. Like, I really like Lance.
I mean, listen, again, we just keep saying, as long as it's not Mac goddamn Jones, it's going to be fine.
I still think it is, guys.
We're going to see. We're going to see because
6 minutes.
Ollie's going to jump off a building if it's Mac Jones.
They say if you speak Mac Jones into existence enough, it won't happen. So
there's heads that are going to blow up.
Stewart's been the opposite of that. I hope Stewart will be okay.
I know Stewart tried to lower his expectations, and then he was like, I don't know, maybe it's not. So he tried real hard, but I don't think he got there all the way. So
if it's Mac, dude, the guy, somebody that lives near him got to give that guy a hug.
Bro,
seriously, yeah.
If it's Pitts at 3, I will stop being a fan of this fucking team.
Oh, dude, I'd be so excited.
That is not even funny.
That would be awesome. I'd take that over Mac, though.
Niners got 5.5 minutes on the clock, boys.
Yep.
Oh my god, guys!
I'm like 20 seconds behind, so I don't get my TV is behind, so I don't really get like the pick live. You guys pretty much just tell me.
Yeah.
Woo!
I mean,
I'm not even looking at the chat right now.
It looks like I'm ahead of everybody.
Yeah.
So I guess I'll just when I see it, I'll call it out.
Hey, that's well. The thing is, we're gonna know because if you read it and your freaking face goes to crap, we'll know right away.
Your face is.
I know.
No, we're gonna test my poker face real quick. We're gonna figure it out.
We're gonna see Matt get off the
It's gonna be so bad. It's gonna be so bad.
Matt's gonna literally throw his freaking headphones and say, "Fuck this team."
Yeah.
I mean, I still wish we
the hat. He's gonna put a Seahawks hat on.
Nope. I already have it determined. I already have it determined just because I love the color scheme that if I were to ever fall away from the San Francisco 49ers, I'd be a Minnesota Vikings fan.
Okay.
I love purple and yellow. Love it. Great colors.
I'd probably go to the Bills.
That's a good one too. Red, white, and blue. Can't go wrong with that.
That's nice. Yeah. I'm gonna naturally be Packers. I love that.
You guys remember though? I was the only one of the guys that said I didn't like this pick trading up to 3 because I don't like the hit rate on these kind of picks. Well, pretty much you guys are gonna have to agree with me if it ends up being Mac Jones.
You know what though? Here's the thing. I think if Mac Jones is the quarterback, this team's gonna win 10 games every year for the next 12 years. They're not necessarily going to be over the top Super Bowl, but they're always going to be there for the wild card because I don't think Kyle is so good. As long as he stays healthy, whoever they take, Kyle is such a good play caller and a good schemer that it's hard to fail unless you just don't have actual talent. And outside of Jimmy, who does have talent, when he stayed healthy, they got to the Super Bowl, and Jimmy's won in this system. Jimmy was a second-round guy. Everything else, I mean...
I think that's
everything
why Kyle was never going to go.
Beathard or like Nick Mullins or some shit like that. I mean, he turned Matt Schaub into a Pro Bowler.
Niners are cheering. Niners are clapping.
I think that's why Kyle was never a Wilson guy because he's like, I'm not getting anywhere near the skinny guy that's been hurt before. I never thought.
TV I'm hearing right now. I'm hearing somebody's TV. Somebody's got their feedback up a little bit.
Woo! My heart is beating, boys.
Yeah.
The test is thumping right now.
All right,
they don't look excited enough. It's Mac Jones.
Chat, don't spoil it. Chat, don't spoil it. I'm going to call it out.
I'm just hiding
it. Yeah.
I'm hiding it over the banners.
It's Mac Jones.
On banners.
I'm hiding it.
It's fucking Mac Jones, isn't it? He took a sip of the beer. It's a Mac Jones.
No. It's I don't have it yet.
Oh shit! You got me all nervous.
Not that reactionary. That's very.
I thought he was like straight poker face, drank a beer.
No. I'll let you know if it's fucked up.
2 minutes.
A lot of.
Wow.
Fields or Lance, please. Oh my god, I like. I'm starting to go towards Lance just because I like him as a person.
Yeah.
His personality is just like Garoppolo's. Honestly, they are just about the same. They're a little bit outspoken, but very charismatic, very loved.
The Danettes literally said.
You think Jimmy's charismatic? I think he's kind of socially awkward, actually.
He's
kind of a fucking goofball. Picks in.
I was watching.
Picks in.
I was watching or listening to the Dan Patrick show, and the Danettes, after just talking to him because he was like they liked him so much, they're like, oh no, he's a Hall of Famer. like jokingly, the Danettes
All
are
right,
like,
no
we're
one
gonna
say
automatically
anything,
put
okay?
Lance as a Hall of Famer because of how great of a guy he is.
No one say anything. Holy cow!
The pick is in. This is huge.
Wow.
My heart's racing.
It's Mac Jones, guys. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
Whose
wow.
volume
Really
is
loud.
up right now? Somebody got to turn that down, my friends.
It's not
Mine's
me.
down.
Yeah, mine's off.
My heart is racing like you guys wouldn't believe right
I don't
now.
have anything on.
I blame Zach too.
Oh my God, it's in.
That's what she said.
That's
You
what
gotta
she
break
said
the
to Mac
tension a
Jones.
little bit.
Mac Jones gonna be dating porn star, dude. He's gonna be like porn star Jimmy. He's gonna be porn star Mac.
No
Yeah.
spoilers in the chat. We will announce it when it comes up.
I'm not even looking at the chat. I'm scrolled up.
Dude,
I'm
I'm
private
straight
chat.
like got my phone turned over so I don't get the update before you tell me.
Oh!
Perry, you
Did
son
you
of a
see it?
bitch. Yes. The 49ers select Trey Lance, third overall.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
go!
let's go.
Let's go!
Let's go.
That's my guy!
Trey Lance.
Let's go, dude. Good luck, defense.
fellas.
Let's go,
Wow. Let's go.
Absolutely. That's a good pick.
baby. Let's go.
Love it.
Guys.
Love it.
Let's go.
Since day one.
Perry's buying all of us Lance jerseys for Christmas.
Let me
Let's
sell
go.
off all my Doge first. I'll do that.
Oh, dude,
Okay.
how much you bought? Like 40,000 in there right now.
Adam Schefter put out a tweet that says Trey Lance's psychological tests for the 49ers were off the charts per a source. The 49ers considered him the smartest quarterback in this draft class.
Wow.
Oh,
I'm excited. I'm good.
Wow.
I'm good
So,
with that. I'm good with that.
do you think?
Guys,
Is it because?
this
Do you
is
think
it.
Kyle wants? Do you think Kyle wants him calling protections and even like giving him an opportunity to audible at the line? Because that would be like a whole new dynamic we haven't seen as much. I mean, I guess Matt Ryan kind of did, but
Yeah, but he offers such physical tools.
oh my God, dude, when he ran
Yeah.
over that linebacker
All right,
in that one game.
right now, one person at a time. We'll start with Zach. How are you feeling?
Yeah.
Bro? How are you feeling?
I mean, it's no surprise. It's no shock to you guys. I wanted Justin Fields, but it was like really 1A, 1B. I love Trey Lance. I love the pick. When Matt and I did our quarterback rankings, we both agreed Trey Lance could easily be the best quarterback in a couple of years when we look back at this draft class. And paired with Kyle Shanahan, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, you guys know all these superstars on this offense.
Yeah.
It's going to be really hard for defenses to stop. So I love the pick. I love the pick.
Yep. Yeah. I like the pick a lot too. It serves a couple of purposes. One, he's very moldable. He doesn't have a lot of bad habits because he didn't play. So Kyle's going to be able to mold him exactly how he wants. He doesn't have a lot of experience, high level, whatever. Say what you will. He seems smart. Second of all, I'm not going to name any names, but I'd love to see somebody suck themselves off out of this fuck up.
No, Matt. No,
Yes.
no. We're not going that far.
No, somewhere,
You heard it here first. You were wrong. So,
somewhere,
and I know
somehow
that
he's
certain
gonna-
people
he
had
called
money
it.
on this pick.
Look, I respect everything that everyone does on social media because everyone wants to be first, everyone wants to be right. But I swear, 90% of people that weren't the majority of us here were saying Justin Fields. This is
You're
it.
the only
Connecting
Lance
the
guy.
dots, this and that makes sense. I mean, it's just
No.
baffling.
I totally get it, but when you break your arm to pat yourself on the back, there's heat that's going to come with that. So that's all I'm saying. But
Brandon,
I'm
how
glad.
you feeling?
I'm glad.
What?
How you feeling, Brandon?
I'm feeling freaking great. As long as it wasn't
how you
Mac Jones,
feeling?
I was happy.
Christian, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I really thought it was Mac Jones, and literally, my heart was racing until Harry's reaction. I was like, I relaxed.
guys.
No, it's okay, dude.
Brandon,
was kind
Christian,
of-
you guys
I
haven't
think
been
the way-
around us long enough to
I
know
think the
like
way-
how
I'm just
I am.
I think the way
Listen,
it happened, I kind of liked it. It was exciting. For
Yeah.
me, at
So
least.
I'm just going to say it off the bat. When I was saying no spoilers, I was talking directly to Perry because this motherfucker can never not spoil
To
shit.
be clear,
It's
though,
been that way since day one.
Perry,
They-
just
I almost
just
turned your
last-
fucking camera off before
He's
the
the
pick.
Tom Holland. You're the
last
Tom
year
Holland
too.
of the
If you
Hive,
don't
dude.
remember, we all thought the pick was going to be CeeDee Lamb, and we were all, it was me, Matt, and Perry. We were like, shut the hell up. Nobody say anything. And like, immediately, no.
Hey,
Yeah.
They don't. So Marvel doesn't give Tom Holland.
All right.
Marvel doesn't give
Hey,
Tom Holland a
just real quick,
script.
guys.
So Perry's our Tom Holland.
Hold on.
Just real quick. I just
Yes.
want to say, Matt Mioka just said Trey Lance said he just found out 2 minutes ago that he was heading to the Niners.
Yeah, dude.
That's
Nobody
awesome,
knew. Nobody
That's
knew.
crazy.
Yeah.
That's one thing the media was right about.
Yeah. By the way, going back to Perry.
Oh,
I'll tell this fool every game day. Hey, dude, you're like 45 seconds ahead of me. Don't say shit. And then he'll be like, "Let's go!" And I'm like, "What are you doing, dude?"
I was better this season. I was a lot better this season.
I mean, that's relative to normal people. You're better for you.
Okay, all right, that's fair.
No,
but
but
hey, guys, I want to
listen. You were on Trey Lance, and I'm going to give you props that you were on Trey Lance, and I give you respect for that. And I'm really excited to see where he can go with this offense. That's awesome. Go ahead, Perry. Take it away.
So let's talk Trey Lance. I've done all the film analysis I could. I've watched every single video, every single clip that I could. We're getting a guy that can throw to all levels of the field. We're getting a guy who I think is actually really accurate off play action. He knows how to time his throws. He knows how to hit the window where it needs to be. He's a very smart thrower. He's not like Garoppolo where he feels the need to throw it in. I know Trey Lance has a couple mechanical issues with lower leg work, but the difference is that Trey Lance's arm strength is above and beyond what Garoppolo is. And you look at him as a thrower, you look at him as a player. When he is diagnosing reads, I mean, this kid is literally boom, boom, boom. And the reason why I liked him a lot more over Justin Fields was there was an advanced stat on Twitter from ESPN that said out of all the quarterbacks who scrambled on plays that were not designed runs, Justin Fields was the most. And I felt that was the need that really pushed me down off Fields was the whole Ohio State thing with reading with one read and just taking off. If it wasn't there, Fields was gone. And I get that was his thing. That's okay. But what I liked about Trey Lance out of everything that I watched was that he was very, very smart when it came to running. He took off when he needed to. If you guys ever take the chance to watch his film, a lot of his carries that were not by design, the hole is ginormous in the middle of the field, to the left, to the right. It doesn't matter. Trey Lance is by far the smartest quarterback in this draft, in my opinion. I think the Niners absolutely hit it out of the park. And I think Kyle Shanahan finally has a guy who will just truly understand the game for what it is. And you have a guy coming out of a pro style offense with a lot of very similar comments or plays and shit to what Kyle Shanahan runs in his offense. And you have that added bonus. You have someone who will understand how the field breaks down, understand what the read is, understand what the throw is, and make something happen when nothing is there. That is absolutely Trey Lance 100%. I don't necessarily think, and Matt and I had a really good discussion about this some time ago, I really don't think that Trey Lance will have the big accuracy jump that Josh Allen did, because Josh Allen was one of one. The league has never seen that in the history of football, in my opinion. But you look at what Kyle Shanahan does for his quarterbacks, his offensive system is very quarterback friendly. And I can live with Trey Lance's accuracy issues if it means that Kyle Shanahan is still going to dial him up some easy throws. I don't necessarily think Trey Lance is the rhythm quarterback like Garoppolo is, where Garoppolo needs those few throws to get going and get things churning. Trey Lance can make anything happen. He can make plays when things aren't there. And a lot of the times we've seen with Shanahan that I honestly feel about 70 to 80% of his plays, they are there. The quarterback just either couldn't make the throw or didn't read it. That's not going to be an issue with anymore with Trey Lance. Trey Lance is going to know where to go with the ball. He's going to know what to do. And if something isn't there by chance, he's the smartest guy on the field and he knows what's best. That is who we're getting in Trey Lance. We're getting a guy who's just not afraid. That's the thing I love most about Trey Lance is aside from his intelligence, he is not afraid at all. Not afraid one bit.
By the way,
I'm sorry, guys, I love Trey Lance. I love Trey Lance. So
go ahead, Christian.
So the one thing I think we haven't really even focused on is the fact that we don't realize that we're also getting a guy that's probably got a huge chip on his shoulder. And even though he's going first round, it's huge because the fact that, he's a Minnesota guy. And like I heard, like I was watching a thing where his whole thing was to play for the University of Minnesota as a quarterback. And all these top schools are like, oh, we'll take you. We'll put you at corner. We'll put you at receiver.
Real quick, guys. Real quick. Hold that thought. I want to call the picks as they come in. Kyle Pitts to Atlanta.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That absolutely makes sense.
Yeah.
That's the right.
I knew exactly.
Go ahead. Sorry, Christian. Go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. So that's why I'm excited for too, is even though he might not have an NFL draft chip, he's got a chip just because of the fact that all these colleges pretty much told him he's not a quarterback, and they tried to recruit him in all these multiple different positions. So I like the fact that we got a guy that's got a chip on his shoulder, because the guys with the chips always play great. And then I really am excited though, because to me, as smart as they say Lance is at the line, and the way he's already been calling protections and calling that's Peyton Manning to me. To me, I've never seen a quarterback ever as smart as Peyton Manning, and it really excites me to have a guy that might be at that level of intelligence. So I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good time. I'm very excited about the pick. I'll tell you this right now. I'm buying an authentic Lance jersey. That's for sure. Like that's just happening.
I already have NFL top waiting.
I will say this though. I'm gonna wait till the season because I need to know what actual number he's wearing.
Yeah.
So down here, just again, I got to slip in the baseball references where I can. I saw people at baseball games with like Blake Snell jerseys for the Padres, where in spring training it was wearing 24, and then he switched to 4 before the season. So they have and that was in the span of 2 weeks. So I feel like Trey Lance is going to wear number 5 for the 49ers, which is an available number right now. Nobody on the team has it. But you never know. So I'll just wait.
Hopefully Debo changes to number 1, and then I can get his jersey, because I need me a throwback white Debo jersey. He's my guy.
I want the throwback Reds. They need to announce those because we know they're coming.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah,
the 94 Reds are coming.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind a throwback like the one I'm wearing. This is the 1990s throwback.
Yeah,
The Montana one. The lighter red.
The mid 2000s jerseys.
I love those jerseys.
Me too.
No
one likes them though.
So good.
I
love them.
Are those like the ruby red ones?
Yeah.
The ones where with like the more shiny gold pants with like the black trim. Yeah, those things are sick.
Those are, oh my god,
love them.
If they do bring back the red, the old school red uniforms, I think they're going to be with the white pants as well.
They should.
You guys are more based on
the red 94 throwbacks will be with the white pants too.
So I'd like to see like the all gold. That would be like a gold jersey. I think that I don't know if they ever did that.
Black.
That would be nuts. An all gold jersey would be nuts.
Do you remember the ESPN and NFL football game that T.O. was on? They had those like all gold jerseys in that game, and they were so sick.
I feel like that would be a lot.
Wow, guys. They finally
I just need to say real quick, I had been working with this graphic designer, right, for all the jersey swaps that we'd had lately. Mm-hmm. And even this guy was like, it better not be Mac Jones. He's not even a 49ers fan. He's like, there's no way it could be Mac Jones. And he just messaged me right now, and he's just like, I'm so glad for you guys it wasn't Jones. Dude.
So do you guys think that Kyle still did want Mac, and then that way John Lynch was able to talk him out of it, and then the fact that the fans felt a certain way that our owner was able to talk him out of it? Or do you think Mac was never
I don't buy it at all.
I don't buy it either. And I'm going to say this right now. I know Kyle Shanahan is a very ego dude. Like, he's very egotistical. He is very picky, and I respect that. But you'd have to be it to be like a normal draft analyst like me, for example, who honestly doesn't know much. I'm still learning a lot, to watch film and realize, like, where do you see Mac Jones being better, not just now, but down the road compared to Fields and Lance, where the ceiling is just immense? And that's the thing, that I know Kyle Shanahan will wanted a guy like Kirk Cousins, who was just, set in stone with his system. But the league is evolving. Everything is changing. And Mac Jones, I'm sorry, but he just would not have been able to keep up with Stafford, with Kyler, with Russell. And then you get in the playoffs where, hell, you're probably going to have to keep up with Tom Brady if he executes, Aaron Rodgers, whatever happens with him. It's just, you got to look at the quarterback matchups alone. And Kyle Shanahan can only protect his quarterback for so long. And I think that would have been the exact same situation with Mac Jones, where Mac Jones doesn't have the arm strength to make plays off of play action or on the run. He doesn't have that kind of arm talent. He has good touch, but I don't think his all-level field throws were as good as we liked.
Here's the thing. I'm just going to put it out there. The whole Mac Jones thing was immediately created. We know fuck all about whatever they wanted. And I addressed this in the show where I said, what is a Kyle guy? People think they know what he is, but he's literally drafted himself as a coach, one quarterback. Like people put Kirk Cousins on him, but that was Mike. That was his dad. And the fact that his dad was allegedly involved in this just tells you how much reverence that Kyle has for his dad. And you can't tell me that Washington Cousins pick was at all Mike Shanahan at all.
No, Mike drafted Cousins. Mike drafted Cousins to spite the RG3 stuff because
I get it.
They didn't want RG3. That was all Snyder.
I know, I get that, but people will say, "Oh, well, Kyle drafted Kirk Cousins," and it's like, no, he didn't. He was offensive coordinator, but his dad ran the show, and you can't tell me that a son is going to go to his dad and be like, "That's the guy we're picking," because the dad's going to be like, "Shut up, boy."
Think of it this way.
Do you remember when people were saying that Kyle Shanahan won't take Fields or Lance because he's racist?
Yeah.
That's another draft story that I absolutely couldn't believe.
Yeah.
Think of it this way. Kyle can do with Lance what he did with RG3, but now he's got a guy he doesn't probably have to worry about getting hurt because he's freaking huge.
Oh, fucking Dave Lombardi. Dave Lombardi tweeted out, it was never going to be Mac Jones. This was a Lance Fields race. Shut up. Like, people are still acting like they knew. Nobody knew anything. It's so stupid.
We got a bunch of you-know-who's right now, don't we?
Yeah. Yeah, hindsight's 2020, and people are going to spin their narrative however they want. But
going back to the Mike Shanahan thing, guys, I really think Mike liked Lance because if you look at him compared to John Elway, outside of the intelligence thing, I think physically they were both very similar. I thought Elway had a really good arm. I know Elway had some accuracy issues. I know I read an article saying that when Elway was coming out, he has some lower body issues too. But Mike Shanahan was able to make it work with Elway and things like that just make me feel like I really like Lance too.
You know what's hilarious? Because every year as a thing to get ready for the draft, I watched the movie Draft Day, and I tweeted out that I watched it today. Sonny Weaver, Kevin Costner's character in that movie, literally goes over when they're talking about taking Bo Callahan. He's like, okay, people were talking about Peyton Manning didn't have arm strength. Oh, people were talking about how Joe Montana had a thin frame and he was going to get hurt. The thing that they said about, they said that John Elway didn't have touch, that he threw the ball 100 miles an hour and he had no touch. And I just thought it was funny that you brought that up because it's like, people do have issues with it.
Real quick, pick number 5. Pick number 5, Jamar Chase.
No,
I knew it. I
knew it too.
I had Penei Sewell. I
Did you really?
so sold for Penei Sewell.
I know too.
I had a feeling.
Because the Dolphins. I thought for sure the Dolphins thought, okay, well we can get to 6 because I thought for sure they knew that they would get Chase at 6 because I thought for sure that was their pick at 3.
Yeah, listen. They have the
Bengals guys.
Yeah, but here's the thing though. They have Jonah Williams at left tackle, and Jonah Williams not a scrub.
No, he's good.
Well,
he's not bad.
You lost your freaking stud rookie to a freaking terrible knee injury. Freaking protect.
Hey, who's to say the Bengals
wait. No. Hold on, Christian. I'm gonna push back on that because they didn't lose Joe Burrow because it was necessarily the left tackle's fault. There are other holes on that line. I thought Jonah Williams did a pretty good job, and by the way, Joe Burrow would put himself in danger. I mean, he got his ass lit up by Chase Young because he was trying to make too much happen. So it could have been any number of things. But Jonah Williams, you have a tackle who's better than the average tackle. You need to get him a playmaker because John Ross didn't work, right? You're looking at other receivers. You have T. Higgins, but T. Higgins was a second-round guy, and you need more weapons there for Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow's problem was there wasn't enough people who could get open for him to get the ball out quick because Joe Burrow's time to throw was one of the worst in the NFL. Not because Joe Burrow can't make decisions or anything, but
he got hit so much.
Yeah. It's because the receivers weren't getting open because outside of T. Higgins, who was there?
Yeah.
So I think this is a good move. But now I'm looking at it, and Miami. So here's the thing. Tua's a left-handed quarterback, so I don't think they're taking Sewell either. I think they're taking Jalen Waddle. That's my prediction for this pick.
Yeah, it has to be because I thought they would go receiver.
Jalen Waddle is a good deep threat, but Nick Saban said it himself. He's never had a wide receiver to ever have such a fast break and fast release like Waddle does. And I don't think Tua's a deep thrower. He's not like that. I think they'll use Waddle in the short and intermediate throws, which is what Tua will absolutely feast on. And that's okay. I mean, it makes sense. But, man, I feel like this Jamar Chase pick was just like a slap to Miami. I really thought Chase was a lock to Miami, but no, sir.
If you watch Waddle's route running, though, he's like Jerry Rice-esque route running. Like, that's how clean and crisp it is. Like, that is literally his comparison.
His routes are disgusting.
Dude, ankle breaking. Like, straight up Jerry Rice ankle breaking. It's unbelievable.
I saw a comp yesterday that was like, oh, Tyreek Hill-esque off of Jalen Waddle. And I was like, no way. So I watched a few of his highlights, and I watched his break, and I watched what he does in open field. I was like, wow, Waddle can just fly.
Oh, dude, he's a different player compared to Hill. I like him better.
You know, that's the thing too with Devontae Smith is I mean, guys grow into their frame, it happens. But 166, man. I mean, the moment you take a few NFL hits, I'm not saying it's all she wrote, but it'll hurt. It'll hurt a lot for Devontae. But the Jamar Chase pick makes sense. I mean, I feel like Burrow had to have had some kind of say in that, and it makes sense. I mean, you want to keep your quarterback happy, but the Bengals also have the kind of the luck of the draw in the sense that this is a really deep offensive line class. If they want to go offensive line in the second round, or if they trade back into the first for whatever reason, they could totally do that. That's not out of the window. But I think when you're getting a wide receiver that's comp to Julio Jones, I don't think you can pass on that.
The fact that he's Burrow's college teammate has probably played a big part in it too, just because your rookie quarterback's coming off a knee injury, and they're going to get him a guy he's comfortable with that can get open. So I mean, it makes sense. But I just thought with the knee injury that it was going to be Sewell. I was 100% sold.
Here's the big thing. I knew it was Jamar Chase. I actually predicted that in my mock that I sent in Zach, just because. Listen. Left again, like I said, Jonah Williams is a decent left tackle. That's not the issue. You're not going to move Jonah Williams or Penei Sewell to the other side. So why not go get the guy that had an incredible season with Joe Burrow at LSU? Like, that just makes too much sense for me. Wow, the Dolphins got their picking hella quick.
Sewell or Waddle, right?
Oh, Waddle. It is Waddle. Wow.
Good call, Matt. Good call, Matt.
Yeah. They want a receiver for Tua. They got to give Tua weapons.
Okay, so
like I said, because Tua is a left-hand quarterback, right tackle actually becomes more important to protect his blind side.
Tua didn't really throw with Waddle though in Alabama, right? I think Waddle was technically the fourth receiver.
Tua threw a lot.
Waddle was a punt returner.
Did he? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I remember that depth chart was like Judy, Ruggs, Smith, and then Waddle.
Yeah, and so I got to ask a question because we're getting excited about the draft. But here's one thing that I would really like to ask, because Trey Lance is so unseasoned, because he's so raw in terms of his play time. Does this signal that the 49ers are actually serious about keeping Jimmy G in the building, or do you think that they're still going to deal him?
I'll go first. I think that NFL rookie quarterbacks, especially top 10 picks or top 15 picks, are ready to step in and play. I think that's just the bottom line. Matt, I do agree in the sense that Trey Lance is an unfinished product, I'd say. I think in the terms of just mechanically lower body, that's kind of what he needs to work on. The intelligence is there. The arm talent is there. That's all there. But it's just lower body. And we saw what happened with lower body mechanics with the Niners quarterback and Jimmy Garoppolo, and that just messes up throws entirely. And I get that Lance has the arm talent to fit throws into windows regardless of his lower body, but I think Shanahan is going to want that cleaned up first. I think for the time being, the Niners will hold on to Jimmy Garoppolo. I still would say that they will gauge the market and see what they can get out of him. Supposedly, I've seen things saying first round, second, third, fourth, fifth. I mean, that's whatever. That doesn't matter. I think that for the sake of letting Trey Lance go or grow, Garoppolo probably would be smart keeping on to him. I mean, it seems like that's the best of both worlds, and it kind of matches the timeline of what the Niners' reported intentions were. But again, it's a big toss-up, Matt, and the reason why I say that is because rookie quarterbacks can step in and play day one. We saw that with Justin Herbert, and we've seen that with everyone else. And it's a toss-up.
I would push back and say Justin Herbert was a 4-year starter at Oregon, so that's different than what Trey Lance went through plus a small school. I think that Trey Lance has a lot to prove because not playing in 2020 and then going direct from FCS Division II football to NFL is going to be a huge adjustment for him. And I think that he can pick up the verbiage and the play calling and everything like that. But again, every rookie said speed of the game, speed of the game, speed of the game. I think that's going to be a thing. I do want to address in the chat. Robert Stewart asked if they're going to be done for the night. I wouldn't be surprised if they traded back into the first round, but it's 2:00 in the morning there. By the time that happens, it's going to be way too. So just listen, just go to sleep. Go to sleep. It's, what are you going to do? But I think if it comes, it's going to be in like the mid-20s. So yeah, go to sleep, get ready for work, do that stuff. We'll be here with all that. We'll cover it. So you can always come back and watch the archive too. We'll be here. Anyway, back to Trey Lance though. I want to get everybody's opinion about this too. Zach, you've been awfully quiet, so we'll get your opinion. I'm of two minds, right? Because yes, Lance is raw, but at the same time, if you're looking to get something for Jimmy Garoppolo, I don't know that you could risk playing him with his injury history, because if he gets hurt again, his value is nothing.
It's very risky. I agree. That's a really good way to put it.
I think we're going to find out in a little bit, though, by the way, because we're at 7 with Detroit. We have no idea what they're going to do. If Justin Fields gets past Carolina, we could be looking at him going,
Broncos.
The Broncos just traded for Teddy Bridgewater. So you have Teddy Bridgewater and Drew Lock. I don't know that you spend first-round capital on a third quarterback to get into the building, because that'll be...
It's Elway, though. He's flashy as hell.
No, it's not Elway. Elway. So
Elway does not make he doesn't make the calls anymore.
No, Stewart's been on
but
top of this.
He's still the president.
Yeah, but Elway relieved 90% of his duties to George Padman, who Stewart, our guy, is really big on. Stewart absolutely loved George Padman. Yeah. He thought he should have been the GM 2 years ago. So Padman's the guy in the house. I think it will come down to either, Rodgers. I'd much rather see them trade for Rodgers than draft another quarterback, or just trade back or do something else out of it.
Yeah.
I don't think they're willing to give up or what they want for Rodgers.
No, I don't think so either. But what I'm saying is, we're going to find out with Justin Fields how this is going to go with Jimmy G, because there is a chance, that New England makes a move to get Justin Fields.
I was just going to say that.
At probably the next pick or so.
And if they don't, we're going to see if they take Mac Jones at 15, if they stay put. Because 15 is a much more palatable area for Mac Jones to go. Mm-hmm. So, by the way, Zach, I called this weeks ago when I said we've never had quarterbacks go 1, 2, 3, 4, and I guaranteed this year that they wouldn't. Absolutely did not. So
you did.
Matt, I'm just saying.
I had to. Yeah, I had to leave real quick.
I'm not gonna say the name, but I had to pat myself on the back real hard there for a second.
All right.
Unfortunately, I got a text about 5 minutes ago from my girl saying that my dog decided to pee all over her, so I had to go help that out.
Directly on her?
She's like carrying the dog out, and of course the little rat just. So your dog peed on your girl like the 49ers just peed over all of media.
And
media. All those media members suspended.
Can we talk about this real quick? Because
yes,
and Matt and I have talked about this for a few weeks now, leading up on the show, but most of it has to be these guys can't go on these shows, can't go on these interview spots saying, look, we don't know. They have to act like they know something. So then Sims tweets out, hey guys, I'm just saying, don't rule out Mac Jones. Somehow that, spins and turns into, it's definitely Mac Jones. It's basically a lock. It's Mac Jones. I'd be shocked if it's not Mac Jones. And then you get the tweets from the Rappaports and the Schefters Thursday, the day of the draft, starting from 10 a.m. Oh, nobody knows outside the organization. So what the hell were you just telling me for the last week and a half? I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, that was the thing. Go ahead.
No, just real quick. This is funny.
Looks like
Shanahan was on KNBR just now, and Shanahan was on KNBR, and he was asked if the Niners are going to get back into round 1, and he said, "I can't guarantee we'll all be alive."
Yeah,
I love that. I'm sorry, I just love that quote.
Yeah,
I absolutely love that stuff.
With all those picks, I would not be surprised if we do.
Matt,
too many
I think
picks.
Matt was the one who was on top of it way before any of this stuff happened. Was that he thinks only a couple of the draft picks will be on the final roster. I think Matt,
Mhm.
someone in our chat,
Only
said
four
exactly.
or five.
Yeah,
I think it's only like 3. I think
yeah,
it's
they're
when
gonna
they always
move.
have like 5 picks.
They're
I mean,
very
you could go up
aggressive
and
with
get-
that second pick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's Elijah Vera Tucker. You could get. You could go and get
And-
Najee Harris, Travis Etienne.
Fuck
Even
no,
one of the-
no running backs. Running backs room's full. I don't want
No.
running backs here.
it's got to be a
No,
corner.
no.
It's got to be a cornerback.
That's a
They-
wait.
Well, then it
It's
was-
either gonna be a so here's the two
So
names
maybe
that
Farley.
I think if JC Horn or Elijah Vera Tucker falls, that's who I can see the 49ers kind of coming up for.
Stewart would
Because
die.
Those are where the holes
Is it-
are.
Is Farley the one with the back injury? Because he could drop and we could get.
Farley is the one with the back injury, but I wouldn't
We
trade
could
up
get
for
him.
Farley. I would sit at 43 and wait for Farley there. And if Farley gets to 43, you take him at 43. And then I know some of the fan base will be mad, like, oh, another injured guy. But it's
No,
like,
he's-
dude, at
that
43
good.
compared to his talent, it's you're offsetting risk versus reward. And I think
I
at
would,
that
I would do
point,
that.
Farley's
I would
worth
He's a
do
it.
that.
big guy. If you watch his tape, he's a big guy that can body up receivers. Like
Mhm.
he's
Caleb
like
Farley?
he's a yeah.
Farley was number 1 corner. I honestly thought
Yeah.
Farley was number 1 corner over Sertan.
You guys think they go
It's
corner
gotta be.
next?
It should be.
They
corner.
have to go corner next. We don't have any.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Matt
Yeah.
Well, and here, we have them, but they're all on 1-year deals. So what I'd
Yeah.
like to see is for them to start staggering those deals, right? If you trade back into the first round, you get that 5th-year option, and then maybe if you go another corner in like round 4, right? You have him for 4 years or whatever the case may be, and then you start staggering those contracts, so we don't have another situation where the entire cornerback room, the entire DB room was like free agents, and you're like, oh shit. Well, all right. Well, we'll just sign everybody to 1-year deals and just kick the can down the road. You can't do that forever. So I'd like to see them
draft
definitely
update, guys. Detroit
Yes.
Well, here's
Penei Sewell.
here's the Penei
they
Sewell.
took Penei Sewell?
Penei Sewell.
You
Yeah.
didn't see
okay.
that coming.
I had
for
a feeling
rebuilding
that was
team.
the case, but I thought the Chargers were going to trade up for him. But it makes sense. Goff is going to need Jesus over there.
Looks
Well,
like
they don't have
somebody
any
named
freaking-
Matt's
they don't
getting a jersey.
They don't have anybody. They don't have anybody like skill position wise. Like so, I mean, I guess like if you for me, Sewell's a guy for like the Lions you would take if you had some other weapons. They should have drafted freaking Devontae Smith because I thought they were going to go Waddle, and then Waddle got taken off the board.
Yeah, I think it kind of threw everything off when the Bengals took Chase and then the Dolphins took Waddle. And I feel like the Lions did have a wide receiver in mind, and maybe they wanted to trade back and try and get Devontae Smith or maybe Rashad Bateman, but I don't think the value was there. And
Well, at least.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to say at least that I think Smith will drop to the Giants now, where I had him going anyways. So we'll
Stewart
see.
and I kind of think the Giants might do offensive linemen just because it's Dave Gettleman and that's his thing.
Mm.
And that's if Rashawn Slater falls, who I really like and Stewart's really high on too. And because the Giants just signed Kenny Golladay and they already have a bunch of good offensive skill makers. And I will say that you can never have too many because Dallas proved that last season with CeeDee Lamb. And now the Bengals just proved that with Jamar Chase because I thought their receiving weapons were already pretty good. But you never know, man. This draft is absolutely a toss-up.
I'd love to see Daniel Jones with more weapons though, because he's not a bad quarterback. So
No,
I'd like to
that's
see what he can
I-
do with some more weapons.
I was
Hey,
listening
guys,
to a
real quick.
podcast. Go ahead.
Real quick. Sorry to interrupt you. We have a giveaway going on with Pickup right now. Our guys over at Pickup, go and give them a follow. They're really great, kind of innovating the sports betting online market. And they're partnering with us to give away 5 $20 Fanatics gift cards. And what we're asking our viewers to do is send in 49ers props for any of the players that we draft this weekend. So for right now, it's Trey Lance. So some examples that they're given. Over under on Niners first round picks, penalty yards from rookie seasons, who finishes with more, Nick Bosa sacks, Draymond Green technical fouls. They're trying to get creative with these props. So send them in and we'll pick 5 of the most creative ones and we'll give you guys a $20 Fanatics gift card. You can send an email, Zach at 49ersHive. If you follow us on Twitter or Instagram, feel free to DM us. However you want to get them to us, just get them to us. And shout out to the guys that pick up. Go and give them a follow if you guys haven't already.
All right, Zach, I see you. Good timing. Matt's
There
back.
we go.
Sweet.
There we go.
So who are the Panthers taking then, guys?
It can't be
Justin Fields.
Stewart thinks
Justin
No
Fields.
way.
I think it's him. They were in love with him.
But I mean, what do you do with the freaking what you just gave up to get Darnold? Like, where's Darnold go then?
They didn't even pick up. They didn't even pick up his 5th-year option.
Yeah.
No, they had
Okay.
that was I think May 1st is the deadline or June 1st or something.
Right, but I think that the draft was going to inform the move that they made. I would highly suspect that it's going to be Justin Fields here.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
They have their quarterback for today and the quarterback for tomorrow.
Right. You don't have to play Justin Fields right away. You can let Darnold hang himself and see ghosts and do whatever Sam Darnold does, and then put Justin Fields in there. Because Justin Fields and Matt Rule together, holy crap.
you want to know what's funny though is if Fields ended up dropping past 8 and 9 and somehow got to Dallas, they won't take him, but I guarantee Jerry Jones is going to be so pissed at himself because he didn't want to pay Dak, and if he didn't pay Dak, he'd had a possibility to go and get Fields.
Okay, so this is how I know that people don't know shit about what the 49ers are doing. Nick Wagner put out a quote from Kyle Shanahan himself saying that the interest in Trey Lance began back in January.
Wow.
Oh, geez, really?
Yeah, the team was
they're
very
right
high
now.
on Trey throughout the process. He said they were high on Mac Jones also, but he and John Lynch kept it quiet like the whole way. But it looks like that when they said we traded up for a particular guy at 3, that they were talking about Trey Lance.
Yeah, I'm going to step up that quote a bit too. He also said we've been very high on Trey Lance since the beginning, since day one. That's all you need to know. Fake news. Right. Fake news, guys.
Yep.
That's all the media is.
Yep.
Fake news.
Sims running interference for his boy again. All right,
John Lynch
Perry, let me announce this one. I'm going to announce this one. So don't spoil it. When it comes in, I'll get it.
Has it come in yet?
What?
The pick is
Has
in.
it come in?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was going to be Fields because you were like.
Does it feel like these
I thought
first
you already
8
knew.
picks have gone pretty fast, by the way? I feel like they've gone pretty fast.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so. Sure.
Last year, I
it's
felt
only
like
been
everything took forever.
It was a slow process. I thought.
I think they want to pick it up a little bit because people lose.
Now,
lose
here's a
interest if it takes
question.
too long.
Do you think that the fact that Kyle and John are already talking to the media signals that they're done for the night?
No,
No. I don't think so.
That's fair.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Just a question. I was just curious what you guys thought. Zach
We've
over there
always
watching Pornhub or whatever the fuck he's doing, but
Yeah,
I'm just reading some hilarious.
Shanahan did say that Trey Lance was the guy all along.
Wow.
He did.
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, see, at least they told us.
Oh, Matt.
Dude,
Oh, JC, the Carolina Panthers select JC Horn.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, that's a shocker.
Hey, Matt, you called it though. Remember I said I want to trade back into the end of the first. You're like, no, he's going top 10 for sure.
JC
I
Horn,
told you,
the first
though.
corner off the board is crazy.
I
told you-
speculated he would be the first.
Yeah.
He's
They're
really
running
good.
it.
I think Horn is fantastic, but man, that's crazy.
They must
Listen,
think
the
highly
big-
of Darnold, though.
The big knock on JC Horn is that he's grabby, but it's like in college you're allowed to.
Yeah.
That
he
shouldn't
the
be a
South
knock on the
Carolina guy?
player. Yeah. That shouldn't be a knock on the player if he's holding when you're allowed to hold until the ball is thrown. Like that's what I'd do. I'd be like, I'm hugging you the whole way, bro.
Dude, they don't even let corners play the game anymore. Like back in the day, you could play corner. Like it's the hardest position to play in the NFL now because of the rules. Like hands down,
Yeah.
the hardest position to play in the NFL is corner or DB in general because all the rules are pro offense.
I love it from David Yang. Shanny said on KBR, still live when asked about trading back into the first. I think they're going to wait to see how this plays out. And if a good corner falls, Caleb Farley, maybe somebody like that, they're definitely going to look at getting in there. So
Yeah.
Elijah Vera Tucker. 'cause he
Elijah
can
Vera
start right
Tucker.
away.
Interior
Yeah.
offensive line is a huge need.
Some of these
So
quotes from this press conference are gold right now. Miyoko's tweeting out.
Yeah.
Basically, it was crazy to watch what all went. Shanahan said, I think, in reference to this speculation. And then also John Lynch said, the blessing was we got to tell Trey Lance. So it is pretty cool, man. That is really cool.
Yeah. They must have had him. They must have had him from the get-go. I mean, we should have known when they met with his parents. Like after, like we should have.
Yeah, I mean, the
give
smoke
Bruno
screen
credit.
was though that last year that they or the year they drafted Bosa, they met with Quinn and Williams and didn't draft him. So that was kind of like the smoke screen. I'm just really looking forward to seeing how hard Colin Cowherd comes in his pants tomorrow because it's going to be crazy.
Oh my gosh, seriously.
He's my favorite dude. Besides Dan Patrick, Cowherd's he's the best.
Hey Matt, I'm not going to name any names, but
Yes.
after our show's done, I'm going to tune into all the other media outlets without naming names who all were like 100% Justin Fields, just so I can gauge the reactions.
Yep.
I'm going to love it.
They deserve all the heat that they get.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But hey, they knew all along too, don't forget. It goes both ways for them.
Yeah.
They
Absolutely.
it was
does.
they knew it was Lance all along. Come on, that's what they'll say.
Yeah.
Oh, I was just smoke screening you guys with the Justin Fields. It was always Lance.
Big Trey just
Yeah.
tweeted out too right now. He says,
Barrow
San Francisco, you ready?
says, Kyle Shanahan, to put it lightly, was amused by the reporting that immediately connected the Niners with Jones. We weren't going to look to correct that at all.
Yeah, why would they?
Yeah. Exactly.
Why did he come out so angry in the last press conference? Like, dude, that guy's a great actor.
Because they know Jones is terrible.
No,
When I
Hey.
watched that
You said that-
press- for pick
Remember
three.
when I
Sorry,
told you in
pick
the
three.
chat? Hold on. Remember when I told you in the chat, Christian? And you were like, I was like,
Yeah.
dude, that's Kyle. He's a fucking red ass like his dad is. And you were like, if so,
That's
he's
true,
the best
yeah.
actor ever.
That's
I
I mean,
like I said-
it's hard.
Hey, weren't the Oscars just on Sunday?
Yeah,
I mean-
nobody watched him, but no, but
I guess
everybody
they
was
didn't
like,
watch what?
everybody came out of that saying it's Mac Jones, it's Mac Jones, it's Mac Jones, and I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
he said everything and he said nothing all at the same time, and you guys can't go off of that. Like we
I
just don't
underestimated
know.
Because his dad is the greatest like actor and just absolutely emotionless guy to ever coach
Yeah.
in the NFL. So I underestimated Kyle that he could be at that level, but he's at his
Kyle-
dad's level.
Kyle has a bit more of the red ass than his dad does. He wears his disappointment on his face, but I feel like he's, good enough to be able to kind of mislead people if he needs to, and that's why nothing came out. I mean, again, that whole adding him to the press conference thing last minute, I think that was because John is such an effusive, like positive personality that Kyle was like, hey, John, you better not fuck this up, dude. Like, I'm going to come on there and make sure that you don't give it away.
Yeah, that was weird. That was weird that he came out there. Do you remember the reports that the scouting department and Kyle were in love with two different people? Do you think there's any truth to that? One, and two, do you think the two people were Lance and Fields?
The
Well, he
only
said-
truth I could say to that, I think, is that the debates that they were having between Jones and Lance probably got pretty heated. I don't necessarily think that's like a point of opinion where Shanahan was all over Jones. I think it was more about like just intense debate between one and the other. That's how I would look at it.
I think that video fucked Mac Jones.
Yes.
Well,
I think that
They
video
said-
screwed him over.
The last one?
so
Yeah.
did Mike like Jones then, and that's why Jones was part of the conversation? But like how Kyle said, it was always Lance. Maybe Mike liked
well-
Jones, and Mike had brought that into conversation.
Jones.
I think, well, here's the thing. I think that Kyle, more than anything, likes a cerebral quarterback that can break defenses down like he does, right? That he can have a conversation with and be like, look, this is what we're looking at or whatever, and be able to dissect the defense from an intellectual point of view. And then whatever else you get on top of that, right? And this is one of those things where it's like, okay, let's just say Trey Lance is a genius and Mac Jones is a genius. Now, once you're past the mental aspect of the game, okay, now let's look at maturity. Oh, Trey Lance is viewed as like an A+ team guy. Mac Jones has a DUI and whatever. Okay, fine, whatever. That's still a wash if you're not convinced yet. Now let's go to the physical. Oh, Trey Lance has a bigger arm. Mac Jones is more accurate, but Trey Lance has a bigger arm. Oh, and also he can run the ball. Well, it just slants so far in Lance's favor that it's not a surprise to me that even if you like Mac Jones for his intellectual ability on the football field, when you hold that up and you see that Trey Lance is equally, if not more, because they said they thought he was the smartest guy in the draft, it's a no-brainer when you add the physical tools to it,
Check that out.
Hey,
Mac Jones,
got him.
Nice.
hey,
Got
Mac, they
him.
just showed Mac Jones on ESPN,
Got
and he
him.
looks absolutely devastated.
That
He looks
I'm sorry,
completely
I
out
have
of it.
to say this right now based off that graphic. I hate the Niners draft hat. The Niners draft.
I like
It's so
it.
bad. It's so
I
bad.
can't take it. The gray is stupid.
I
I'm
thought it was
sorry.
hilarious how people were saying, "Oh, that's a Mac Jones hat," when it's like,
What?
this trucker hat was in the works since last year, dude. Like, come on,
That's
man.
funny. That's funny.
Yeah.
Pick is in for Broncos, Matt. You
Hey,
got this.
Yep.
Is there a pick
Yeah, I'll
already?
take
'Cause I
it.
was
I'll
gonna-
take it.
Okay,
I
go
think
ahead.
it's later. My gut
And then-
feeling is later.
For
I'm
the
saying
Broncos,
Fields.
Justin Fields.
Justin Fields.
No.
Take Justin
Oh yeah,
Fields.
you know what? Yes.
They're
Justin
connected to
Fields.
Aaron Rodgers. Why go for Aaron Rodgers? You can get Justin Fields. Cheaper, younger.
Was it Fields? Oh, no.
I mean, not for sure. I'm speculating.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'll announce it when it's there. I know Perry will give it first, and he'll.
No,
He'll
I
still
won't.
have a reaction.
I won't this time. I swear, I won't.
Why is your PS5 remote upside down, bro?
That's how it charges. I can't. The way
Oh.
I have the PS5 set up, if I put it upright, the cord gets all wacky.
I haven't
Okay.
bought a charger yet.
Isn't that cool though? That's so sick.
Yeah,
I
I
love
got the
that.
I got the charge stand that can do two controllers at the same time. That's shaped like a PS5. It's actually really cool.
Really?
I need to get one. I
Yeah.
haven't got one yet.
And Zach, I saw that.
Zach's like,
what are you doing?
Zach's like, I can't get nothing.
Dude, I
Oh,
literally, not even kidding. I
Okay.
literally every single hour after hour went online.
The
to see when there was
Broncos.
gonna be more PS5.
Breaking news, guys! The Broncos with the 9th pick select Patrick Surtain.
Wow.
Oh, dude, freaking
Yo,
the Cowboys
way.
are freaking
Fields,
pissed.
Fields is going to New England.
Yeah, yeah.
Fields
The
is going-
Cowboys
yeah.
have to be
No, guys,
super
guys.
mad right now.
The Saints are trading up for Fields.
Oh, they were trying to get into it.
The
Yeah.
Saints, dude. The Saints, they
Yeah.
got to be trading with the
Dude, that's-
Cowboys.
that's
The
gonna
Cowboys
be
are going to
scary.
trade back. The Cowboys have to trade back now because they wanted Surtains. The Cowboys trade back right now. Watch. Cowboys trade
What
with
else
freaking
to just
Saints.
get offensive lineman? Jerry Jones
Hey.
loves those picks.
Hey Lawrence.
No,
X-
Lawrence.
Xbox doesn't have
Yeah.
any good games. Good luck with that.
Literally zero.
That's facts.
He'll be crying when he
But-
sees the reviews come out for
There's a lot of great games. I don't know
God of
what
War
y'all talking
Ragnarok.
about. I got a lot of great games.
I'll hold Halo up against Spider-Man and God of War and
they're
Last
okay.
of Us and
God of War,
Uncharted.
They're okay.
Dude, I'll
That
put.
great.
I'll put
I'm just
freaking-
playing, Lawrence. If you like your Xbox, you like your Xbox. That's cool. No hate here. I got
He
Game
probably just
Pass
plays
on
Call
my
of Duty anyway.
PC, so
Hey,
Yeah,
Matt,
yeah.
we just got that a
Game
month
Pass.
ago. I love it. I love having
Awesome.
It's actually pretty cool to have Game Pass. I like playing some of the games.
on
Yeah,
PC,
Matt,
it's sick.
Real quick, I
Have
just
you
want
guys-
to say a moment to Stuart, who has been in such a dark mental space lately, thinking it's going to be. Dude, Stuart has
You
been a
guys see the
broken
message?
man for the last month. It seems like
Wait.
he's back now.
Wait, hey, is the guy? I saw what you put in the chat. So the person who was dead wrong and put money on Justin Fields is now saying that someone's DMing him. Never mind. Never mind.
Wait, what?
It's spinning season now, guys.
Yep.
People
What are you
we
talking
know
about?
are about to start.
We got a
teaching-
question here. Niner faithful, as you watch this unfold, did SF give up too much to get Lance at 3?
Nope.
No,
No.
no way in hell.
When
No.
you listen to how
If you
when
want-
you listen to people talk about Lance and how smart he is and just everything about him physically and mentally, you can't skip on that. You can't. Not one bit.
So
I mean, he's
my
like.
favorite.
Go ahead.
My favorite comp I saw on Lance was McNabb, because growing up, McNabb was my guy. I freaking absolutely loved him as a kid. So I really liked seeing the comp of McNabb. I think Lance can be better than him, but the fact that they're comparing him to a guy that can run but also throw the ball really well and is built like a freaking brick house is pretty exciting. Like that really got me excited about Lance when I saw that he was compared to McNabb. I'm like, oh, now I'm in.
Matt Lawrence said, I'm trying to get a next gen console without paying the scalper price.
You gotta
Good.
get
Don't-
lucky. You just gotta get
Nobody
lucky.
pay for scalper price.
just
Nobody
wait.
pay for
Just
scalper
read-
price. That's
Just
garbage.
reach out to
next
the
year.
scalpers and tell them to
Oh,
fuck themselves.
and by the way, I'm going to say this. This goes for PS5 as well. Like, if you have a PS4, you don't need a PS5 right now. There's no games
Yeah.
for PS5 like that are super exclusive that you need. Just wait until the prices go down. Don't overextend. It's not worth it. Like, just
Next
just
year.
wait till you
I'm waiting a
Matt,
year.
have you been playing the show? You got the show,
Yes,
right?
I have. Yes, I have.
Dude, I'm
Yeah.
doing this program for sorry, off topic real quick. I'm doing this program for Houston Street, and I have to beat the Padres on All-Star or higher.
Good luck.
Tatis just bombs it off me every time. Annoying. Sorry, nerd talk.
Yeah.
But
No, I've been in Stadium Creator for like
It's
so
so
much
cool.
time.
It's so
It's so
cool.
good.
I'm an NHL guy, so I don't play the show. I'm just
Okay.
an NHL guy.
Respect. But yeah, I
Used to
just
play
back
Madden,
that
but I
last
went to-
question, there's no such thing as overpaying for Lance.
No.
It's different. I think
Well,
Lance is
I mean,
compared to
listen,
Jones.
if you've traded 10 first-round picks to get it for Lance, that's overpaying. But
Oh, did the Niners
what they
did the
paid, that's fine.
Did the Niners pay 2 first-round picks or 3?
3.
Two.
Two.
It's two.
Oh my!
It's
Because they
three.
split, they
It's 3.
split the
It's
trade
three.
technically two.
It's 3.
They
That still
traded one.
counts, dude.
It's still
If
You
you
get
get
one back.
Hey,
No. It's not the same. It's not, I'm gonna break this down for you, right? The
So they
49ers
did 3,
picks.
but they lost 2 of them.
The 49ers. Hold on. The 49ers picks are apples, right? Number 3 was an orange, so you get 1 orange for 3 apples.
Okay.
You get
Yeah.
something in return, but it's not the same thing you gave up. You put 3 first-round picks in the deal.
hey,
When you
but-
hold on. When you look at the ledger of the things, when ESPN puts up the graphic of what they gave, or like what the team receives, did Miami receive 2 or 3 first-round picks? They received 3. So the 49ers gave up 3 to get 1. It's a 3-for-1. That's what it is. The positioning is different.
Okay.
let me say something real quick.
That's
So,
math, brother.
I
Okay,
was-
if you want to say it's a net -2, you can say that, but actual
That's
picks.
how
That makes sense.
That's how I view it.
Okay. See, that's how
or-
I was always looking at it. A net -2.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh, trade alert. Trade alert.
Trade
Told you guys.
alert.
Oh
Say-
shit!
Billy,
Hey, all
Eagles-
the
Justin
Eagles.
Fields.
No way.
The
Justin
Eagles are going to
Fields.
take Justin Fields.
they're
The
getting
Eagles are going
Fields.
to take
How you
Justin
gonna
Fields.
How you gonna do freaking Herd that way? Or,
Uh,
with
I
the,
don't know
I can
what
do that.
they don't like about Hurts.
I can
don't
do that.
know.
He's not that good.
yeah,
Well, it's funny.
Jalen Hurts sucks.
dude, I thought for sure it was the Saints though. I was like, come on, I called it, and I was wrong.
Eagles trade up for Mac Jones.
No, dude, they
No,
Can you imagine?
no.
I'm being
The
told
Eagles,
he's the
the Eagles
most
are going to take
pro-ready
Justin
quarterback.
Fields.
I feel bad for Mac Jones because it was like pretty much a smokescreen for all like he's going to the Niners. So he's probably expecting, oh, I'm going to the Niners, and then it doesn't happen, and he's dropping.
That's
I feel
really
kinda
shocking
bad for
that, that Jerry Jones would make a trade like that with someone in his division. That's actually kind of
He
shocking.
wanted
I wonder
he
what they
wanted
gave up.
Surtain. They were all in on Surtain.
You think the Cowboys
Yeah.
can move back again then off of 12?
Maybe because I think they might take that linebacker out of Micah Parsons. Or is it Micah Parsons?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Well,
that's who they would take
need
at
a
12.
linebacker because Sean Lee retired, so they can
Yeah,
replace Sean
because-
Lee with.
Oh,
I
that's
think-
right. Yeah.
I think they wanted Surtain because they really need a corner, and that's who
Yeah.
the only guy they wanted. They were really high on Surtain, and I think because Surtain's gone, they trade it back, and they're going to try to get Parsons at 12 because I guarantee you Devontae Smith goes to the Giants now that Devontae Smith's going to the Giants. So
Eagles could do
it has to
Devontae
be a
Smith.
quarterback here. The Eagles could do Devontae Smith too, but
Philosophically,
Dude,
that would make
The Eagles wouldn't have had to trade to get Devontae Smith.
that's true.
I don't
Well,
think the
no, because
Giants
I think the
would take-
Giants
unless the
would have taken
Giants
him.
wanted them. Unless the Giants wanted Smith.
I had the Giants in my mock. In the mock that I sent Zach, I had Devontae Smith going to.
My issue with the
Matt
Giants is
Jones
that
is
they
the Giants.
overpaid for Nate Salter. So
Oh, bad. Very bad.
Mac
So
Jones.
I think they were going to look to replace him with Rashawn Slater. By the way, if you're sitting here and the Eagles don't take Rashawn Slater and the Cowboys don't take Rashawn Slater because they don't need him, and maybe the Giants don't take him or whatever, how dope are the Chargers feeling right now, sitting at 13, being like, we can get Rashawn Slater, just fall to us.
Yeah.
I think the
Is he the
Chargers
tackle
could be
out of TCU?
Northwestern.
Tackle out of TCU.
Northwestern.
Northwestern. Okay. Northwestern. Okay.
Yeah.
Wrong purple.
Yeah. No, I knew exactly what you were talking about because I was like, I know all of the purple jersey having teams everywhere because it's just my favorite color. So
Oh, you
purple-
said that earlier with
Oh,
the
okay.
Vikings.
That's my
Yeah,
wife's
you said
favorite
that
color.
earlier.
Yeah.
Do you guys think Matt goes 15?
Yeah,
If yeah.
Yep.
yeah.
No,
Yeah,
That's
he's
great.
gone
no,
already.
Great.
I
He's,
think if
he's
the Eagles
Belichick
don't get
Brady
Fields,
2.0
I think,
right there.
if the Eagles don't get Fields, I think that the Patriots would.
I feel
Okay,
bad for Justin. He shouldn't be
Mac will
dropping
go
his car.
15, Mac will go 15 if Justin Fields is gone.
Okay.
Is Justin
Fair.
dropping because of the epilepsy though? Because he shouldn't be dropping.
No, I think that some of the tape, so like people were like, oh, one of the concerns that I had on tape was that this year, 2020, against some of the better teams, Justin Fields had some rough games.
They were pretty bad.
Yeah, but he played
There were some rough games.
two top five. the two bad games.
I know.
Two of the
I
top
know.
5, top 10
I know.
defenses, and half
But it
his
was
team
up
was out with COVID. Half his team was out with
I
COVID.
get it.
Like that.
I
They
get
only
it,
gave
but-
up chemistry there, and
I get it, but they're again when you add everything. So, and again, I love bringing up Cowherd, but Cowherd said this: nothing is everything, but everything is something.
Pick his
And
name.
so
guys.
between the tape, you can announce this one, Perry. Between the tape and between the epilepsy thing, I think that some teams are like, oh, I don't know if we want to deal with that, because the doctor can say, oh yeah, it's fine, right? But until it's not, right? Whose volume's up? Come on, y'all.
he's gonna make us pay though. Like he's gonna make the NFL pay for him fall and watch.
Potentially. It depends on where he goes. If he
Field.
goes to Philly, he ain't gonna do shit because Philly sucks as an organization.
Dude, if he doesn't go right now to Philly, then it's got to be the Saints. I don't know what the Saints are waiting
That's
for.
gonna
They're
be
so stupid.
scary, bro.
If he goes to the
Eagles-
Patriots, we're all
The
screwed.
Eagles drafted Devontae Smith.
They
took
traded
Devontae.
up to
They
take
did?
Devontae.
Yeah,
They gave
that
up
was-
with-
that was
I
the
told
Giants
you.
were gonna do it.
You know why
Yeah,
they traded
I
up?
think
Because
that's
he was
what-
going to the Giants. The Giants were going
Hey,
to take
Zach-
him at 11.
Hey Zach, I got a quick question about the mock draft. Because I mocked Devontae Smith to the Eagles, but at 12. Does that still kind of count? Do I get like 2/3 of a point for that shit?
Nope,
You can count that.
doesn't
as half a
count.
point.
Doesn't count.
Hey, get out of here. Right team. I knew what I just didn't think they were. Listen, like I said, if Justin Fields went to the Eagles, he'd be trashed because it's a trash organization.
Dude,
Yeah.
A trash organization trades up from 12 to 10 to get a guy they could have got at 12. I can't. What did the
Well, no, I
the
still
Cowboys
think
get from the Eagles
the
to go?
Giants, I
2023.
guarantee you the Giants were going to take him.
2022 third.
The
Okay.
Giants were going to take him at 11. The Giants were going to
Ian
take him at 11.
Rappaport tweets the Devontae Smith thing, and instantly right after, the Giants are having trade talks at number 11.
Oh yeah,
Told
Rappaport's
you.
reporting that
I
right now.
told
they
you.
want Smith.
I
Yeah.
told you
Okay.
Devontae Smith was
Good
the
call.
Giants guy from
Good
the
call.
get
That
go.
was nice.
Hey man, even a blind squirrel finds an acorn now and again. Don't get too excited.
That's mean.
I'm just
Like,
playing, I'm just
I
playing.
knew
I'm just
that's-
mean.
Like every time I did my mock,
I'm just playing.
I'm like, if he falls, the Giants are taking him because Daniel Jones needs another guy,
Yeah,
and I
he
really
needs a
like
guy.
because I really like Daniel Jones, and I'm like they need to get him a guy. So like I was like, there's so many receivers that I thought the Giants would fall in their lap, but I guess they didn't see the freaking Eagles.
So
trading up
then,
or the
so then I
Cowboys.
would say that it's not going to be New England. I would think it'd be the Saints, because if the Giants can trade down with the Saints, right? The Saints are in the 20s. Giants can
The Saints are
trade
going
down
to
with
take
the
Justin
Saints.
Fields.
Well, here's the thing: the Giants can trade down with the Saints, who are in the 20s, right? And now you're not overextending for somebody like Terrace Marshall or Kadarius Toney, somebody like that. You could still get that at a pick. The Saints can come up and grab Justin Fields to replace Drew Brees, because I don't think they're comfortable with either. Listen, for whatever you want to say, Taysom Hill is not the guy. Let's be real, dude. That's such a
No,
bullshit
he wasn't
thing.
the guy at BYU, bro. I watched that guy play live. He wasn't the guy there either.
Nah. So
Hey, real quick, you guys want to hear John Lynch confirm that they inquired about Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah.
Were there any talks yesterday or consideration about pursuing a trade for such a player?
I'll answer that, Cam. And you're talking.
okay, wait. Pause. Breaking news: the Chicago Bears are going to number 11.
Wow.
The Chicago Bears are going to take Justin Fields.
We're getting Justin
Zach Jones.
Fields.
Give me
I
Jones.
love that.
Zach
freaking pick,
Jones.
dude.
Wow.
Oh my God, Andy Dalton QB1 my ass.
Wow.
Oh, I've always liked the Bears, so that gets me excited. Oh man, that's awesome. Good for Fields.
Matt Nagy
Right.
just saved his career.
I'm gonna finish playing the clip.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll answer that, Cam. And you're talking about, the MVP of our league last year. And I don't know about you guys, but to me, when the MVP of the league might be available, and I didn't know that, I'm just reading the tea leaves just like everybody else and saying, hold on, is something going on here? Yeah, we inquired, and it was a quick into the conversation. It wasn't happening. And,
Yeah.
as we've said, we've been convicted and excited for a long, long time. So we went right back to where we've been, and that's really excited about adding Trey Lance to the 49ers, and we're thrilled about that.
Were there any
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, he's right. If that happens, you got to call and ask. I mean, who wouldn't? You know. But to me, that the way that quote comes off sounds like that Trey Lance was still the guy.
Mhm.
Maybe Lynch wanted to just gauge value for Rodgers and see if there's anything that was workable. But I think it was Lance all along.
John Lynch has been asking about everybody for the past 2.5 years. This dude just picking up his phone and calling, "Hey, you available? You available?"
I know.
He called on Tom Brady before there was
He's a
even any
safety. He
smoke.
comes out of nowhere.
Yeah.
He's a safety, guys. He comes out of nowhere for everything.
Poor Garoppolo. Kyle Posey on Twitter was like, once the Aaron Rodgers thing happened, that was the 28th quarterback the Niners were linked to, and reports to interviews, talks, phone calls. 28 quarterbacks, and he finally got
How
one.
long? Do you know how long?
Probably since Garoppolo got hurt last season.
Makes sense.
I mean, the moment Garoppolo got hurt, this had to have been in the works. Like, there's not just one day where you go, you know what, we like these quarterbacks.
That's what I think that's what's happening too. So the Bears are still on the clock, but I would be shocked if they don't take Justin Fields. I think that has to be the move.
This quarterback stuff was happening after the Super Bowl. Like, if you look at Kyle's face in the fourth quarter, every time Jimmy did something stupid, he was like, "You gotta be fucking kidding me, guys!" Like, seriously.
The Super Bowl, that's like just every game Garoppolo throws in.
I agree, because every time Garoppolo throws, I cringe. Like, I'm not even kidding. Every time he ever threw the ball, I'd be like, "Oh, he completed it."
We went through a whole tenure of Brian Hoyer, CJ Beathard, Nick Mullins, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Guys, I want to give you the numbers on the Bears pick right now. Albert Breer's reporting that the Bears are trading 20, a 2021 fifth, a 2022 first rounder, a 2022 fourth rounder for 11 overall. They're getting Justin Fields.
They're getting Justin Fields.
That's Justin Fields.
That is
because
such a quarterback haul.
They have to get a lot because they moved up so high, right? Like, the Eagles only had to give up a third, but it's because it's 2 picks. I would
The
assume.
pick is in Justin Fields to the Chicago Bears.
Damn!
Wow.
Damn.
Hey, Justin Fields worked out. He's got a hell of an offense to freaking go play
Fields
with.
just said, no, Matt Nagy.
No, hey, you know what? Fuck that. Matt Nagy made the playoffs twice with Mitch Trubisky as the quarterback. The problem is not Matt Nagy.
No.
Yeah.
Dude, that offense.
You know who I'm happy for? I'm happy that Khalil Mack finally has a chance to compete now and not be wasted. That's who I'm happy for.
I'm happy for Justin Fields, man. I think that's a good situation for him.
Chicago is going to
the fact that he fell out of the top 10, I was hurting for him because he didn't deserve to, because, I mean, it was him and Lawrence their whole time in high school and everything, all the way coming up. He beats Lawrence in the freaking playoffs, and then he's the one that gets just shit on all the way down to
So does this mean Mac Jones to the Patriots?
I think so.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, you would figure that Bill probably would have made the trade by now, right? Unless this is all what we've just been expecting. That Mac
I think Bill's sitting there knowing that this is probably going to happen, especially when Fields is sitting there at 10 or 11. Mm-hmm. He's probably like, no way in hell Fields and Jones are going to be taken in the next 4 picks. He's probably sitting with a smile on his face.
Micah Parsons has to go 12 to Dallas next.
I just want to say,
go ahead, Brandon.
I just want to say, I feel like the 49ers made this fucking draft. Like, way
the whole
farther than
offseason
it originally was.
Ever since the trade, though, these reporters have been going crazy trying to figure out. Vegas, the odds have been going crazy trying to figure out. 49ers Twitter, us included, have been going crazy. Most of the people on the screen lost sleep over this. This shit's been crazy.
Poor Stewart. Shout out to Stewart, man.
Especially Stewart.
Stewart, man.
Yeah.
Stewart. That's the boy.
Hey, you know what, though? I want to stay on the opposite side of this. That's a pretty good deal for the Giants, by the way. They got a lot of capital for that, to just trade back 9 spots. And so now they go to 20, and I think you can take a Terrace Marshall or Kadarius Toney at 20. I think that's perfectly acceptable to take one of those two there.
I'm sorry, for
what
Dallas?
position are those guys?
For for the Giants, who traded from 11 to 20.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that you can Kadarius Toney or Terrace Marshall going to the Giants at 20 for what they got. They got an extra first round pick. They got a 5th rounder this year. I forget what the exact compensation was, but like that's a pretty good return to move down 9 slots to draft. I think Kadarius Toney is actually a really good receiver. I think Terrace Marshall has a chance to be really, really good.
Bateman is really good too.
Well, what about Bateman, dude? He was a beast. Like, not in 2019, he was an absolute freaking monster and would have been a top 10 pick if he came out a year sooner.
Would you guys be mad if the Niners traded back for a wide receiver or traded back in?
No.
For a wide receiver, yes.
Yeah.
For a wide receiver, yes.
I wouldn't be mad because we really need a receiver 3. Like, I know I might be the only guy.
But you don't trade back into the first round for receiver 3.
I guess that's true.
Wide receiver round 1 should be wide receiver 1, and they have 2 guys who are right there. I think Ayuk. You really want to see. I think Ayuk has the potential to be an actual legitimate wide receiver 1, and Debo's just going to be wide receiver 2 for his whole life.
Well,
no shame in that game, but
like Ayuk's going to be a deep ball guy now that we got a quarterback that can throw the ball to him deep.
By the way,
Matt, I just want to give you a little bit of props for that. When I was talking about the Niners possibly getting a deep threat type of guy, and then you sent me that link about Ayuk's overall speed. That dude can fly.
He's a 4.3 guy. Yeah,
he doesn't look fast off the get off. I think it's just because he's so long.
So for context for the other guys in here and for the chat, Perry was like, "Man, we need a burner," and I was like, "Okay, if you look at Arizona State had done the shoulder pad like the GPS shit, and I sent him a thing where it was like, no, Brandon Ayuk's top speed his last year in college before he had that injury. He had that core muscle injury that slowed him down in his 40. He had, if it compared to NFLers, he had the 3rd fastest speed recorded for that calendar season, NFL or college. So he was really, really fast. He's a 4.3 guy. He's a burner. He just needed to get healthy. So, by the way, I just want to say, Zach, we talk about this all the time, and I'm sure you guys know. 49ers Twitter, never happy, right?
Yep.
I'm seeing shit like, oh, did we really have to trade up to get Trey Lance, who probably would have been there at 12? I'm like, come on, guys.
There's no way.
There's no way.
No.
They made the right decision. Now that it's Lance, they made the right decision, hands down.
Yeah, real quick, Jennifer Lee Chan of NBC Sports or NBC Sports 49ers, she said Kyle Shanahan was a ball boy with the 49ers when Trey Lance's father was in training camp with the team.
Yes.
It's irrelevant, but it's kind of cool stat.
It's way cool.
Yeah.
There's always some backstory with that kind of stuff, There's always some kind of story that's just mind-blowing.
We're in the Matrix. That's what it is. We're just all in the Matrix.
Life is a simulation.
The crazy thing, though, Shanahan had the closest connection to Fields. That's what's crazy is that, like, he had the closest connection and, like,
but that's also the reason why Shanahan wouldn't like Fields, though, because he knows everything that's wrong. That's what led me on to think.
Matt and I talked about this last week on our live show. The whole Scangarello, play it cool, underneath his breath when they had the
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, like we thought for sure there was something there. Maybe there was, and maybe they were genuinely just debating who do we go between. That's why I kept telling the guys I really do think it's between Fields and Lance. That's just what makes the most sense. And constantly these reporters, you get a report one morning saying the 49ers are basically all they know what the pick is, but nobody even inside the organization knows. And then later on that same day, you'd get like detailed reports about like what Kyle Shanahan was wearing at this meeting. It's like, how can you go from nobody even inside the organization knows to this is literally everything that happened minute by minute. So I knew it was a bunch of BS. I mean, don't get me wrong. I was stressing out over it on the odd chance that it wasn't.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the other thing, too. And I believe I said this, too. If it wasn't Fields, it was just as much an indication that Kyle seeing him at QB Collective tuned him into some things that he really didn't like.
Yeah.
Right? Because Kyle is a loyal guy. Obviously, with the Cousins love, with all that stuff, he's a loyal guy. But
he's very cerebral. He's a very cerebral guy, so it makes sense that
here's the question. So, no, listen, I get it, but it's just one of those things where it's just like maybe something in his throwing motion, maybe something in his decision making. Because I did watch Justin Fields and think like, man, there is some Jimmy Garoppolo to his game where he'll throw some shit that you're just like, that's kind of ugly. I don't like that necessarily, but. Justin Fields at 11 is a crazy good pick for the Bears. I think that's fantastic for them.
Oh yeah.
Now what do the Bears do with Nick Foles, who has $9 million guaranteed on his contract? Do they? I feel like Andy Dalton, depending on his contract, might not have the guarantees, and they can just cut his ass.
Cowboys pick is in.
Well, I mean, I don't think the Bears saw themselves getting Fields. Like, I do not think that they thought they had a chance.
No.
And I'm really happy for Fields.
Cowboys pick 12, Micah Parsons.
Oh, I told you.
Cowboys pick Micah Parsons. Good shit.
You called it.
I knew it.
That made
Good
sense.
call.
I knew it.
Hey, this message here, though, is chat from Ashok. From now on, if anybody says from sources, from Niners, I'm going to be like, get the fuck out, dude.
You should have been that way to begin with, because that's we all said it. They had all these moves that never leaked, and then all of a sudden everybody knew. I said this shit like 2 months ago. I'm patting myself on the back. Excuse me, but
You almost gave it away.
my bad.
Lawrence. I just hope we keep these two as wide receivers. They're exciting to watch.
Look at that. Sorry.
Listen. I didn't mean to just Matt Barr our reputation there. Sorry about that.
That's okay, dude. It's totally.
Hey, I just have to say, E4, you shout out Trey Lance. So
More importantly,
Yeah.
I haven't. I worked all night last night. Hey, Trey, baby. Hey, George Kittle's excited. There you go.
Kittle's hype.
Dude. Kittle's going to be freaking Lance's safety blanket. That's why he's hyped.
Here's the thing. Let's watch what New England does. Oh, the pick is in somewhere.
Nah, that's me. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm watching Croc's reaction.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. So let's watch what New England does. If they don't take Mac Jones, be prepared for a Niners trade for Jimmy Garoppolo.
Okay,
Yeah.
I like
that.
A second rounder?
They might for a second rounder. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, and I'm just gonna throw this out there. We're gonna have some new merch within the next week for sure. Some new trade of the day merch or something like that. We'll come up with some cool designs over on our Teespring store. We got to do it, and we have like 3, I think, giveaways, maybe 2 giveaways going on right now. After today, we're gonna sit through and sift through all of the submissions we got for our first round giveaway. See who's winning what. And then I also tweeted out back in January when I thought there was absolutely no way the 49ers are going to draft a quarterback. I tweeted in January, if the Niners trade for Deshaun Watson or draft any quarterback with their first round pick, I'll buy somebody their jersey. So that totally picked up. And now I got to buy somebody a jersey. So I'm going to be going through that either today or tomorrow. By Saturday, the absolute latest. It really just depends on how busy I am with work. But just know you're not forgotten. I got you guys. Somebody will be getting a jersey. 2 people will be getting a jersey, and somebody in here is also getting one too because we have an internal giveaway going on as well. So,
by the way, I worked 12 hours last night. Yeah, I worked 12 hours last night, and I'm like, I slept for like 3 hours, woke up, did my thing. I'm so excited that the 49ers did not take Mac Jones. I'm surviving on that entire shit that they did not.
Matt, I didn't realize before, but you had a dog in the game for a reason why you didn't like him. So it makes sense now. I didn't know before when we were talking in the chat, but I understand it now. I get it now.
Yeah, and I'll put that out there. My father was like, he got drunk, rode a motorcycle, and ended up killing himself. So I was robbed of my dad because he got loose with the drinking. So that Mac Jones was always a non-starter for me just because of the DUI. But and I'm just glad that it's not Mac Jones. Like, it's one of those things where, like, I always talk about, I love the logo. I love the, I'm loyal to the name on the front of the jersey rather than the back. But at the same time, it would have been disappointing considering what, again, I talked about we talk about culture. We talk about everything like that. Hey, we moved off of Reuben Foster and all these people because we didn't like what they were doing. So it would have been disappointing for them to do that. So I'm really glad they didn't. And everybody who talks about Trey Lance says what a good kid he is. So I'm super happy that they got a guy who is apparently the smartest guy in the draft, one of the coolest dudes in the draft, one of the nicest kids in the draft, and has a ton of physical tools. I cannot wait to see what he becomes because, man, it's been so long since the 49ers had a franchise quarterback. I'm super stoked to see what happens. So I could not be happier. You know, I said Justin Fields was maybe the pick, but I said no matter what, Lance or Fields, I was happy. Trey Lance, let's go. Let's get it.
Yep. 1A, 1B.
So, no one said it yet. No one said it yet.
Might be the closest thing we've had to Steve Young.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Perry.
Are the Niners a playoff team?
Yes.
Yes.
I think so.
We were a playoff team last year before the injury.
As long as everybody stays healthy.
When does
here's the
Lance
thing.
start?
Week 1. I think they get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo like tomorrow.
I love it. I think, there's no point keeping him. I know people have said you need to keep him because Lance didn't play last year, but I don't think that's necessarily a reason.
Kyle came out and said that Lance was the smartest player in the draft. To me, that says, yo, Jimmy, get the fuck out of here. Like, I got a new toy. I'm not worried about you anymore, right? Like,
I mean,
and like I said, if he gets hurt again, he has no value whatsoever to any team.
Right.
So they have to get rid of him. I'm calling it now, by the way, LA Chargers. It's going to be Rashawn Slater, like 100%.
Oh, yeah. You have you were
Slater
right
or Derek
I was
Tucker.
thinking that.
They could go with the local kid.
No, but they need a tackle, right?
Tucker can do both.
Yes, they need a tackle.
Slater and Tucker both can play tackle and guard.
But hasn't okay. But hasn't the
Slater?
Go ahead, Matt.
The only thing with Slater is that he has short arms, but on his tape, I thought Slater was a more refined left tackle than Penei Sewell was.
But hasn't he been?
Stewart was higher on Slater than Sewell. Stewart was big on Slater over Sewell, which makes sense. But yeah, the Chargers gotta go offensive line. But I mean, Matt, to your point about Jimmy Garoppolo kind of getting kicked out the door and with the whole decision-making thing, when I was watching a lot of Lance's film, a lot of his throws, while he had no interceptions, none of his throws felt like they were bad decision throws. A lot of them were just misplaced balls that could have been intercepted. And that's something that's correctable. Yeah. That's something that's all mechanics. The difference between that is Jimmy Garoppolo, I feel, is aware that he's making a terrible throw. I feel like the moment he let it go, it's like, oh shit, I shouldn't have done that.
Well, and the thing with Trey Lance is that you're talking about a guy who in his college career averaged 18 attempts a game. So he doesn't even have he's not even a finished product yet. So like I said, Kyle is going to mold him and be like, hey, look, I know you know what you're doing. We're going to talk about this. This is how we're going to read a defense. I want you to spot these things on the field. This is what you recognize for this. And if he's as smart as everybody is saying that Kyle thinks he is, he's going to pick that stuff up and you're not going to have those issues. I think because of the lack of experience, it's like one of those things where, like students are better at picking things up, right? Why? Because they don't have bad habits.
Yeah.
And so you get to take a guy who's infinitely moldable. The only thing that I worry about Trey Lance is something that he really tuned up in his pro day, but that I think could be worked on overall to make it second nature. And that's his elongated throwing delivery. I think he dips the ball too low. That's like my big thing. He's upright and dips the ball too low. It's going to be Rashawn Slater, 100%.
The one thing that I heard that like he said was one of the biggest thing Lance tries to focus on, though, is he's very aware of not turning over the ball. Like that's his thing that he focuses on. It's a big part of his game, he says, is not turning over the ball. So I feel like that has to be a huge thing for Kyle too, because Jimmy being kind of a turnover machine.
I was just gonna say that.
You're drafting a guy. You're drafting a guy that's like his whole focus, like his number one focus is don't turn over the ball.
Yep. Yeah.
So like that's a big deal.
You're going from a guy who thinks the middle linebacker plays on his offense to a guy who completely does his best to take care of the ball. Man, I'm so hyped. I'm really so hyped, guys. Hey, I'm saying it right now. If the 49ers win a Super Bowl within the next 2 years, I will easily buy each one of you guys on the team a jersey. No questions asked. Let's get there.
I think we're going to go to the Super Bowl this coming season.
I'd rather we just all go to the Super Bowl as a group.
And I think we beat out the Bucks in the conference championship.
That's crazy.
It's a tough team, but I mean, we'll have to see, man. It's a lot to ask for.
Chargers pick real quick, guys. Matt was right. You guys were right. Rashawn Slater.
It's a good pick for them,
which makes too much sense.
It makes sense. They need to protect. They need to protect Herbert because he's kind of running for his life. If they can give the guy, some time to throw. If they give the guy some time to throw, he'll carve you up. He is an absolute stud. Yeah. He was a stud. I'm telling you guys,
being a University of Utah alumni,
watching. I swear to God, like because we are still new to the Pac-12, and our first chance we had to make it to the Pac-12 championship because we hadn't been there yet. We had literally only had to beat Oregon, right? We're with the lead with like a minute and something left in the game. And freaking Herbert, as a rookie, freaking just throws a post corner, dude. And I swear to God, I could not believe he made this throw. And I was right there in the must, like right in the ball was thrown right where the must section is. This guy threw a post corner, freaking under duress from like 20 yards out, and to win the game. And I was just absolutely blown away. And I'm like, this guy's going to be a stud in the NFL. When as a freshman, he was that good.
Yeah. Hey, Perry, real quick.
Good.
Sorry, are you done, Christian? Are you done?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good. Go ahead.
No, yeah, Herbert's great. Perry, last week Matt and I had talked about Lance, and he basically said when talking about just physically comparing Lance to another NFL prospect, he has a hard time not thinking of Cap. What do you think of that comparison? One, and two, how do you think that translates to how he plays? Do you think it's anything similar to Colin Kaepernick?
I think a lot of the throws that I watched from Trey Lance almost reminds me of Kellen Mond a little bit. Kellen Mond, if you've ever watched Kellen Mond, he is like he's stiff. He's
really stiff. Yeah.
Yeah. Lance also isn't as fluid. I don't think he's as fluid of a thrower like where you watch guys like Zach Wilson and even Justin Fields to an extent. They are a little more natural when it comes to contorting their body to make throws. Lance can do that, but I don't necessarily think that's his game. He can absolutely
a long
make
windup though.
What's that?
Fields has a long windup. Fields does have a long
Fields
windup.
is very long. Lance is a little more deliberate with his throws, but he just has to get his lower body in order. So to what you're saying though, Zach, I do agree in a sense. I think Lance, when I first watched Lance for the first time, I was like, man, he's pretty tall in the pocket. He throws a lot like Kaepernick where he just slings it. The difference though is that Kaepernick had like a cannon on his arm. Lance does too, but I mean Kaepernick's arm strength is undeniable.
Yeah, but Kaepernick goes like this to throw the ball.
He goes sideways.
Cap was also
like a cannon like this.
Cap was
like
really
he, like,
a long
winds
throw too. Lance will kind of get up to here with the throw, and then he cocks back a little, but he just throws. He throws darts, and that's why I really like Lance a lot. Is that the only, not even a downside, is that I think his fluidity as a thrower will develop, and you'll kind of see it when he throws on the run too. When he throws on the run, whether it's left or right, he is still relatively stiff. It doesn't feel like when he throws on the run, it's as comfortable as most quarterbacks in the NFL look, and that's okay. Garoppolo is actually the same way too. Garoppolo looked very uncomfortable off play action, and the difference is that with Trey Lance is he has so much more time to let his play develop and let the throw develop because he's so quick out of the pocket. I mean, on play action boots and rollouts, the guy is just in the spot he needs to be right away. And that gives him plenty of time to reset and throw and do things he needs to do. So watching Trey Lance on film, he actually didn't have those kind of Zach Wilson-ish throws as much as maybe you'd want to see. But that's okay because I don't necessarily think you want your quarterback to be doing that as much anyways. I mean, we're not talking about Trey Lance like he's Patrick Mahomes. He's not going to make like those kind of insane throws. But Lance can fit it anywhere it needs to go. No matter what the type of throw is, like he will get it. I didn't see one ball that was short armed or one ball that really fell flat. That's like the biggest thing I'm really excited about Trey Lance is that this dude will hit far hash throws with ease, with absolute ease. And the thing is that he's not even getting his lower body into it. He's still just like rifling it. So when he puts it all together, I think he will kind of break that Kaepernick mold. Whereas Kaepernick had the mechanics. There was nothing wrong with that. He was long with his throw. He was pretty stiff. And that's part of the game. That's part of who he is. But Lance is only 19 years old. He can grow. He can develop out of that. And I mean, who else would you rather him want to work with other than Kyle Shanahan? You know what I mean? So I do agree, Zach. I know I'm kind of going on here, but I do agree with you guys. And I do agree with Matt in the sense that Lance does, at first he gave me Cap vibes. I definitely got that off of him. But I do think that he's already more fluid and he can really develop into something special. And I thought Cap could have too. I just kind of felt Greg Roman held Cap back a little bit. But this is Kyle Shanahan we're talking about, man.
As he does. Yeah. As Greg Roman does.
Yeah.
Cap's accuracy was ass, and it cost us the Super Bowl. So,
yeah.
Wide open. First quarterback to throw an interception to a wide open Randy Moss. And his first interception ever thrown by a friggin' 49ers quarterback in a Super Bowl was to a wide open Randy Moss, and he overthrew him. So, his accuracy was fucking terrible.
Jacques, we'll have to ask Matt.
Sorry,
when Matt comes back, we'll bring up that point again because it'll be an interesting debate. And again, I think Matt's right. You do get Cap vibes off Lance. The difference, though, is that Lance's intelligence and just everything about his game off field and just breaking down plays is unmatched. I
never
really
got a Cap vibe.
Quarterback.
And with Kyle
I never got a Cap vibe.
as the offensive guy to help him through everything, I think it's going to be 100% better.
Vikings are trading or talking trade at number 14. So it's possible the Vikings are going to trade back.
They better hurry up.
I know, seriously, they're running out of time. Matt was talking about it earlier. He was talking about how Lance only threw 18 passes average in college, which is about right. If you've looked at Shanahan historically, he's never really desired a quarterback to throw 25 to 30 times a game. That's only
Jimmy G in the playoffs. G in the playoffs, anyone?
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't have wanted Jimmy to throw more than 10 times anyways, to be honest, not after that interception.
That's true.
But that's the thing. Kyle Shanahan historically has never really wanted his quarterbacks to throw more than 25 to 30 times. And I mean, if that's the case, we all know that means the run game probably isn't working out, or it's just part of the game plan. And that's kind of the thing that Shanahan wants to do.
Yo,
all right. So
the Jets are back on the clock.
Oh, the
Oh, Jesus.
No
For
way.
what?
I don't know. I
have
the Jets on the clock.
The Jets is on the clock.
I think it's
wow.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's Vera Tucker. Matt, Zach brought it up while you were gone, but he was telling me about how you and Zach were talking this past week or so about how Lance kind of gives you Kaepernick vibes a bit. And
a little bit, yeah.
I agree. I thought that Lance was more of a fluid thrower than Kaepernick, but if you look at how
a long throwing motion,
it's pretty long. And if you look at Lance in the pocket, he's not stiff like Kellen Mond, but he's a kind of stiff thrower like Kaepernick.
He gets tall.
Yeah, that's it. That's the word, tall.
Yeah.
But I was saying that he's fluid. He's a much more fluid thrower than Kaepernick, and Kaepernick felt robotic, where Lance is a little more methodical.
I agree with Lawrence here, where it's like, hey, look, Kaepernick had potential when he was first coming in. I don't think he got the right coaching. I think the difference is that Kyle gets to mold Trey Lance right off the bat, right off jump. So you can take away some of those bad habits. We saw him bring the ball up more during his pro day and shorten that so he didn't dip it as low. So he seems much more than, for whatever Colin was, he wasn't like study the tape bookworm type of dude, right? Like he wasn't what they're saying that Lance is. So if you get somebody who's on the level of a Peyton Manning or somebody like that, someone real cerebral, and you add that to the physical tools of Colin Kaepernick, I'm not going to be mad at that quarterback right there. That sounds like a fantastic quarterback.
Yeah, exactly.
We have requests for a Matt rant, but I know you can't really do them off script. So just know, Matt.
I can do them off script. That's fine.
I could do them too.
What do they want me to rant about? I'm happy that they took Lance.
I'm trying to think of something to get Matt going. I know I can push Matt's buttons.
Dealer's choice. I'm gonna play the graphic, Matt, and you just go off.
Oh God.
That's it.
Okay. 49ers Mania, you suck. Chris Sims, you suck. You don't know anything. Although I'm sure you're running interference. Florio, you suck. You said teams offered picks for Aaron Rodgers. You had deals on the table. You didn't have any of that. Schefter came right behind your ass to clean that up. I'm glad that it's not Trey Lance, but that really speaks to me that a lot of people didn't know their elbow from their asshole when it came to what the 49ers are doing. That's par for the course because this team doesn't leak. Also, I know that Brandon's boy is Stephen A. Smith, but let's talk about, what their narrative is and what they're trying to drive when they're saying that people are doing this, and that. Because, listen, they fell for a reason. Justin Fields fell for a reason. But you can't claim what you were trying to claim when Trey Lance goes number 3. I think this is a great pick for the 49ers. I think this is a great day overall. I don't want this rant to be too long. But next on the list, Jimmy Garoppolo, get your jawline out of here. It's time. Let's go. Also, just screw 49ers Twitter. You guys are crazy. Not the fans, but the wannabes who put their money where their mouth is and are now out hundreds of dollars because they're dumb, and now they're gonna try to spin it as in like, I knew it the whole time. I was just trying to downplay it.
The pick is in for the Jets. Elijah Vera Tucker.
Is it Elijah Vera Tucker?
That's a good
Yeah.
pick.
Okay. That's a good pick. It depends on what they gave up.
So the compensation's right here. The Vikings
14
traded
and 143 from Minnesota
Yeah.
to the Jets for 23, 66, and 86.
That's
Dude,
good.
that's a good haul for Minnesota, though.
That's 2 top 100 picks right there.
Well, okay, 3, because like I said, it's net
Okay,
2,
Yeah.
but 3
We're not
total.
doing
Yeah.
this again. We're not doing
Okay.
that again.
I'll put it this way. How many picks in the top 100 do the Vikings have now?
Shoot, 5?
3.
Maybe?
No. Okay. How many picks in this trade now gives the Vikings in the top 100? They have 3. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Just because you get one back doesn't mean that you didn't give 3 to begin with. It's a net. It's, you know what I mean? It's a difference between gross pay and net pay.
Yep.
God, that hat sucks, dude. I hate that hat so much.
I don't like it either.
And that's a fly ass suit he's got on though. Fly ass
Awful.
tux.
Trey Lance?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Zach, you're the suit guy. You would know a fine suit from that.
I'm excited.
That's a
I'm
good suit.
excited. Liv
Zach, what
Cow-
brand is the suit?
Liv
Can
Cowherd's
the-
a 49ers fans now, yeah?
Say that again, Matt?
I said Liv Cowherd's a 49ers fan now, huh?
Yeah, she better be.
Dude, I'm telling you, Colin Cowherd is going to go nuts tomorrow.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
God.
gonna be crazy, man. I can't wait for all these shows. A lot of backtracking. Man.
Yep.
Hey,
I'm about
I
to
hope Liz.
I'm
I
about to
hope
pull
Liz
a
is
I'm about to
a
pull a
nice
mic. I'm cooking food, so I'm probably going to eat on camera. Sorry guys.
Her
No problem.
I'm hungry.
I got
Colin-
ribs waiting for me on the back burner.
There you
Colin
go.
Cowherd has to be a Seahawks fan, so it's funny if her daughter's a Niners fan.
Coward's always
I
been
don't think he
in support of
likes
what
the
Niners
Seahawks that
do.
much.
He's
Cow-
from
Cowherd-
Seattle. He grew up in Seattle.
Oh, I
But
know,
Coward's
but
always been high on the Niners. He's always
Yeah.
been
Yeah.
very high.
True.
Hey, this
Man.
quote from Kyle, it would be it would be a very tough situation if Jimmy's not on our team. I want Jimmy to be here. How much stock do you guys put in that?
he's still getting traded.
I think he
said
stays
that?
all season.
It happened.
What's up?
The Patriots took back Jones.
Mac
No.
Jones to New England.
What a perfect marriage.
It happened.
There you
There
go.
it is.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Hey,
Okay.
that's gonna be Bill's next Tom Brady right there.
He already
So
looks
then-
like Tom Brady, kind of.
Okay, so then with that being said, now that tells me that unless Washington makes a move for Jimmy, that Jimmy is staying.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can buy into that. I'm honestly okay with that. I don't mind Jimmy Garoppolo staying. I think if you're not confident that Lance is ready to go day one, I mean, do it. But I mean, Garoppolo, honestly, at this point has no leverage anyways. I know he has a no trade clause, but he's also 25 million against the cap, which the Niners could use next season. And I mean, I know the cap is supposedly going to inflate heavily because of that big TV deal they signed, but we're talking money regardless. I think the Niners will still want to save some. And I mean, Warner and Bosa have to be the priorities. Same with Debo too. You have to bring those guys back. But yeah, I think
Yeah.
Garoppolo will last all through OTAs. I think he will last probably up until the first or second week of what would have been the preseason.
Well, I talked about this earlier, that if you can keep Jimmy healthy, you can move off him before the trade deadline.
Washington is a quarterback away from being great, so I don't see why they wouldn't trade for him. He's their best chance.
It depends on
I
what they're
agree.
willing to give up. So
Washington is so
Makes
good.
sense.
They're such an underrated football
That's
team
what I'm
right
saying. Jimmy could be decent
Yeah.
with them. It's better. It's
Yeah.
still
It's-
better than Fitz or
especially with Riverboat Ron, who definitely doesn't want to wreck it into the season with what he's got, because that's just garbage.
You don't like Fitzmagic?
I love
Give away
Fitzy, but like if that's your starter, you got problems, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
It's surprising that they didn't trade up the.
Dude, Mac Jones just looks so like sad.
He should be super happy that he's going to New England, because that
I
is
know.
like the most, that even more, I think, than San Francisco is the best spot for him, is New England.
Yo, how about this quote from Trey Lance? I don't think there's a better opportunity out there for me. Are there truer words that have ever been spoken?
No.
Wow.
Yeah. He knows.
Overconfidence
bad for
from
Mac.
draft picks always scares me, That always scares me just a tiny bit.
Well, what he's saying is he went to the best situation possible.
Best
Right.
marriage.
And you
Like,
know what's
honestly,
ironic?
It's because the thing is, like, how often do teams that are as good on paper as the 49ers pick top 3? Never. So, like,
never.
He's saying the quiet part out loud, where it's just like, dude, I'm going to a really good spot.
Yeah, he's set.
You know what's
he's set.
You know what's ironic though with Jones going to the Patriots? The guy who apparently likes to have a lot of fun gets to go to the team that doesn't like to have any fun.
That's funny.
They're the no nonsense.
That's why I think it'll be good for him, is because Bill Belichick's not going to put up with that shit. He's going to be like, dude, get your shit together.
Yeah,
that's true, because it's like the Patriots are the personification of the no fun league.
Yeah.
Maybe the Patriots do a straight up swap with the Niners for Cam. I had to say that for Matt.
Hey, I was a big fan. I was a big Cam fan.
Hold on. Y'all, listen. Hold up. Where's that shit at?
Oh
Play
no.
that shit right
Oh
now.
no,
Play the goddamn thing. Zach, play
Which one? Did somebody freaking really say that? Is that what you're getting mad about?
Play it.
Matt rant?
Yes. Cam Newton fucking sucks. Rant over. Okay.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something about the Aaron Hernandez freaking comment.
I know, me too.
Oh, what? No. Oh, God.
That's what I got all excited.
No, Matt and Scott will literally like.
That's not even funny, dude. Somebody lost their life. Don't make fun of the Aaron.
Fig Newton is not welcome here. Fig Newton is not welcome here.
Matt, you and Scott once a month argue about Cam.
About Cam Newton, I know.
But
He's
you
not
can't
willing to admit that he sucks.
You can't hate on Cam and then love Kaepernick. You have to hate both because they're the same.
I mean,
I didn't like
Kaepernick either. I was an Alex Smith guy. I didn't think that Alex should have lost his job. I saw Cam Newton the first game he played against Chicago. He scrambled and turned his back to the line of scrimmage. I'm like, that's not the guy.
Coach Timo says this year should teach you all a valuable lesson. Do not believe in media hype, whether it's sports or mainstream media. None of them know what we are doing at 3-0.
Yep. I fucking said that. I think all of us said that. Like, dude, this team never leaks. Like, what is it was so confusing because it's like, what is everybody talking about? This team never leaks anything. Why now?
Yeah.
And it's just like, you guys don't know. Come on.
They started with not leaking. Like, I guess like the whole point with John Lynch is, I guess Kyle wanted
when he got hired
to get John. He wanted to bring John in, but John said, okay, well, I'll come in, but I don't want anybody to know. I want to start the whole non-leaking right for me.
If it comes out, I'm not going to come.
Yeah, because he started that. He's like, if I'm going to come in here, we're going to be no leaks. So we're starting with me, and I want to see how well it goes. And then from then on, no leaks at all.
Bro, did you see Mac Jones power stride up to the podium?
Yep.
No, I didn't see it.
It was sneaky.
That was kind of an angry walk, dude. Like,
Tom Brady 2.0.
15 for Mac Jones is a good spot for Mac Jones.
Yeah,
he thought he was going.
I'm not upset about that.
All along.
They would not say he was going to be there at 12. The Niners still at 12.
Well, Mac Jones thought he was going 3 overall, guys. Come on, he thought it too.
Seeing Jones go to 15, which makes sense, makes me really happy they didn't take him at 3.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
what it shows is that for the most part, I mean, honestly, like obviously the draft is a crapshoot, but what it shows is that our faith in teams' evaluation should be pretty rewarded because Mac Jones was not going top 3. And I think it's readily apparent that, again, like I said, everybody was just like, they think that's what Kyle likes. Now, here's the thing. Now the narrative changes because there's no way you can say like, oh, well, Kyle Shanahan's a Kirk Cousins guy. Trey Lance is far and away not what Kirk Cousins is. That narrative's done. That narrative's done.
Yep.
Kyle Shanahan is an offensive genius who wants to mold the physical talent to fit his offense. So kudos to Kyle Shanahan. I'm still on board.
Still on board.
Oh God, I'm so
He didn't
excited. I haven't even
screw
talked about it that much. I'm so excited about Trey Lance.
He
I
didn't
can't even
screw
say.
us. That's all I can say.
That's
Trey Lance, guys.
Hey, and also too.
Yep. Jones looks pissed right now on the freaking speaking.
Yeah, he did. But also too, as I wanted to say, you notice too, every single year during the draft, they always pick somebody that we usually aren't expecting, and then this year it was finally accomplished.
Yeah. So, and here's the thing: in a quarterback draft where everybody was like 5 could go in the top 10, I was like, well, that's bullshit. Only 3 went in the top 10. But this is a quote. This is a quote from Mac Jones, by the way. Mac Jones, this is what I wanted all along, and I can't wait to play for the greatest franchise in NFL history. I think that Mac Jones is going to be successful in New England.
I think so too.
As long as he doesn't
2.0.
drive himself along the turnpike, he'll be okay.
King of the dink and dunks.
Here's another
Mac
quote from
was
Mac
never
Jones.
drafted.
Hey,
That's
what the
the
fuck?
King of the dink and
what?
dunks, guys.
Say that again? Say that
King of the
again,
dink and
Zach?
dunks all day.
Here's
Hey,
another
what the
quote from
fuck?
Mac Jones. Hey, what the fuck?
Oh, like the video?
He's like,
Here is another quote from Mac Jones. 100 million. 100 million.
100
100
All right, Cardinals is
100
drafting.
million.
Cardinals.
He's gonna be-
Ooh, wow.
He's going to be
Cardinals
king of the
picks
dink
in?
and dunk.
Yeah.
Who is it?
What is it?
Zaven Collins, linebacker, Tulsa. I don't like that pick.
Cardinals
Stuart and I are actually really high on Zaven Collins.
Is he from
kind of
LSU?
3-4. He's a 3-4 passer.
Tulsa.
Yeah, Tulsa.
Okay.
Zaven Collins can kind of do both, but he's also another one of those guys that doesn't have a position set in stone for him.
Who was their linebacker from last year they drafted? Same
Isaiah Simmons.
exact
It's
situation,
the
right?
exact same thing.
Oh, what's
Zaven
his
Collins
name?
doesn't necessarily have one job that he did at Tulsa. He was either a Mike linebacker or a pass rusher. And I like that he can
Played
do
like
both.
50 snaps.
But yeah, I like that he can do both, but they are going after these guys that just don't have one set position. And I mean, Cliff Klingon over there is just going to be a 4th place team again.
Yeah,
Hey,
no.
have you guys seen Colin Cowherd's Twitter feed right now?
No.
He's drunk as fuck, dude. Hey, he's drunk as fuck, and he was talking about Trey Lance to the 49ers. And Trey Lance came up on the screen. He's like, Trey Lance, baby, go get it. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, it's so funny.
That's
Getting some pretty bad feedback.
That's a heterodyne right there. That's what they call it. Hey, your internet's underwater, my guy.
What is that?
Is that Christian?
Yeah, it's Christian.
Oh. Oops.
Christian, leave and then come back. See if that works.
Yeah. Dip out and then come back in.
Switch over to Taco Bell and McDonald's.
Thought we were getting invaded.
He has that Walmart connection.
Brandon, I'm like,
There you go. Okay.
It might be
reset
their
yourself. No,
AirPods. too.
dude, Colin Cowherd is drunk as fuck, bro.
Matt, I'm watching all the videos right now. He's so
Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes when he's talking about Trey Lance.
he's
Nah, hey, he's hammered.
He's
Matt.
hammered.
he is sloshed. He's beyond sloshed.
Big time.
I'm gonna play a
Big
video.
time.
I'm gonna play
Go
a
ahead,
video.
go ahead.
You can play it. That's fine. No sound on the video, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. Just look at his eyes, though. He's hammered. Look at that. He's hammered. My man is hammered. It's probably better you don't have sound so that the
Can you guys do that?
He's so gone.
The best.
Can you guys hear my video?
You guys look at the Mac Jones one.
Oh
Oh my god, dude!
Wow, he's sloshed. He's so sloshed.
there we go.
Dude.
We good?
Hey, you know what though?
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah, we got you. I love
Okay,
it.
cool.
Honestly, I love it. I'm half buzzed anyway. Oh, my camera froze. Son of a bitch.
Bro, dude, Colin's gone, bro.
Dude, I absolutely love him, but that's his son-in-law, bro. Of course he's gonna be excited.
His son-in-law.
Oh
he said.
my
That's a
dude.
Yeah.
good boy gonna make an honest woman of his daughter.
I told you. Hey. Live Lance. Oh my God. Oh. I said that name out loud. She's gonna have to go by Olivia, dude. Because if she goes by Liv Lance, that's terrible. If she goes by Olivia Lance, that's better.
Liv Lance Love.
Oh god,
he's a good boy, gonna make an honest woman of his daughter. She's a little wild. You seen some of the pictures that have come out of her?
Oh no!
What?
Oh, no, I just read in the chat.
Oh yeah, some bad news.
No.
Some bad news.
What?
Some bad news.
We're not gonna say it out loud. No.
Be quiet.
That dude is on the loud. Yeah, Colin's feeling himself tonight.
Dude,
Hey.
that's funny.
I love it.
Oh my god.
Okay, I'll be back. I gotta throw this pizza in the oven right now.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
Zach. Oh my god.
You know what? Okay, so I missed the Cardinals pick. Zaven Collins is not a terrible pick.
No, he's just. I don't think he's what they need right now.
No, he's not. But
My god.
Who?
the Raiders pick is in. Who are the Raiders take? I'm gonna sit here for the Raiders. Who's
No,
the Raiders taking?
Koramora. I think it's Koramoa. The linebacker.
Who did I have on my? Let me see who I had on my draft. Hold on, let me see.
That chat is so disappointing. Oh my god. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry.
Who do I have?
Oh, I'm way off. I had Micah Parsons.
Parsons went to Dallas, right? That was a Dallas pick.
I know. I had my mock. I had Micah Parsons. I'm an idiot.
I'm gonna guess Caleb Farley.
No, they're not that stupid, man.
No, dude, the Raiders are gonna
Yes, they are. Yes,
the
they
Niners
are.
are going to trade up
Yes,
to like
they are.
27 for Caleb Farley. No.
I don't want to take Caleb Farley in the first round.
Cowherd said with Joel Klatt that Trey Lance was at his house
Yeah, that's what he said.
Oh, that's
because
dope.
he's piping his daughter, dude.
Dude, have you seen his daughter, though?
She's a smoke show for sure.
Respect to
hot.
the Cowherd family. They have a very lovely family, and I'm happy for Lance.
Very lovely.
She's hot, dude. She's
Well
great.
said, Gary. Well
Dude,
said.
your father-in-law is like
Hey,
one of the best
they're wonderful
Yeah.
people.
I'm a little loose, but I told you I was going to be a little loose tonight, so it's all
Hey,
good.
but in a
I
good way,
stayed up.
though, right?
I stayed up all night. I haven't really eaten today, and I'm like 3 IPAs in, so fucking, it's on, dude.
Wow, the Raiders are so
Wow.
stupid.
The Warriors
Did you
lost.
take
They
Caleb
did.
Farley?
No, they
Announce
took a
it.
lineman they could have gotten the second round. They took Alex Leatherwood.
Oh, my
For
God.
real?
That's such a
Is that
bad
the
pick.
one from Oklahoma?
No, Bama.
Oh.
Wow. Raiders going to Raider.
Bama linemen are good. Don't get me wrong, but Leatherwood at pick 17, I really liked Darisaw a lot, and I liked
Well,
Tevin Jenkins a lot too over
you
Leatherwood.
think they would have taken like Quiddy Pay or something? They have no defense. Their defense is shit. Their offense is not that bad.
Hey, Gruden likes Alabama high character guys though. Matt said that some time ago. I think
I
Matt
mean,
said
don't get me wrong, I love Chucky, but he has not been doing all that great right now with the Raiders.
who's this?
What?
Who?
Chucky. That's Gruden's nickname.
Oh,
Gruden.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't like the Leatherwood pick for the Raiders, but then again, I don't like
Leatherwood over Darisaw is like a fucking. I don't understand, dude.
Leatherwood over Tevin Jenkins is a crime. That's a crime in itself.
What-
But again,
that center out of Oklahoma is in hope.
I don't
I bet that's
understand.
who we'll take with the second round. What's that center? Who's that center out of Oklahoma?
Creed Humphrey. That's one of Stewart's favorite linemen. Creed's
Yeah.
good. He's solid.
Well, that's one of my favorite linemen. Creed
You
Humphrey's
like
really
him,
good.
Matt? Yeah,
Where
Creed's
do you
solid.
think? Where do you think our big left tackle went to play or played in college? Trent Williams is an Oklahoma boy, dude. All those Oklahoma freaking linemen are beasts.
Yeah, Oklahoma is kind of OLU.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure wasn't
All right.
Trent the one blocking for Bradford, Oklahoma?
Sam Bradford?
Yeah.
I think it's Oklahoma.
Well, because I know that Trent was an Oklahoma guy. I wonder if it was when they went to the national championship with Bradford. Is that when he played there?
Zach, either you're really good and not blinking or your camera's frozen. Oh, there you are.
No, I'm reading some of these tweets, man. Some of these reporters are hilarious. How they can just on a dime turn around and say how they can't believe people thought it was actually Mac.
Oh my
Bro,
god!
You guys
told
had
you.
Mac in your mock drafts for weeks.
Remember when I said all these a-holes would be freaking suspended for putting all the Mac stuff out there?
Yeah.
They were wrong. Every single one of them should get a note tomorrow. You're suspended. 2 weeks without pay.
For misinformation.
For reals. Fake news.
Who's
We're not
Miami get
CNN.
here?
They're
Charlie
like, "Boys,
Baker
we're not
says,
CNN. You're suspended.
Charlie Baker says Miami getting Najee probably. What do you guys think?
I like that pick for them.
Mm-hmm.
Love that pick. Love that pick. You
I
get
see it.
Waddle and Najee to help out Tua. Love it. Love that
Tua
pick.
needs a lot of help.
Yeah.
Not Najee. Okay, but it's either Najee or Etienne because either one could be great. Najee's more powerful, but Etienne's he's so finesse, but like his ability to catch the ball to the backfield is just a whole nother level. Like he's kind of catfish level out of the backfield. He's like I really like Etienne. That's why I kind of wanted the Niners to possibly get him, just because I like his ability to catch the ball, which I thought would have fit perfect in our offense. But he's probably the best two-way back in this draft.
Anybody got?
I really hope they don't take a running back in the second round or first round.
I agree.
value.
I don't get. We don't need one right now
We
I wouldn't even
don't
draft
need one
him.
out. We signed what's his name?
because we have Hasty too
Yep.
in that lineup. You know.
I need my boy Jeff Wilson to not lose his spot, Zach.
Yeah, seriously.
Well, we need him to
I
stay
think
healthy.
I think number 2. He's gonna be the number 2 back for sure.
Because Wilson can't stay healthy. That's why I like Najee, because I would have loved a power guy to match the speed of Mostert.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to hop off
That possibly
soon.
maybe hopefully stay a little more healthy.
But-
than
All
Wilson.
right, Zach.
Before I go, I want to show you guys what I grabbed real quick. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Oh boy, here he goes.
All right.
Yeah, guys,
Oh, I
it's
see,
just baffling to say
Matt.
the least that Trey Lance is the guy.
Where'd Zach go? He got pee?
He's
Gotta head
grabbing
out,
something.
but he's grabbing something real quick.
Gotcha.
Is he going to tell us what the prize is? Because does anybody know who's might be winning this mock draft?
Jalen Phillips is the pick to Miami.
What?
Okay,
Who's that?
I like that pick. That's a good pick. That's high risk.
Why would you
But
not
he-
get a running back though? They don't have one.
Because first round running backs are a waste of a pick.
Even
Yeah.
Najee Harris or Etienne, really?
It's 18 and Najee Harris hasn't gone. I think Najee Harris can fall to the second.
Yeah.
Well, Etienne just being like such a great like two-way back, I would have thought would have been great for Tua.
Nope. Not in the first round.
I think they already like they got Salvon Ahmed and Miles Gaskin. I think they like them already anyway.
They still have
Okay.
high picks in the second round too. So they
That's
can go
true.
get. Listen,
I
so
guess-
if Etienne or Najee Harris isn't there, oh, okay, well, I guess we'll settle for Javonte Williams then. Oh, not a big
Yeah.
deal. Because the running back position is so devalued that it doesn't matter.
Jalen Phillips.
Yeah,
So
Jalen
unless
Phillips
you're a
is
home
awesome.
run, running back, you don't go high.
No,
The
I
home
mean
run hitters
even
go high.
yes,
like-
even in hindsight, I would say that Saquon Barkley so far has been a stretch at 2.
Yeah.
That's only
I would
because
say
of
that
injuries.
Ezekiel
When he wasn't
Elliott
injured,
at
though, he was-
4 is a stretch.
Well, it's just like McCaffrey was worth the pick, dude. He's a freaking stud.
Yeah, but that was 8. That's as you start to go down, okay, you can start. And McCaffrey is McCaffrey's unique. Like he's a thousand guy. Like, he's a different thing.
Yeah,
He's so
I mean,
effective
yeah.
out of the backfield as a receiver as well as a running back that it's almost like you're getting like 2 players in one.
That's
from
true.
McCaffrey. And now
I mean-
you're seeing, but last year you started to see that that's going to catch up to McCaffrey too because he got injured.
He got beat up.
So-
He gets beat up.
He got beat up. Yeah.
Continuing off that pick with the running backs, I mean Saquon tore his ACL this past season.
Mhm.
Also,
Mhm.
that doesn't look
Well-
that good. I'm looking at the draft order right now, and if you're the Giants, I think they would have much rather had someone like Quentin Nelson, for example. I mean, best lineman in probably NFL history already, in my opinion. They could have had Quentin
Well, I
Nelson.
don't know. Anthony
Yeah,
Miller.
I like Quentin.
Perry with the hot take in
I like
NFL
Anthony
history.
Munoz like that, dude. Anthony
He's
Munoz
good.
dude,
He's
from the
so
80s.
good. But the
Anthony
point being, though, is that,
Munoz,
like,
the original Orlando Brown. You got like I mean, they're just so many,
Anthony Munoz
dude.
was hard to beat, though. That guy was mean and nasty and just amazing.
Yeah.
But to the
guys-
point that Matt's
Even
talking
though he
about,
lost his Super Bowls to Montana.
Yeah, but I mean,
running back in the first round. I really don't think
no
so.
value.
I mean, like you would much rather have Quentin Nelson or Josh Allen, assuming they both work out, than Saquon. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Quentin Nelson is a freaking diamond in the rough, though. You don't see interior offensive line like him.
Oh,
I
crap.
think no,
Oh, my God.
everyone knew Quentin was going to be.
Hey, Christian. Hey, Christian. I gotta give you the heads up because you've been on point with the Avengers, like the Avengers comparisons.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody on Twitter was like, Mac Jones, do you watch Falcon and the Winter Soldier?
Yes.
Yeah, I already watched all the
He's like,
episodes.
okay, no spoilers, but he's like, Mac Jones replacing Tom Brady is just like when Walker replaced Steve Rogers.
Yes.
That's so good.
That's a good one. I like
That's a good
that.
one.
That's a
Dude,
good one.
That is
I like
so
it.
true. It's like,
Zach, what you got right
like
there?
Walker without
Who's
the
that?
mask. Walker without
me?
the mask doesn't look like
Yeah.
that. As soon as he puts the mask on, he looks
All
like
right.
a freaking mongoloid.
Hold on. Dear leader has an announcement.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go right now. Unfortunately, I can't stay for the whole round. I moved some shit around so I could be here for the Niners pick. But for the giveaway, I just want to show you guys what I got for you guys. This is mine. I got this baby for myself. So that's gonna get put in that
Autograph.
frame over
Love it,
there.
dude, love it.
Hung up.
Autograph.
That's a Debo autograph. And then
Dude, can I have
for
that? Can I have the Debo
the
autograph?
giveaway, you might. I mean, here's Nayuk.
Ooh.
Hey.
There we go.
Ooh.
Verified. Debo.
That's what I want.
Hey.
Can I have that, please? That's my guy right there.
And then I
Hey.
got another Ayuk. So
Nice.
Awesome.
depending on who wins these giveaways that we got going on, I might have an extra one. We'll see. But yeah, we're gonna be, going through all these picks. Me, Stu, and Anthony. There's a crap load of them. You guys did great sending them in. Thank you very much. We just want to make it fun. We gained absolutely nothing out of this, so it was not like we were in it for some weird reason. We just really wanted to have fun with it and get some interaction with you guys. So we really do appreciate everybody sending them in. And like I said earlier, Pickup. Go follow Pickup on Twitter and send us your best, most unique 49ers props for the players that we're going to draft this weekend. So for Trey. I almost said Mac Jones. For Trey Lance, how many touchdowns? Will he have more rushing touchdowns than passing? However you want to say it. Send us your most unique props for the players you think 49ers are going to draft. And we're going to pick 5 people from there to win a $20 gift card to Fanatics. So good luck, everybody.
Good luck.
Man, dude. Debo's my boy. I could really use that jersey.
We'll see.
Hopefully you win.
Yeah.
Oh,
All
I love
right.
Debo.
I got to go, guys. Thank you, everybody. It's been a great night. So glad it's Trey Lance. Stay on with the dudes. I'll text you guys. Have a good night, everybody.
All right,
Good night,
later,
buddy.
man.
Have a good night, Zach. Man, it's just crazy how this draft has been playing out.
Oh, man.
There's Matt. Okay.
Okay, we're here.
The Washington pick is in.
I get excited about the Niners mid-round guys because we've hit really good on our mid-round guys in the last couple of years.
Hey, Perry, I wanted to tell you, you could go ahead and use Trey Lance and Madden now.
That's
Hey.
if I want to buy Madden first. That's
Madden
if I want
sucks
to buy
on
Madden.
That's true. That's true.
Throwing my controller through the wall.
The best Madden ever made is Madden 2007. That's how you know how bad they suck now.
Yeah, I'm in a Madden league with my uncle and a bunch of friends, and we have a full-on Super Bowl trophy and everything. So
I'll
we
get
get
on there with you.
three teams between all
That's big.
8 of us, and it's fun, honestly.
Dude, I
Real
see
quick,
so-
Washington takes linebacker Jamin Davis from Kentucky.
Wow.
I'm
Is that what
surprised.
they took?
Yeah, Jamin
Yeah.
Davis.
I thought it was going to be Christian Darrisaw.
I
would've
thought they were going to
Woody
go
K.
offensive line too. But that defense was missing a linebacker. They're still missing a quarterback. But I like the linebacker pick. It makes
So
sense.
do they trade? Do they take a quarterback in the second round, or are they going to trade for Jimmy? Because they're better off trading for Jimmy than. But a lot of people do love that guy out of Stanford. He just
Davis Mills.
injury.
Yeah, no.
He got an injury that really hurt him, and then he had with COVID, it kind of ruined his chance to prove himself because apparently he was the number 2 quarterback in the nation coming out of high school.
Yeah, he only played in 14 games. Also, he's not that much of a starter as
He's
well.
not. Hey, you know what though? He looks nice. He looks very nice.
Yeah, he's
So
clean.
did Washington
Very
take him?
I think
Potentially.
the
Washington
first
take him in the
quarterback.
second round?
I think the next quarterback off the board will probably be Kellen Mond. I don't know.
See,
if
I
we-
wanted the Niners to get Kellen on in the second round because I thought we were staying at 12, but
I could
originally.
see I could see the Saints or Tampa Bay just saying screw it and taking Kellen Mond. I mean, I could see them going for something like that. Maybe get quarterback because I don't know how much the Saints believe in Jameis, and I mean Tom
They
Brady's
must
great.
believe in Jameis because I thought for sure they would trade for Fields.
Fields.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
They
I
have
don't
to
know.
believe in Jameis. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe
Oh.
they think they can get his
I mean, Jameis did get LASIK last year, so
I
that
was
could
about to
definitely
say.
play a part.
Yeah.
because he won't
No.
see ghosts anymore. Hey,
Well, the
like
thing
my-
is,
my
like,
teammate-
eyesight really affects what you're seeing on the field. And one thing that people don't understand is it's not just like blurry vision or whatever with eyesight, which he had LASIK to get that fixed, but it's also depth perception. And I feel like a lot of Jameis's misses were either too far or too short. So if Jameis actually does, if he is set with the LASIK, and he learned something from Drew Brees that'll help him mature, because his talent is readily apparent.
he could be an MVP if he figures it out.
He could be a very good quarterback if he figures that out. And I think that's what New Orleans and Sean Payton especially see. It's like, okay, it looks like he could be something. Let's just see where this goes, and we'll figure it out.
With all those weapons, he could be the fact that he's a gunslinger. I'm sure that I think Sean Payton likes the fact that he's a gunslinger. If he can see better, I don't think even though he's a gunslinger, he'll throw a lot less interceptions. But the guy's got one of the strongest arms in the NFL. Like he's like up there with Stafford when it comes to arm strength.
Saints' offensive weapons kind of suck.
Anywhere.
I don't like the Saints' offensive weapons outside the Kamara, and I mean Michael Thomas is I don't know what to make of him. Really, it's Kamara and player B.
Well, did they bring back Jared Cook?
I
don't
think
know.
he's signed somewhere else.
Oh, they're idiots because he was like one of their best players.
He's underrated. Very
Yeah.
underrated.
Very good. Very,
Tight
very
ends get
good.
underrated.
The Titans now.
Tight ends are always the most underrated position, and they always get treated like they're not that great, and they're really like tight ends always get underrated. Like my buddy from Atlanta, who's a big Falcons fan, I was telling him like, dude, you're getting one hell of a player in freaking in Pitts, and he's all pissed. He's like, I don't understand it. I'm like, bro, dude, you're getting Vernon Davis straight up.
Well, who did he want?
Well, see, that's what I don't know. I don't know. He didn't really say what he wanted, but I think Atlanta fans like him, I think they're just kind of in a limbo. They don't know what the hell's going on. They don't know if they're a playoff team. They don't know if they're rebuilding. They're all
He
confused.
probably wanted quarterback, right? But the thing with quarterback is like
He
you
would
owe
have been
Matt
fine with
Ryan
this.
so much money. You owe Matt Ryan so much money that I don't think that you could have gone quarterback. I don't think it would
Well,
work.
Matt Ryan can still play. So if you keep Julio, now you got Kyle Pitts and you got freaking Calvin Ridley. Like they just need to build the defense the rest of the draft, and they should be good to go. They need to trade back into this first round and take a freaking pass rusher, and then they need to build the defense the rest of the draft because their offense is.
Atlanta's such a weird team. I feel like they've always kind of been a good roster. Like I know the defense has pretty much underperformed, but they've never had bad teams. It's just I think Dan Quinn just really shot that team into the ground, and then Shanahan
He's
left,
supposed to be
and
a
then
defensive guru, and their defense is trash.
Yeah, exactly. But that's kind of, I mean, that's what happens sometimes though when head coaches step in who were OCs or DCs and take on that responsibility. Most of the time, it doesn't work out. I mean, you have to get kind of lucky that a DC who takes those responsibilities as well is going to call a good game, and that's
Right.
what kind of. Go ahead.
I think Kyle Pitts, though, they got the best player in the draft, hands down, of the first round.
Kyle
The
Pitts
best, most greatest, the best player. If you're just going to go off straight talent, Kyle Pitts is hands down the best. Like Matt Ryan is probably just sitting there like, oh my god, Kyle Pitts is that good.
You know that division is such a toss-up too. I think
tight end.
I think. Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, Tampa Bay is going to be good. I mean, they got everybody back, but the rest of the other three teams, you never know. So it could go either way. So it really is a toss up behind Tampa Bay because but Tampa Bay might be a wild card team. They might just kind of coast through the season, and then after they're done coasting, all of a sudden they're like, okay, time to turn it up in the playoffs like they did this past season. They coasted the whole season, and then Tom Brady said, okay, time to kick ass. And they did.
Well, Brady finally had weapons to throw to. Brady finally had stuff going on for him. man.
I just can't believe they freaking won the Super Bowl again. I don't know how Tom.
I'm actually happy for them, though. I would have much rather Tom in Tampa than Pat.
Hey, when you guys get a chance, you guys should watch the video of John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan calling Trey Lance. It's pretty good.
Is it really cool? I'm gonna check it out.
It's pretty good.
There's a video of there's a side-by-side video of Mac Jones walking to the podium, looking just like Bill Belichick.
Oh,
I said that in the group chat.
The Giants picks in. So who are the Giants taking? Because they traded with Chicago. So I'm really interested in because I thought
pick is in. At number 20. I called it. I called it.
You're right.
I called it. Kadarius Toney.
Wow.
Kadarius Toney.
How does Toney go before Bateman?
Because Toney's better than Bateman.
You think so?
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we going off the 2020 film or 2019? Or
I'm going off a body of film that I thought Kadarius Toney was better than Rashad Bateman.
Who did Toney? Where did he play?
I think it's surprising that Toney went before Terrace Marshall more than I'm surprised that he went before Rashad Bateman.
Terrace Marshall is so good.
Where did Toney play?
Kadarius Toney?
Florida. Oh, Florida. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a
Florida guy. Dude, they just showed the Giants fans they were not excited about that pick. They showed the Giants fans going like this.
What are you going to do? I'll be right back, guys.
Go ahead. But yeah, man, it's absolutely been one hell of a show for the 49ers draft so far. It is absolutely unbelievable that the Niners came out with Trey Lance. I'm really happy that's Trey Lance. I'm more ecstatic that it's him than Justin Fields. I've been kind of gauging social media a bit, and for the Niners in particular, to see what the reactions were. And a lot of people seemed relatively disappointed that it was Trey Lance over Justin Fields, but they weren't mad or sad or upset. I think a lot of people were just really high on Justin Fields, and that makes sense. I get it. But, man, you have Kyle Shanahan, and you have the king of all kings of offensive coordinators calling the shots. That's all you need to know about Trey Lance and really just the direction of the team, and it's more than exciting.
I could say I was mostly higher on Fields, but the more I got to know Lance, I'm not disappointed at all. I have zero disappointment because the more I learn about Lance, the more I like. And the more I learn about him, the more I love the guy's personality. Like, he's an absolute great guy, and he's going to win over that locker room instantly, and that's really what matters.
Yeah.
And I'm really excited because I think he's going to win over the locker room really quickly and become a leader just because of the kind of guy he is, and guys are going to love him. Like, they're going to have nothing but great things to say about Lance in the locker room. Yeah, I loved Justin Fields, but I have no problem with Lance because he's pretty much a freaking blob of clay that Kyle can mold into the perfect sculpture that he wants. And I'm really excited about that and to see what happens with Lance because of that, for that reason. And then I just love Lance as a person. He's just a freaking great guy.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm really excited. I don't understand the disappointment. The disappointment should only be Mac. Like, we literally got one of the best quarterbacks.
People are weird, man. People are weird. You know? Mm-hmm. I think that, I don't know. It's just, yeah. I think nobody can be happy. Like, we knew going in that no matter what the pick was, that 49ers Twitter was not going to be happy. Like, there was going to be a sect of 49ers Twitter.
I was sure the disappointed 49ers Twitter weren't followers of some certain people, or.
Yeah, they definitely were.
I feel like the people that watched some of our stuff or had been followers of Perry would not be disappointed.
Mm.
No, I think
as we got into today, I was pretty certain that Perry was right. I just felt like it was Lance. It just made more sense.
Yeah,
so,
I was really committed to the same one though.
Like Chapman was kind of like Perry in the sense where he was really big on Lance too. So I feel like the Chapman guys that follow him would not be disappointed either.
Oh yeah,
Right.
John had his
Yes.
tweet pinned. John had his Trey Lance pinned tweet December 13th, 2020. That was
he was
He
high on
knew.
Lance too.
Yeah, he was
So I
hard
just
on
think
Lance.
there's
Yeah.
a certain group of Niner followers, on Twitter that are disappointed, but I think there's a lot that aren't.
Yeah, the ones that bet money on Justin Fields.
I know.
They're gonna be mad.
We have to
Damn,
say a prayer to Ollie.
We should have all bet on freaking Lance when Perry said it was Lance. We ought to be making some money right now.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't have made that bet. I don't trust me.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm sure Ollie is relieved, but I think Ollie isn't that good at gambling because I know.
I think this could be a Caleb Farley pick to Indianapolis.
Ooh.
If it's not
what
Caleb Farley, then maybe it's Newsome.
Oh,
You think they do corner or pass rusher?
Yeah.
I hate how
think they
this
do.
draft. I had I had in my mock going to Indianapolis. A lot.
Who? Elijah Vera Tucker? You dropped out.
Yep, lost him.
Yeah, I had him dropping to Indy because I was hoping I thought he would drop me just because of the when I did my mock I thought he would drop just because of the skill players that were going to go so high and so quickly.
Yeah.
That he would fall right into their lap and they would have been like, ooh, protection, to go next to Quentin Nelson, and then I
Right.
thought it'd be perfect. So didn't work out that way, but I think they have to go offensive line probably here.
Y'all,
They're pretty much
I can't even get over how happy I am that the pick was Trey Lance.
Don't even get me started.
That it was not Mac fucking Jones. That it was not McCorkle. I'm so happy.
Dude,
I'm not
so
gonna-
happy.
Part of
I
me,
guarantee you, like that's why freaking we were getting trolled by our owner because he knew
He knew.
he knew that he couldn't allow it to be Mac. Like he probably had to be like, if it's Mac, I have to step in and say no. He's like, I can't do that to my fans because, he's always
I
been
would
a
be
fan.
interested in 5 years, right? In 5 years from now, that this story is going to come out because this is a thing where they were like, oh, it's either Mac Jones or Trey Lance, who couldn't be more than polar opposites, right?
Mhm. Oh, dude, complete opposites.
And so I wonder when they talk about this, if something comes out like, oh yeah, that video played a big part. Mac Jones was not like a character guy like we wanted, or if it was something else. I'm so interested into what the 49ers will eventually come out and they have to say about this pick, because it just, listen, I'm ridiculously happy that it's not Mac Jones. But it's just very interesting that those were the two guys that you were comparing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the Mac Jones stuff started because of Chris Sims and because of his relationship with Kyle.
Yeah.
Chris Sims keeps his mouth shut. Not even an issue. I almost feel like if Chris Sims doesn't open his mouth and start the smoke screen, we never would have had to freaking fret about Mac Jones. Because the fact that Kyle and John never said a word and nobody said anything, and I guarantee obviously Mike Shanahan was in the circle with Kyle and John because he's in the circle with everything, I'm pretty sure. I don't think Mac was even really that big of a thing. I think it was just started by Chris Sims because Chris Sims thought he was being smart. You know what I mean?
all right, Colts pick is in.
Ooh.
Oh,
So
we lost Matt again. Colts pick is in. Michigan defensive end Kwity Paye.
Kwity Paye?
Yeah, Kwity Paye for the Colts.
I'm
I like
surprised.
that
Their
pick,
defense, their defense is already stacked. Ooh, that's scary.
Yeah, Matt's gonna come back
Because-
and say corner is more important, which is
They're
fine.
not really, so they're not really in a need of a lot of positions. They're really already stacked. They really just need the quarterback. So really, like they could have taken anybody to help them. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Kwity Paye just makes their defense more scary because they're friggin' just.
They needed a pass though.
Oh, Kwity Paye. Good pick.
Yeah,
That was a
that
great pick. Thinking about it now, it's a
Great
great pick because he dropped.
You called
he
it,
probably
Perry.
dropped to them.
Pass
They're
rusher.
probably-
Yeah,
They probably
I had
thought
a
he was
feeling-
on top 15, and he dropped all the way to them. And now they have him and freaking our
Houston?
guy.
Oh,
What?
Buckner. Yeah,
Buckner.
Buckner.
This just goes to show what a bad edge draft this was.
terrible.
Oh, it was, yeah.
21 for
Isn't he
edge.
the
Isn't he the first edge
Class?
register? Ed Register.
Yep.
Ed, he's the first edge guy, right?
He's the first defensive lineman, period.
Well, I
Jalen
mean, you
Phillips
got to
was the
remember
first.
last year.
Oh,
year
you're
they
right.
were-
Jalen Phillips. No, Jalen Phillips was the first edge. You're right.
Yeah.
You're
But that
right.
historically, the past
That was
few years, that's
18.
really late. That's super late.
Yeah.
Historically.
2018 was the year for the pass rushers. That's why.
Bosa's year,
They're like every
right?
couple of years.
Bosa and Farrell. I think that was the same year.
Yeah.
And all those
Yeah.
guys. Yeah. I'm kind of with you though, Matt. Like I thought that they were going to do corner and to kind of at least at first. And then looking at this edge class, I mean, the entire defensive line talent, I think a lot of people have been projecting rather than actually evaluating the talent because, I mean, I'm not one to say good or bad things, but I will say that the talent level this year is nowhere near how it's been the past few years.
Mm-mm.
And there's a lot of pass rushers in this class who I think are primarily just third down guys. Like there's no
Yeah.
Bosa's, there's no Farrells, I guess, who play all three downs. There's none of those guys. It's just guys that
Right.
do one thing. And there's no value in that. That also makes me kind of glad that I don't think the Niners will take a pass rusher if they trade back in or on their second round pick. I don't think the
If they
Niners will
trade
pass
in-
rusher.
If they trade in, it's for Farley. But I'm just thinking now, Tennessee's up, and Farley could easily go to Tennessee because they just freaking cut Adoree Jackson. They kind of
Yeah.
let a lot of
Yeah,
the
that
defensive
was
guys
a
go.
weird-
Yeah.
that was
Really-
That's a good call.
they could really
Good call.
They could really use a corner and a guy like Farley dropping to Tennessee. They're probably licking their chops, and they have a defensive coach. So
Yeah.
Vrabel's a mastermind on defense. I could really see him being like, oh, dude, did Farley really just drop all the way to me?
It's a good
Man,
call.
Matt, what's your medical opinion on that back thing he's going through? Like, what would you say about that?
It could be a concern for later on down the road. Anytime you're dealing with the back, like he's young now, so he'll probably bounce back from the injury. The thing that you worry about is, does he have a 10 to 12 year career or does he have a 6 to 8 year career because of the back injury? And I think that plays a part.
Do we know if the back's more
But the-
muscle or more spine?
No. He had a discectomy, so he had a ruptured disc on 2 levels, and
Oh.
that they fixed.
I was going to say if it's muscle,
So-
the back muscles are so strong, he'd be fine. But if it's
Yeah,
the
I mean, he
disc,
could figure that
more
out if
dangerous.
it was back muscle, that'd be one thing, but it was actual structural. And so you worry, like, is he going to have arthritis in his back? At 21, 22, it's not going to matter. Like, that's not really
Mhm.
going to affect him too much. But at 28, 29, that's where you're going to see it. And I think for a lot of these guys, it's like Tennessee can take him now because if he can make it through his first contract, that's kind of all you really need. Yeah, if he got a second contract, cool, right? But if you can get 5 years out of him, I think that's worth it at 22. Again, it's
Obviously-
risk-reward ratio.
Obviously, Vrabel's fine with that because look, he drafted Adoree Jackson and Adoree was great for them, and then he kind of just told him get on your way.
Because of the
Obviously,
injuries, yeah.
In later pick, like they took Adoree Jackson in 22 or 20 something like this in the same position when they took Jackson a couple years ago out of USC. So it would make sense for possibly for Vrabel to be like, well, I'll take Farley because if I get a couple years out of him, I'll be fine with that. So I
Hey,
could really see that.
Hey,
being the
how do we ban people like this who is just clearly a...
Zach knows that stuff.
Sure.
I don't know how to do that, TBH.
I just want to ban.
I
I just
follow
want
How
to
do you
drop
buy
the
that?
ban hammer.
You
How
don't
do
want to
you
become
buy
famous,
followers?
Matt?
Huh?
No, Matt, you don't want to become famous by following?
No.
Dude,
No.
I love when you get that kind of stuff and then you make it like just joke with them. Like I got like one of those freaking porn bots on Facebook and I was just saying a bunch of jokes and my wife was doing it with me. It was pretty funny.
Yeah. I'll tell you this right now, Perry. If we get too famous, I'm going to quit.
Oh no! But I want
I'm
you to
kidding,
get
I'm kidding.
sources.
I'm
See,
kidding. I'm kidding.
I wanna
I know.
make-
I need my sauces.
See, but if we were famous, the only thing we'd only be famous. The only thing we'd only be famous in the Bay Area. If we don't, and I don't live in the Bay Area, so
No, I just make the joke because I like privacy too much, man.
dude, I'm with you. I don't think I could be a famous person. I like privacy. I'm like
No.
out of all the Hive guys, I'm probably the least social media guy of all of us. If you really go and look at social media, I'm probably the least. I'm the most private guy. So
I feel like
I
I
feel
feel
you on
like
that, Matt.
everybody wants to be famous, but like with what comes with it, you really don't.
I would love to make a
content and
career
stuff
out of
out
this. I would love to make a career
Period.
out of this and get paid to do this, but I don't care about being famous. But I'd love to get like If I could make $50,000-$60,000 a year doing this job, I would be fine with that. It's better than being famous and making $1 million a year. Like $1 million is nice, but you're famous and you can't enjoy anywhere you go.
The Titans select Caleb Farley, the cornerback from Virginia Tech.
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm a freaking like in the middle of the draft. I suck doing the freaking mocks, but when I'm in the middle of it and I know what's coming, I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah. The tea leaves, you can kind of read the tea leaves. It makes sense.
I'm really good at that. I'm really good at inferring once I know kind of like what's going on.
Yeah.
But I've done that a couple times tonight. That's freaking. I'm having a good time. This is fun.
Yeah. Hey, this is why we do it every year, guys, and we want to thank the 15 of you that are in here right now.
I mean, I feel like
Zach left and we dropped like 60% viewership. They must like that bastard with his suits.
I feel like there's so many like podcasts that people are deciding on who's to watch.
Yeah. But listen, I do this for fun. I don't do this for clout or anything. I do this because I have a good time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Dude,
That's what it's about. And the 15 people in here, including the 3 trolls, we love you all, including the 3 people who are putting up these fucking links.
Dude, who I don't understand the whole clout thing. I never have. I do this because I enjoy it and I love the team.
Yeah. Brandon, fix your camera. I'll add you back.
I'll add you back.
I'll add you back.
But so what's your guys' so kind of just talking back on Lance, what's your guys' expectations for him? Stat wise, opinion wise, what are you guys feeling?
I think he'll start mid-season, and I think he'll do pretty good. And then all right. And then once he gets it going, I think he'll take over for good. Once he gets in, I don't think he's relinquishing that job. But I think that unless they trade Jimmy Garoppolo, so tomorrow's going to be the big day. If Jimmy Garoppolo is not traded tomorrow, I think Jimmy stays.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're looking at Jimmy's the starter. Yeah, well, and listen, tomorrow is rounds 2 and 3. So even if you get a third, I wouldn't be mad if they got a third rounder. Like you can find. Listen, Fred Warner was the 3rd round pick. You can get good picks in the 3rd round. So I'm not.
Warner would be like a top 15 pick that last year.
Warner's 3rd.
Was a 5th rounder.
3rd.
What?
Warner was 3rd. Kittle was 5th.
3rd. Kittle was 5th.
What do you think that Warner's pulling his strings, trying to get his brother drafted?
Maybe.
His brother's a corner. But his brother's a corner, and
the need is there. The need is there for safety, but
and his brother's a DB, and we could get a DB in the 4th, 5th round because I think his brother would drop that far. But I'm just
I don't think he's a 3rd round guy for sure.
Maybe.
I don't
it's
think
hard to say because
of
the level of competition he played this past year.
Yeah.
Because, he literally
the thing I worry is that when you get it's nice to have brothers together or whatever, but I don't think that you do it because they're brothers.
I just wonder if sometimes
these
guys that are like captains and big vocal, big parts of the team, if they ever get a say, like they,
No, he for sure. You know what though? His brother for sure. I forget his first name. I'm spacing on it right now. Troy Warner. There we go. He was definitely a big part of BYU's. He was definitely a part of BYU's, leadership council, captain team, whatever you want to call it. He's definitely a guy that is going to, be modeled. You would expect Fred and Troy to have similar personalities in terms of leadership, simply because they were raised together. So that's kind of something that you expect. But as a football player, dude, it would be beautiful if we got Troy Warner in the 3rd round and he turned out to be just as good as Fred at that position, right? And it's like, don't sleep on the Warner family because they're really good.
I mean, the thing too, I would say, like for BYU guys, you are getting guys that have a little bit better of a stable background. Just because even if they're not going to BYU for religious reason and only sports, just because they went to BYU, that just because they went to BYU, whether or not it was for sports or for the religious reasons, you're getting a guy with a good head on his shoulders that you're never going to have to worry about out of the like off-field issues, because BYU is such a classy, they're very religious, but a very classy religious school. So most of the time, you know, you're going to get a pretty guy that's pretty like that's in that same sense. You know, the only outlier in the history that I know of BYU for that thing I'm just talking about is Steve or who's the quarterback for the Bears? Jim McMahon.
Oh, okay, yeah, McMahon. He was a BYU guy.
He's the only guy to come out of BYU that was kind of nuts. But most BYU players, you know, because of the way the school is ran and like just like the whole honor code thing, you know, you can kind of
say that, but then you listen to interviews with Steve Young and you're like, oh, Steve Young's kind of crazy too.
But that's the thing is, dude, literally. So, like, I'm not religious or anything, but I kind of know. So Steve Young is the direct descendant from one of the
Brigham Young
famous prophets. Yeah. So I'm you know, I mean, like maybe he was a little crazy, but you know, he's still like
he was a lot crazy. When you watch the documentary with him, he stayed in the same hotel room every time that they were in San Francisco. He didn't live in San Francisco, but he stayed at the hotel. It was like a Holiday Inn Express or something outside of SFO that he stayed in, and he stayed in that particular room number his entire career. And then you talk about somebody who is a direct descendant of Mormons who would sit there and like cuss and like was kind of crazy. Like if you read his book, he was kind of crazy.
He's definitely, because I don't know if he's still like into the church or anything. I've never looked that much into him, but yeah, I mean, it's weird to say because maybe he was one of the ones that was like, I don't like this stuff and freaking rebel, but I don't know if he's still part of the church. But it's funny though when you look at him, like if you lived here in Utah and look, Mormons have a certain look about him, and when you look at Steve Young and you kind of understand that look, you're like, okay, that makes sense. I swear to God.
Yeah.
They have a look at him, but like I don't mind the Mormons in some sense because we have like one of the best ran states in the United States. Oh man, I'm telling you, the freaking religious part of it sucks so bad, dude. Like our alcohol laws here, so bad.
I got the Vikings on the clock right now, Matt. Who are you thinking for the Vikings?
Turn it back, huh?
Let's see. I'm gonna think about their team. They're gonna have to pay Daniil Hunter. The pass rusher with the O name, Ozawani.
Oh, Jason Owe.
No, dude, no. They're taking the tackle.
Maybe
Tevin Jenkins.
That's who they took.
That's why I'm assuming they're gonna take.
They made it sound like that's who they were taking.
No, I think I could be wrong, but that like. They need offensive line, I think, because you know I think they need a tackle. Like that's their number one need right now.
Let's see if you're in draft. Yeah, let's see if your in draft inference is hitting on this one, baby. I don't know about this one.
Just kind of changing subjects real quick. I can't believe our day started with Aaron Rodgers news and that Aaron Rodgers to the Niners.
I got so excited for like 3 hours because of that.
Right.
I was literally waiting. I was like looking at my phone. Okay, where's the news that the Niners traded for Rodgers?
Yeah.
You know what, Fernando? I'm going to address this. I can't imagine Trey Lance versus Justin Fields because it seems like the Bears and the 49ers play like every year.
Dude, NFC Championship.
They play a lot. Yeah.
NFC Championship game, guys. It's going to happen.
Did the Bears finish last in the division? I wonder if
the Lions did.
They made the playoffs, the Bears did.
The Bears made the playoffs, yeah.
Oh, right. That's right.
He didn't play terrible in that game. He didn't play that bad.
Trubisky is so bad.
Yeah, but listen, when you take Trubisky out of the equation and you put Justin Fields in, you're like, oh, shit, that's a good team.
Dude, if they have Justin Fields in that playoff game, they probably win.
Yeah.
Vikings pick is in.
Christian Darrisaw.
I love that pick for that.
I was wrong. I was off by the freaking. I had the wrong lineman.
Hey, you know what though? That's a good pick for them. All right, I'll be right back, guys.
I was right. I was right in the sense they were going lineman. I just picked the wrong one.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. It's just it's
so hard to make the pick, dude. Like, I wonder who's doing the best right now in our mocks. Like, probably Stewart or some shit.
You know, Stewart, man, that's my guy. He's pretty good when it comes to that kind of stuff. So
I know. I can't wait till we get a chance we can all go to like a game together or something.
yeah, it's gonna be fun. I mean, it seems like COVID's getting better for the most part, one day at a time.
Yeah, maybe
But
we can.
hey,
I wonder if
we're getting down to pick 24 territory, man. Do you still feel like that the Niners might trade back into the first, or do you
I
think
was thinking like 26 to 30. So if they do, but I feel like the guy that they would have traded up for, he's gone. I would have thought it would have been possibly Farley, but with Farley going to Tennessee, I feel like there's nobody worth doing it because they're probably, unless they're thinking Asante Samuel Jr. goes at the end of the first or he goes early in the second, and maybe they trade into the first for Asante Samuel Jr. because I really think he's their best. I think they should go for him, regardless what they have. It's either if it's trading up in the first or trading up in the second tomorrow.
Yeah,
they should have their sights set on Asante Samuel Jr. We need a corner, dude. Like we're freaking absolutely destroyed at corner, and I'm kind of hoping that we can trade Jimmy and open up some of that cap space. And if we don't draft a corner, that Sherm comes back because Sherm said he's not going to get He's not going to get signed until after the draft.
right.
If we trade Jimmy and open some of that space, we can bring Sherm back.
Sherm supposedly was rumored to have interest to stay within the West Coast, so that could be the case. I could totally see that. And if Sherm comes back, I don't mind. But I really think the Niners' target should just be to just to get young, just to get a lot younger.
Mm-hmm. That's true. I mean, I get what you're saying. Sherm staying in the West Coast because he's from Compton. He's a freaking Southern California boy, and then he played in Northern California and then in Seattle. So he's been in the West Coast his whole life. So
yeah,
it would make sense for him to be like as a veteran to stay where he's comfortable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree 100%.
I could see maybe like after the draft when the Chargers going, okay, well we can bring in Sherm, help our young guys on defense because they're kind of trying to rebuild that defense a little bit. So
yeah,
I could see them bringing in Sherm because for me, either there's two ways I think I see Sherm's career going is once he retires, he's either going to coach, which I think is what he should do. Or he's going to be an announcer, like a color commentator, which I think fans would enjoy, just because of how fiery he is, and funny he is to listen to. I think it's either that or coach, but I'd rather much see him as a coach because I think if he started as a coordinator or lower, I could see him as a head coach someday. Because
just because I want to get this reaction out of Matt right now because I feel like I know his answer. Matt, what do you think of Sherman coming back?
Is he coming back to the team?
No. What do you think if that happens?
Because if all the good corners are gone and we trade Jimmy, that maybe we open up space to bring Sherm back.
If he's cheap, sure.
He's gonna
get burnt toast by a bunch of people, though.
I like Sherm. I mean, I like Sherm just for the coaching aspect.
Najee Harris to the Steelers.
Oh,
that was expected.
Is that in or is that already?
That's in. That's it.
So I picked Najee to go earlier because of the needs, but I was thinking in the back of my head that Najee's probably going to go to the Steelers.
That got a ton of reports yesterday.
Well, I figured – so when I did my mock, I figured if Najee's available – I had Najee going earlier, but I figured if Najee was actually available when the Steelers made their pick, they would take Najee.
Yeah.
But when you think about it, though, the funny thing is if you really think about the way the Steelers run and the way that they have like literally an old fart throwing the ball for them, they probably should have went Etienne because Najee's more of he's a beast. But if you want a guy with an old quarterback the way they do, they should have went with Etienne because that way they have that dump off when stuff's not there for Roethlisberger. So I like the Najee to Pittsburgh. I think he'll fit in, and I think he's got such an awesome personality. He'll really mesh with the way that Tomlin coaches, because I think Tomlin's personality really fits Najee's. Because I think Najee's like probably like a type of guy that you could go have a couple beers with, and he's really cool. personality.
I've gotten to talk to Najee Harris in person because he went to a high school that's probably about 20 minutes away from where I live. So I got to actually watch him play. And I got to talk to him a couple times. Really down-to-earth guy, really friendly.
Mhm.
I mean, his head is on the right tracks for football. He knows what he wants and what he's doing.
That's why he quits in Pittsburgh.
Yeah. I think I think that kind of makes sense for the mold of what the running backs they like in Pittsburgh are.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
personality-wise.
Yeah, and just physically too. I mean, Connor was never a burner. Bell was never a burner. Najee Harris, very
I
similar.
just wonder if they would have got Etienne, it would have been like a whole just a relief for Ben, because Ben has a guy where he's like, okay, everything's broke down. He always knows he can trust Etienne to be there for the dump.
I am gonna call Etienne to the Jacksonville Jaguars right here.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, over James.
I had Jacksonville taking a running back. I'm pretty sure in my mock. Let me see.
You don't like James Robinson?
I do, but they're going to take Etienne.
You think he's just kind of a product of the bad season?
This has been the night of Buddy.
Right.
So I think that continues.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Etienne went to Clemson. Okay, I see. A+ pick for Harris. Yeah, that was
I had the Jets taking Etienne, so never mind. I'm way off, dude. I'm not winning that Debo jersey, which makes me cry because I love Debo. I think the biggest reason I love Debo and I've taken to him as such like a fan of his play is because as a kid, my favorite player is T.O. And the closest receiver I've ever seen to T.O. since T.O. is Debo. Like, it's not even close. Literally, Debo reminds me of him in so many ways.
Woo! My goodness.
Once you get the ball in that boy's hands, dude, look out.
If Debo had T.O.'s work ethic, he'd be so good.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
I mean,
Debo came in a little tubby
you want to do
last
you know how
year.
you do a Matt's rant? You could do it. Just talk about the Hall of Fame with T.O. and you'll get a Christian's rant. I'll go off for fucking 2 hours.
I believe it.
Oh, dude, I've never been so mad and thought how much of a Hall of Fame voting is an absolute fucking joke that you did not put freaking T.O. as a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's literally It's literally, I don't care if it because I'm a Niners fan. It's literally Joe Montana T.O. It's not even a freaking T.O.'s gone. Every single team that T.O.'s gone to, even when he got older, has dominated. When he went to the Bills, and he was great on the Bills at the end of his career, and when he was with freaking Cincy, he was great. And he was 40 years old, dominating as a receiver. Like, literally, because I put Randy Moss 3, but the reason I don't put Randy Moss above T.O. is Randy Moss' work ethic and the fact that he took so many plays off in his career and was lazy. I would never put him above T.O.
I'll tell you this, though. If Randy Moss had T.O.'s work ethic, he'd probably be better than Jerry Rice.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, my gosh.
100%.
Yeah, I agree.
Because when it comes to talent, the greatest, most talented receiver of all time is Randy Moss. And there'll never be another guy like Randy Moss. Like the fact that they put Calvin Johnson as a first ballot Hall of Famer is a joke.
Yeah.
Like, Megatron was great, but you don't put T.O. as a first ballot Hall of Famer, and then you go and put freaking Calvin Johnson. Like, literally, T.O., once he had the ball in the open field, he was not going to get tackled, ever. Show me another receiver in the history of the game that once the ball was in his hands in the open field was going to break tackles like T.O. did.
So Field Yates put this out on Twitter, and I love Field Yates. He does really good work. The 2017 Alabama recruiting class has now produced 8 first-round picks in the last 2 years.
You know they pay them, right?
That's wild.
You know that they get away with what USC got the death penalty for, right?
Yeah.
You know, USC still hasn't recovered from the whole like Reggie Bush stuff. So with the Pac-12, the Pac-12's always been shit on, and the NCAA hates the Pac-12. But because the SEC's the bell cow, Alabama obviously, dude, they've been getting away with freaking paying these players. You can't tell me you literally go, hey, come to Alabama, and then a player goes to visit, and he's like, dude, fuck these mosquitoes, fuck this weather, fuck nothing to do here. Yeah, this is where I want to go. They're like, oh, let me show you some of this green. He's like, oh, I guess these mosquitoes I can take. I guess I can take the boring nothing to do out here in the freaking middle of nowhere. Trying to tell me that freaking you get all these players that want to go play in the South with the worst weather in the United States and the freaking mosquitoes and the nothing to do, and you just automatically get them to want to go there? Bullshit. Because
Aaron in the chat, any chance we trade up in the first round? I still think it's possible. The way the board is kind of falling right now, they could get like Greg Newsome or Eric Stokes at corner because I still think corner should be the first round pick to go with.
I want Asante Samuel Jr. and I think we trade up in the second tomorrow for him.
Yeah,
I don't know if they'll have to because there's a couple corners rated over him that'll go.
I think he's going to be really underrated.
Stokes
I think
good.
his dad was underrated coming out of college, and then went in the mid rounds to obviously to the Patriots, and it was a great corner for many years for the Patriots.
I'd like to point out that Creed Humphrey and Wyatt Davis are both still on the board.
That's true.
Because what the Niners could do with Creed Humphrey is they could let him play right guard for a season and then have him move back over to center after Alex Mack is gone, which I'd be totally fine with that.
Who's that guard we have from the Dolphins? It's suspect all the time.
On our roster?
Yeah, who's that? Who's our guard? I think he's the left guard.
Lakin Tomlinson is on the left side.
Lakin Tomlinson's kind of
and Mike Person is on the right side.
But Person had a good season last year. I remember.
Good. Lakin's just
wasn't Tomlinson the one that struggled?
No, everyone who stepped in at right guard kind of struggled.
So it's right guard. Okay.
Yeah.
No, the issue with Lakin Tomlinson is I don't think that him and Trent Williams meshed well last year.
Yeah, you were saying that. I kind of agree too. I mean, it was a strange season for everyone, but not having that communication is key.
Well, I think with Trent's, him being a veteran and being all the money we paid him, do you think he has do you think he's on the phone with John? These guys?
Is it ATN?
ETN.
Is it ATN? Yep.
ETN.
Dude, that is so cool though. Think about it. You have your freaking quarterback, your rookie quarterback with his most comfortable blanket coming with him. His boy.
It sets Lawrence up for success for sure.
Lawrence has played with his whole career. In college, he played with Etienne. Dude, the Jaguars are this might be the pick of the draft just because of the fact that that's
it shows that Urban Meyer had a plan going in, and that's really what it really shows.
I absolutely love this pick, and oh my god, freaking I love Goodell. Look at him in a chair making the pick. He's literally sitting in the chair making the pick.
Can we just talk about how crazy it is for the Cleveland Browns to be picking at 26?
Weird. It's so weird.
If they win every time they go to the playoffs, that's the team I'm rooting for in the AFC. Like that's probably the team I would choose to. I said the Bills earlier, but it might end up being the Browns that I root for.
There's something about Baker I just don't believe in. He can be so inconsistent at times.
No, I mean
I think if he gets his head out of his ass,
I just worry about him. I worry about him because of what I can't even think. Because of Beckham. Beckham is just like I said. He's a nuisance. He's a straight nuisance. He's
toxic.
He really is. Like he's okay, but he's not as good as his attitude is, and he literally just get rid of him. Like I remember like last year and the year before even when Niner fans were like, "Oh, we want OBJ," and I never was like, "No," I was like, "Nope, keep him out of my locker room." With all my young receivers, I want him nowhere near them.
Matt, I don't necessarily think tackle is a need for the Niners now, but what do you think if they get Dylan Radins, who is a tackle at North Dakota?
I don't think that would be a terrible idea in terms of a replace. I think they would move him to the right side and replace McGlinchey.
Right.
See, everybody hates on McGlinchey, but if he gains weight, I think he'll get back to his form.
Well, McGlinchey is a good run blocker. He's a terrible pass blocker. His footwork is trash.
Even with gaining weight, he'll still be terrible pass blocking.
His footwork is footwork, dude. Whether you're light or you would think that his footwork would get better as a lighter person, but like, nah, it's just bad. His footwork is terrible.
See,
he gives up too much ground off the snap.
I feel like he has the ability, but I just don't know. I hope because if you watch that one game against Aaron Donald in the past, dude, he absolutely shut Aaron Donald down and went. I can't remember. It was the first game we played against the Rams or the second. McGlinchey straight up shut him down in the pass game. So that's what I'm saying. Like McGlinchey has it, it's there. It's just whether or not he can make it consistent.
Yeah, but I've also seen him get him knocked on his ass by a bunch of people too. So,
but he even said he was way too skinny because if you looked at him, he looked more like if a tight end was playing, not a left tackle.
But I would just say at this point, I feel like, you really have to look at it in a perspective of what has he shown so far. He's shown that he's a good run blocker, not a good pass blocker.
That's almost. I wish we could freaking talk Joe to come back and play right tackle for us.
Joe's neck is messed up, dude.
Yeah.
It's like it's barely a stack of dimes. Like
Staley.
Yeah, his neck is screwed up.
Matt made it a good point some time ago, though, about Mike McGlinchey being a product of playing next to Quentin Nelson in that entire Notre Dame offense.
Oh, yeah, because that's right. McGlinchey was a Notre Dame guy.
I mean, like, Mike's not bad. Don't get me wrong. I agree with you guys. But, I mean, when you're playing next to one of the best right guards in all the NFL, in the
Nelson propped his ass up, dude.
Yeah. Oh, did we lose him?
Was it the same year that Nelson went that we took McGlinchey? Because I know we took McGlinchey with the first pick in the first round.
Yeah.
They went same draft. Nelson went 5.
Okay.
McGlinchey went 11 or 9.
11, that's right.
Yes. Yeah.
11.
I was hoping to trade.
You have 2 picks in that round as well?
No, that was just
The
McGlinchey.
McGlinchey draft? No, that was just McGlinchey in the first.
17 or 16?
17.
11.
7.
Oh. McGlinchey was like 11.
27.
What year? 2017.
Okay.
What are you guys thinking
That's
for
right.
Cleveland for the draft pick? What position?
Ooh, let me see what I have for Cleveland.
Defense? I think Cleveland will go defense. They need a linebacker.
2018 for McGlinchey.
The guy I figured they'd go defense because I had Jalen Phillips, but he went already. So it has to be. I don't know what other defensive lineman they would, because they need more D line. So maybe
the Browns are gonna go. Who the fuck are the Browns gonna go?
I was thinking Koromoa. They need a linebacker.
my mock. I don't.
Greg Newsome. Browns got
since
Greg
I didn't
Newsome.
pay attention to the later picks, I have no idea.
Good pick.
Yeah.
Who was it?
Newsome's good pick. Greg Newsome.
What position? Linebacker?
He's a corner. No, Newsome's a corner.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I didn't pay attention to the later round, so I don't even know all the players.
So as one last corner, the Niners could possibly target Eric Stokes and
I'm telling you,
Monte
Asante
Samuel
Jr. is going to be a Niner. I'm telling you.
Don't sleep on Elijah Molden.
When we were talking when we were talking in the what do you call it? In our freaking chat, I was saying Asante Samuel Jr. and I still think he's our guy. I don't think we're trading back into the first though. I think we're gonna wait and see what happens early in the second.
Yeah, at this point, I don't know how much extra value you're gonna get, but it's possible. But there's only been a couple trades today, which is really weird.
I think what's gonna happen maybe too is, or maybe we take, maybe we kind of see who falls to our pick and we don't move, because we could either get the center at Oklahoma or Asante Samuel Jr. if he's there, because we have to draft a center, because I don't know how many years Mac has left.
I think Mac got one. I think he's got one.
Yeah, one or two. That's what I'm saying. So we take a center.
2 at the most.
And if you take a center in the second round center, it can be a starting center. So it's either center or corner is what I'm thinking. So
this is a really deep corner draft too. That's the thing.
Like we could get a corner in the third round.
That's what I kind of want the team to do. I was kind of leaning corner in the third because I like interior offensive line in the second round. The team has kind of proven to not really put too much value into the cornerback position, at least just historically. I mean, the highest they've taken a corner in this regime is Ahkello Witherspoon. And, I mean, he wasn't bad, but you look at
He's inconsistent.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, who's the guy we re-signed that's like freaking you just cringe every time you see him on the field? The corner. What's his name?
They got Barrett back.
All the memes that the Niners foot was making. Who?
Verrett, K1, and Mosley are all back. Dante Johnson's back. But Matt said away.
Dante Johnson and all the Niners fans were like, oh, my God, this guy still?
Matt said it earlier in the show, though. He was talking about how a lot of these guys are on one-year deals. So it makes sense to get a corner eventually. But again, I just don't know how much value they put into it because I think the team is really committed to the pass rush. We saw in 2019 what a good pass rush does for the secondary. It makes the job a lot easier. And I think they're kind of bought into that philosophy. They're really committed to it. I mean, you look who they brought in. They brought in Maurice Hurst, Arden Key, Samson Ebukam, Zach Kerr, all kinds of defensive line talent because they want a solid rotation. So I can see why they won't take or they may not take corner early on, but third round for them feels ideal.
So, but you guys think Ebukam is going to be better than Hyder? Because I really wanted Hyder back because I think he was such an underrated guy.
Hyder was a
and
product.
Losing him to Seattle hurts.
I think Hyder's a product of the scheme.
And a contract year, too. I think the
Which
contract.
means if he's a product of the scheme, he's going to fucking do terrible in stupid-ass Seattle because they suck defensively. Freaking I think
guess.
finally now where we're at, I think what's his name? Their coach. I can't have a blank all of a sudden. Pete Carroll is finally getting exposed for the trash that he is. Because because if you ask me, his GM built that defense. And anybody could coach that defense. But he's starting to get exposed when he had to rebuild that defense, how terrible of a freaking – he's supposed to be a defensive coach, and he's crap.
Yeah.
He has an literally, dude, freaking – I feel so bad for – even though it's our division, I feel so bad for Russell. Because the reason I feel bad for Russell is just personally he's a great person. So it's hard to dislike a guy that's as great as he is personally.
Ravens pick is in. Are we thinking wide receiver? I feel the need.
Yeah, it has to be, right? Bateman. This is where Bateman
I'm going to go Terrace Marshall.
Terrace Marshall?
I think Terrace Marshall, too.
Where did Marshall play?
LSU.
Oh, that's right.
Kind of slid under the radar with Jamar Chase there, but I think Terrace Marshall.
He was Burrow's other guy, huh? Besides Chase.
Yeah.
Well, Terrace Marshall is the third dude, honestly, if we're talking Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, and then –
oh, that's right, Justin Jefferson.
Terrace Marshall.
Do you think we freaking whiffed and not trying to get Jefferson because he was an absolute stud?
No. Ayuk is fine. No. I'm very content with Ayuk.
I like Ayuk, but do you think it would have been – you think it would have been better? You don't think it would have been better to have Jefferson? Because we took Ayuk before Jefferson went, right?
I think with the quarterback play, it didn't really matter too much. Matt, you're muted, my man.
Yeah, I'm aware. I was talking to my wife.
My bad.
Camera.
Oh, right.
Wives. No, I don't mind it. I think Jefferson was really good. I mean, Jefferson was a huge product of playing alongside Adam Thielen and Kirk Cousins and having Dalvin Cook, where Brandon Ayuk was just rotating carousel of quarterbacks and terrible offensive play in general. So I don't think Ayuk could have really been exposed to what his potential is, which is why this coming year, I think Ayuk could be a 1,000-yard receiver.
Again, don't underestimate those core muscle injuries. Those things are serious business. True.
Do you think Ayuk's going to be used? Do you think we can use Ayuk like we use Debo, though? Do you think we can?
I think we use Ayuk way more dynamically than what Debo can do. Ayuk is a straight up burner. I don't think you can run Debo on a fly route and have him like beat a ton of people, but I think Ayuk, you can definitely have him be a burner like that.
I don't think we're going to be that kind of receiver anyways.
I wonder if a lot of I feel like a lot of our deep routes this year with having a rookie quarterback, especially if Lance plays, I think Ayuk's going to run a lot of deep posts. Like
Aaron on the
I'll put it this way. Is Lance's deep ball, even in his rookie year, going to be any worse than Jimmy G's? No.
I think the floor for his deep ball will be Jimmy G.
Right.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
okay.
That when we were talking about if Jimmy was like, I didn't get a chance to talk about when we were talking about like Jimmy and keeping Jimmy or letting Lance play. It's no worse than having Jimmy in there, in my opinion. It's not going to be better or worse. So why not just go with it?
What you will get out of Lance, which I like though, is you won't get underthrown balls one bit.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I'm looking forward to from Lance.
The only thing I wonder is it worth letting Lance sit because players that sit tend to do better. Where that's a possibility.
I think he'll sit until around the trade deadline. That's like week 4, week 5, week 6. That's when he's going to.
That's what I'm wondering because most quarterbacks do better when they sit. and I think maybe Josh Allen is just the exception because he didn't sit and has played great. So
yeah, I mean, there's other examples like Lamar Jackson played right away. Justin Herbert sat 1 week until he played. So
when you think about Lamar,
that accident to Taylor,
Lamar Jackson is a more refined Kaepernick. That's all. That's the way I see Lamar.
But I think even right now that Trey Lance is a better thrower of the football than Lamar Jackson is.
Oh, 100%, like not even close. Lamar's, it's mean to say when people call him a running back playing quarterback, but that's what he is. Because his ability
the throwing with Lamar is so rudimentary.
His ability to throw the ball is maybe a little bit better than Kaepernick's, but it's still
Rashad Bateman to the Ravens at 27.
That's
Called it. I'm telling you, dude. Rashad Bateman's going to be the best receiver in this. The best receivers in this class. Watch.
Oh hell no! Jamar Chase is so good.
Well, I just mean because Bateman's going to Baltimore is why.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. We just talked about Lamar Jackson being a rudimentary passer,
but he needs a route runner.
But does it hamper you because you're a rudimentary passer? Throwing to Rashad Bateman, does Rashad Bateman suffer because Lamar Jackson is not as refined a quarterback?
I don't think so, because Rashad being a route runner and being good, like just being a great route runner. I think
also, I'm looking at Rashad Bateman right now. I really low key with the rule change. I really low key hopes he picks 0 for the Ravens as his.
That'd be sick. That'd be sick
as fuck, dude.
That'd be so sick. But you got to think too, is because Lamar, obviously, what is Lamar's favorite thing? The only guys he's had to throw to, because they have Hollywood Brown, but Hollywood Brown's a deep threat. So you don't. Hollywood Brown's not like over the middle and all that. He's a deep threat guy. He was a deep threat guy at Oklahoma. They don't. He hasn't had a receiver that can run routes and run fluidly and get open.
Brandon's back.
I'm back.
Hey.
Lamar's only had great tight ends, and he's thrown to the guys because tight ends are always great. Tight ends are always great route runners. That's part of being a tight end. So if with Bateman being such a great route runner, it's going to completely help Lamar get the ball to receivers and not just tight ends, because he's got a receiver that can get open just because he's such a great route runner. I think that'll make a difference for Lamar and help his progression, because his progression is hurt because he hasn't had receivers that are good to help his progression on the outside. He can go inside the freaking hashes, but I think a route runner like Rashad Bateman could help him on the outside of hashes.
I could see this for Aaron Paul's comment. I could see Elijah Moore being the target for the 49ers in round 2.
I think the Saints are going to get
Not going to lie.
Saints' pick is in right now. I think
you think they're taking Elijah Moore?
Yeah, Stewart was kind of on that too. I think we both kind of agreed to Elijah Moore.
You're probably right.
Okay, here's the question.
But the Niners could let Elijah Moore.
What happens in round 2 if you're sitting there at 43 and a receiver like Terrace Marshall drops to you?
I would take him in the heartbeat.
Oh, yeah.
I would take that.
Because Terrace Marshall's 6'3". We always talk about the big body receiver for the 49ers. And like that to me, like you're 6'3". That's a big boy right there.
Because we need a receiver 3. And to me, receiver 3s are the guys that get open on third down and the guys that get open in the red zone. And a guy that's 6'3" with a big body is perfect for that.
I mean, if Jalen Hurts stays healthy, wouldn't he be receiver 3?
Yes, but if wishes were fishes, then we'd live in the ocean. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
but I'm just saying,
I really want to believe in Hurd, but I just can't buy into the injuries, man. I really can't.
So many injuries.
Absolutely. Yeah. Every time I think that guy's going to play, I get so excited, and then he lets us down. But because of that, that's why I thought the Niners went hard on bringing back Kendrick Bourne.
And here's the weird thing, too, because a lot of 49er fans will sit there and be like, Jimmy's never available. We should move on from Jimmy. And they'll be like, but Jalen Hurd will be back. And I'm like, it's the same fucking thing, dude.
Yeah,
he had a back injury and an ACL back-to-back. Like, at least Jimmy had a year in between his big injuries. Like, come on, guys.
I mean, but see, things like that is why I thought we should have brought Kendrick Bourne back, because Kendrick Bourne, he's a third down receiver and a red zone receiver, and you can't.
I'm actually really glad they didn't pay what Kendrick Bourne got from the Patriots.
And that's what sucks is I'm glad he got.
He got a lot.
I wanted to bring him back so bad because of the fact that he's such a security blanket for whoever the quarterback is. they know they can trust him to be open on the big downs, on third down, in the red zone. You know, he's there. He's where you want him to be. He's a fantastic route runner.
Yeah.
And so underrated. So I mean, that's why the Patriots freaking gave him that money, because of his ability to run routes and ability to get open, because that's what Bill likes for his receivers.
Bourne got 3 years, $15 million with $7.25 guaranteed. That's a fair deal, but given what the Niners were going through with the salary cap at the time, and even just kind of the direction they're trending in now in terms of making the team affordable, that contract it wouldn't have been doable on the team.
Oh, we never would have been able to pay that. A lot of I hated how a lot of Niner fans hated on
the New Orleans Saints select Peyton Turner from Houston, edge rusher.
Another pass rusher? Oh, because they lost Hendrickson.
Well, the Saints are idiots. That guy's naughty. That guy could have went in the third round.
Hey, since I missed it, how many of you guys called Najee going to the Steelers?
All of us did.
I think everybody.
I didn't call it, but I had a feeling it would happen if he fell that far.
Yeah.
So I didn't put in my mock, but I said, because I thought where I had my mock going that he would go sooner, but I figured, I was thinking to myself, do you know what? I should just freaking mock Najee to the Steelers, because if he falls that far, that's where he's going. But
Well, yeah, looking at the value of the draft board now, guys, I really don't think the Niners are going to trade back into the first, which is
I don't
fine.
think so either. There's so much talent that's fallen out that you would think, hey, it should have been gone, but there's a lot of talent that's still there that they're going to sit back and really, hey, if you don't have to move to get the people you want, then don't move.
Exactly. I agree. 100%.
Exactly.
Where are we at with? We are at pick number
28.
28.
Yeah, 28.
No, 29. It's Green Bay.
29.
Green Bay. Oh,
wow.
Green Bay.
4 more picks. 4 more picks.
Time for another quarterback.
I want to say, hey, this draft process has gone so fast, but then I'm looking at the timer and I'm like, oh, we're 4 hours in.
Yeah, right. It doesn't even look
Already
like
8:40. My time, at least.
Man.
Yeah, everybody's time, right?
Yeah. 8:40. But yeah, this is a spot that I think Terrace Marshall could go.
Packers, you think? Packers?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. And this is going to really inform how they feel about Aaron Rodgers and whether or not they're going to try to work it out with him.
Yeah.
If you take a playmaker here for Aaron Rodgers, it's like, hey, Aaron, we're going to try. Sorry about all the bullshit. Let's make it work. It just depends. So I still think the Packers are a soft-ass football team, and if the 49ers are healthy, we're going to bury them. But, just going off of what I know.
Man, those teams just took such a risk off of getting offensive coordinators who kind of base their scheme off of Kyle Shanahan, and really that just tells you how valuable Shanahan is.
Yeah.
It's just – I like LaFleur, don't get me wrong, and I like Rodgers and stuff, but it's just the draftable decision-making has been questionable. Mike Pettin was a terrible DC for years, and they kept him on.
Isn't that Gutekunst, though? Isn't that on Gutekunst? Because I don't think that's necessarily on
Brian Gutekunst.
LaFleur, who's I think LaFleur's done a really good job. I think more of that is on Gutekunst for being the guy that's picking the players.
Yeah. I mean, Jordan Love and A.J. Dillon. Man.
Well, listen, A.J. Dillon could still turn out to be something, but Jordan Love, come on, dude. You got a Hall of Fame quarterback with Aaron Rodgers, and you're going to piss him off by taking a first-round quarterback? That's such a crazy move. This is like a weird pick for me because I'm like, dude, Packers go rogue. They go renegade. They don't even give a shit.
Yeah.
Did they just trade back in?
No, that's the Packers' actual pick.
Dude.
But the Packers are like that draft day thing where it's like, say it with me, you pancake eating motherfucker. They're just like, let's go. Let's go.
They're such trash drafters in the first round. They do good in the mid-round.
Yeah.
Early round.
They do. They're a good mid-round picking team for sure.
Devontae Adams.
The last good first-round pick that they had was probably Jair Alexander, who I really, 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 really liked.
The safety, right?
For the Packers, yeah.
Corner. He's really good. Jair Alexander is really good.
Jenna's late to the party, but she says, "Freaking
Hey,
Lance
Lance all day.
That is
Lance
Lance to the
all
Bay.
day.
Straight
We finally don't have to stress about Mac anymore. No more Mac talk.
Yeah.
Thank
Right.
God.
Like we assume.
Alec, how pumped is Perry? Alec, I've interacted with you on Twitter plenty of times. You've known how excited I was about Lance. I kind of blew the cover way earlier in the show, and I still feel bad for it, but it's worth it, man. It was absolutely worth it that Lance is the guy.
That's all right. That's all right. I was pretty expected when you were like, "Oh, Trey Lance." I'm like,
I thought
shit.
it was on mute.
You know what I just realized though? In my mock, I had Mac Jones to the Patriots at 15, and I got it right.
Yeah.
At least I got one
Good
of the
stuff, man.
That might be the only pick after 10 that I got correct.
Packers is
right.
In. Matt, I think the Packers are going to get Terrace Marshall. I think they'll go wide receiver here. I mean,
Me too.
Yeah, Terrace Marshall or Bateman, one of them. But
yeah, see, I mocked Kadarius Toney to the Packers, but he went earlier than I thought.
I can't believe how early Toney went, Matt. I didn't know you were so high on Toney.
Oh shit. I like Toney. Lance starting week 1. If Jimmy doesn't move this weekend, then Jimmy's starting week 1.
I think
Lance will come in afterwards.
Okay, here's the thing though. The team that would trade for him is probably Washington, but Washington has a chain now because of everything else is working out to be the one to trade for Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers is about to commit Sudoku. Poor guy. Packers just took Eric Stokes, CB from Georgia.
They hate Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron.
That tells me they're not bringing it back.
I think Aaron will get his extension. I think Aaron will get his extension.
That's debatable.
Said that it's not about. They offered the extension already. He turned it down.
Hey, things change, man. When you're Aaron Rodgers, you have all the power in the world.
Here's my thing, though. Is it that the Packers didn't win because they couldn't score points, or did they not win because they couldn't stop anybody?
Because their defense.
The defense was pretty bad.
Roger gets mad. Roger gets mad that they don't give him weapons. He gets mad they don't give him weapons, but he doesn't realize he's never had a defense ever.
Yeah. So.
I just can't believe they need a defense. They need a corner like that.
Good call, Alec.
Corner is why they lost to Tampa Bay in the NFC Championship. Literally, go back and watch that game. Corner cost them that game. So
Kevin King was so bad. Kevin King was bad.
It's like they really don't want Rodgers to succeed with them or something.
So
Rodgers should be happy about this pick.
But
does Buffalo go Terrace Marshall here?
They could do Javonte Williams.
But no. Why though? You have Moss, who's a freaking already a monster. Which Williams is.
Moss and Singletary were terrible.
I mean, Moss couldn't stay healthy.
Especially Singletary.
Yeah, Singletary
Moss stay healthy. He can literally he's literally a freaking breaking tackle monster, and that's the same thing Williams is. So why would you draft a running back already similar to Moss?
I think Breida is going to succeed there for sure.
I want Breida to do well in Buffalo. I feel like
he should have never traded him. He should have stayed with the Niners, in my opinion.
I think the Bills.
He was a free agent signing.
What's that, Matt?
Wasn't he a free agent signing to Miami?
I can't remember.
Breida.
Maybe he was.
Wait, who? I'm sorry.
Breida.
No, we traded him for a fifth-round pick.
Oh, for a seventh?
Yeah. Just for Breida outright. So it was Breida to the Dolphins for a fifth-round pick last year, I believe.
I was never on the Breida train. I thought certain members of the 49ers community were pushing him too hard, and I was like,
oh, dude, he literally won me my freaking fantasy that week. He broke that 80-yarder against the freaking Browns.
Jenna, I think it's really high.
50-50?
I think it's pretty high.
I think it's 50-50.
50-50.
I don't know. I really feel like he's staying this season.
The only team that could trade for him is Washington. We literally all the teams that could trade for him got quarterbacks.
I say it's 50-50 because I think Lance needs a little bit of time.
Yeah, exactly.
Remember,
and it really depends on his
Jimmy's our guy for now.
If Jimmy gets hurt, Jimmy gets hurt, Lance goes in right away.
Well, if you remember, they were saying like Jimmy's our guy for now. Like they literally said this in press conferences earlier. Like we're sticking with Jimmy for now. because they must have known then that Trey Lance was our guy.
If a team calls you on the phone tomorrow though and says, "Hey, we want Jimmy for a third," do you take that? Would you take a third for Jimmy?
For third,
Oh,
I'd
wow.
take a third for Jimmy. Yeah,
Okay.
his value is low.
But is it worth it if we have 9 picks that we can't even use all those picks this year? We got 9 picks and only like 3 or 4 of the guys are going to make.
I think in the third round you can address interior offensive line and your secondary with multiple picks, and you'd be really well off. I think if you can get rid of Jimmy Garoppolo and get yourself like a starting cornerback or a starting interior offensive lineman, that's worth it alone. Just because he doesn't have a lot of value.
Because I guess a guy in the third round is gonna probably make the team. So but it makes like the later round guys kind of useless. Like we're just drafting just because we have to draft. Unless we really do stuff.
I agree.
That's why I see like we have all these extra picks. We have to move up. You can move
a lot
up
of reports indicating yesterday, and the day before was that teams were trying really hard to get picks for next year's class, just because of how uncertain everything was because of COVID and stuff, which makes sense. So, I mean, just out of the blue, the Niners could try and get a pick for next year or two, even though they already have the third. No, they moved that for.
I wish we could freaking trick.
They could try and get more picks next year, but I mean,
Washington giving us next year's first for Jimmy.
Yeah,
man. I mean, if Washington had Jimmy, they're going to make the playoffs. That's what I'm saying. Like they're going to win a playoff game with Jimmy under center. They'll win a playoff game, not just make it. They'll win the division and probably win a playoff game.
I think Washington wins the division again this year. Cowboys aren't really going anywhere.
I don't know. I like Dak. Dak is good, man. Dak is.
Do you think he's going to be the same after that ankle injury?
Matt,
he'll come back and be fine.
I just don't. Dak will be fine. I just think that the Cowboys, in and of themselves, are going to sabotage themselves. I just don't really.
They're going to Jerry Jones themselves.
Yeah.
I'm
just not super into whatever they do.
They won't win another Super Bowl until he dies and Jerry's son takes over. Because Jerry's son's got some sense. But until Jerry dies, they won't win anything.
My next door neighbor
could be true.
My next door neighbor is a Cowboys fan, and he doesn't like Dak at all.
What Dak? Dude,
Really?
I love Dak. Dak is so much fun to watch.
Dak,
one of the most fun quarterbacks.
Dak is a gamer. Dak physically talented. Is he the best? No. But is he a guy that's gonna fight his ass off? Absolutely.
He's
definitely.
He's a smart quarterback. I think he's very intelligent.
Yeah.
They need defense though, for sure.
Yep. They do need defense. They need to start thinking about replacing that offensive line because those guys aren't getting any younger.
Oh yeah, they're getting old. They are getting old. Hurt. All right, the Buffalo Bills' pick is in.
So I'm behind. So you guys tell me, and then I see the pick on my TV.
Yeah.
Because I have a Roku TV thing. Because my apartment has a stupid ass thing where you have to pay. They charge you.
Gotcha.
What do you call it? Entertainment package.
Yeah.
I just have a Roku TV thing. So
okay. Wow. Buffalo Bills get Gregory Rousseau, pass rusher out of Miami.
That's not, at the end of round 1, that's not a bad pick.
I like that pick for them. Yeah.
That's not bad. He's their second best pass rusher because there was already the one out of Miami that went.
Did Baltimore already pick? They're on the clock twice?
No, that's the pick from Kansas City that they got for Orlando.
Yeah.
Remember,
Gotcha. You're right.
Yeah,
and they picked a wide receiver with their first pick, right?
Bateman. Yeah.
Yep.
So I had Kansas City taking Leatherwood as the 31st pick before the trade happened.
God, the Raiders, they're so.
Dude,
that's such a
and I had the Bills taking Aaron Stokes. I think Stokes would have went to the Bills if he didn't get picked.
I thought the Bills were going to get Terrace Marshall or something. I thought wide receiver would have been smart, but Josh Allen's good. I don't think it matters at that point. I think Josh Allen's kind of proven he could win with any wide receiver.
Does Baltimore double up on wide receivers here?
I kind of want them to, Matt. I really want them.
I mean,
I think it'll be a good service to Lamar Jackson if they do.
Especially because now the defense.
Why would you build defense? You need receivers.
Well,
that's their biggest need.
I feel like they're going to build up on receivers too because the defenses are figuring out Lamar Jackson now.
I'm just thinking Devontae Williams.
Yeah,
They need a
big
running
time.
back.
I
The
agree,
running
man.
backs are old. They don't have a running back.
No, the Ravens are set. They got J.K. Dobbins. They're good with Dobbins.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot they had Dobbins because I remember they had Ingram. I forgot they had Dobbins. I was gonna say they could maybe go.
The wide
Devontae.
Ingram.
Yeah,
They got Dobbins and they got
more towards the end of the year.
Yeah, they phased out Mark Ingram.
Yeah,
Yeah.
then Dobbins was a guy, and then they had Gus Edwards, who was really good also. So they have a good stable of running backs.
Do they go
Yeah.
receiver here because they literally don't? I think if they get more receivers, then that's when Hollywood Brown will play better
Yeah.
too because he's
Again,
a deep
they
ball
got
guy.
Bateman. I think they could use a Terrace Marshall, who's a bigger body. Like that, this could be where he goes.
That-
But I mean, imagine somebody like Terrace Marshall slipping out of the first round if he does.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the thing. If you think he would go here because the way the Baltimore setup they have, they're good at tight end. That's the safety blanket for Lamar. But if you get him some receivers that can get open and run some routes, that's going to open up their offense
Yeah.
more. And then finally, Hollywood Brown will live up to his first round potential where he has other receivers and he's not the only receiver on the damn freaking team. So he'll actually
I still don't think Brown is like a wide receiver one though on that team.
Well, no,
Honestly,
he's the deep ball guy.
He's a slot. You want so Hollywood Brown is the same way that the Eagles are going to want to use Devontae Smith. Where you're really running him across the formation. Like you have your two outside guys, Smith / Hollywood Brown. You want them to be the slot guy that you can motion. You can do the what is it, the rainbow motion where it's like back behind the running back or whatever.
yes.
You can do all that stuff with them. And I think that's Hollywood Brown. That's what you want to do. And I think they realize that, hey, with Hollywood Brown, you can't really do traditional stuff with him. And cool, Bateman's 6 foot. He weighs like 205 or whatever. But you're talking about Terrace Marshall is 6'3", 215, 220 pounds, and runs a 4.3 whatever 40. He's a dude too.
Well, I mean, if you look like Hollywood Brown's been their only receiver. Like they haven't had anybody. So he hasn't been able to play on his full potential because that's not the kind of player he is. But if they surround him with some guys that can play well, he'll start to shine more. If he's not,
I just don't think they can count on Sammy Watkins after that signing. Watkins is okay, but I don't think they could really bank on him being healthy or really contributing a lot.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, because like if you look like in some games, like Browns have like some flashes that he's really really good, but I feel like his inconsistencies because he's the only receiver they've had. So
yeah,
Lamar's become so reliant on his tight ends because he hasn't had any receivers. Really, they to not go receiver here is really stupid for Baltimore because they've had no receivers for Lamar since he. So like we haven't seen Lamar even at, like his full potential possibly because we haven't seen him with any receivers. We've just seen him with great tight ends.
Yeah.
I want to see Lamar surrounded by like talented receivers, not just talented tight ends. So you would think they would go receiver because that's like their defense is good, and the only thing their offense is missing is like a receiver 1 and a receiver 2, because you make Hollywood Brown a receiver 3 if you draft you already drafted 1, so that's receiver 1 or 2, and then they draft 1 more, and then you got receiver 1, 2, you have receiver 3, and then freaking like two or three good tight ends.
Right. Yeah, it's a lot. Like you want to surround and make Lamar Jackson as successful as he can be. So it does make sense that you do a lot of those things.
Obviously, we knock on Lamar because of his throw, when it comes to throwing, but we haven't had. It's not fair to say that we've actually got to see him with decent receivers. We've seen him with some of the amazing tight ends. I mean, Mark Andrews does for Lamar the same thing he did for Baker Mayfield. So
yeah,
that's but we haven't got to see Lamar with some freaking amazing tight ends. I mean, amazing receivers. Like he's got amazing tight ends, but I want to see Lamar with some receivers that can do something.
Yeah.
What's been the most surprising pick to you guys so far?
The Raiders. They fucked that whole thing up, dude.
But it's
Alex Leatherwood at 17 was crazy.
But
Yeah.
it's
What I had Leatherwood at the end of the draft. I had him at freaking 31, and he went 17.
He's definitely an
Crazy
early
to me.
victory guy.
Like,
Hung
dude,
fat
that's
with that,
that's
Matt.
so hard. You never
I
know.
need that autographed Debo. Hung.
Dude,
Better
if I
win.
win the freaking,
Hey,
Hung
Hey,
fat.
if I win the freaking thing for ours, I'm taking the freaking Debo. Sorry. If I win for ours, Debo's going to me.
that's all right. I don't mind Ayuk if I win.
I don't mind Ayuk either because I think that Ayuk is going to be the better player long term.
I mean,
Yeah.
I just
I
love
think
Debo.
Ayuk's going number 1 receiver.
Well, he's
Yeah, me
he's just
too.
the one, but Debo's just a different kind of guy. Like, he's more in the run game. He's more.
I know
short.
Debo's fun to watch. That's the thing. Debo
Yeah,
is fun to
definitely.
just.
Because he's
It's like,
more
oh
running.
shit, he ran that cornerback right over. Like he don't even care.
Yeah.
Like,
Dude,
he's just
he's-
going.
He literally, his nickname fits him perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Matt, you
Seriously.
just gotta tell Debo to put down
taking
the
change out on the field.
tell Debo to put down the Popeyes.
I know.
Yeah.
Debo need to come in a little skinnier. It looks like he's been working this off season, so that's good.
I would
Yeah.
hope so. Oh my god. I would absolutely
Yeah,
hope so.
he came back from that hammy a little chunky last year though, and I was like, oh,
That's
come
why.
on,
That's
man.
why he hurt the
Yeah,
hand.
he's a tough boy.
I think his weight's why he got hurt.
The Ravens select Jason Owa with their 31st overall pick.
Pass rusher. Okay.
Yep.
Stupid.
And
Is that
so
because they lost,
Tampa
or
is
who did they lose? They lost their pass rusher in free agency.
Judon.
Judon, correct. Yeah.
Is that why they take a pass rusher there? Because they lost Judon?
Yeah, sure. You want to fill spots, and I think Jason Owa at 31 is a really good pick.
He had
Yeah.
a filthy test
I
score
still
too.
think they should have taken a receiver, but
Well, remember they had taken Bateman already, so at that point, maybe doubling up is a luxury. And if you feel like that edge is the better play for you, then of course go with Jason Owa.
Yeah, dude turned in a 4.36 40. He can fly.
Yeah. I'm very interested. Wait, Owa ran a 4.36.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's fast.
Whoa.
That's faster than Parsons. Parsons ran a 4.39.
Oh God.
So Parsons is he's what's our linebacker that screwed us from Alabama? He's him 2.0.
Foster.
Foster. He's Foster 2.0 with those off-field issues.
Okay.
Parsons, have you read about
The
some of
best
Parsons' like
I'll
stuff
tell you
he's
what.
done off field?
Yeah, he's psycho. But he also, you got to remember, he did go to the best possible team to play for.
Losing your Christian. Oh, there-
Jerry Jones.
Man,
So
Jones.
Jerry Jones, being the fact that Jerry Jones is the guy.
Wow.
Take-
Tampa Bay's pick is in already.
Really?
Yeah, Tampa didn't even take a minute.
The fact,
Damn.
when you think about it, the fact that like a guy with issues, he can go to and play for Jerry Jones, and Jerry Jones will pretty much dad him up and fix him. It's the same thing Jerry Jones did with Des Bryant. If anybody can
Wow.
take an idiot and the guy that has a freaking idiot issues and fix him, it's Jerry Jones. So Michael Parsons went to the probably best team he could go for if he has those issues. In my
Matt, can
opinion.
you imagine the Bucks just say screw it, then just take Terrace Marshall?
Oh,
Can you
dude.
imagine?
Right.
YOLO.
OJ Howard.
I
Antonio
definitely
Brown,
can.
Gronk. You got Gronk. Then you got
Yeah, Evans, Godwin,
Mike Evans.
Scotty
Godwin.
Miller.
You got to be kidding me.
Chandler Johnson. Then they just signed Gio Bernard and then Fournette and Jones. And I mean,
And Antonio Brown.
AB's back. That's crazy to me.
Not fair.
Man,
That's
I
not
can't
fair.
believe we made it, guys. 4 hours and 11 minutes worth of NFL draft content, and we made it.
Yep.
Yep.
We were on the
Dude,
last pick,
they-
boys.
There's like Tom Brady's never had that kind of weapons before. So just give him another one. Here, Tom,
Yeah.
you want another weapon?
I think Tampa Bay probably goes offensive line though. I think it makes sense. They could probably get Creed or Liam Eichenberg. I like. Just try and keep Brady upright as long as possible. I mean, the more protection for him, the better.
Yeah.
Would make sense.
Is tomorrow-
Defense. I mean, they could do Owusu Koromora maybe to pair with Devin White. I know because they got Levante David. I don't know. They're kind of a weird team. They could just say screw it and just take
Dude,
Mond.
they're already stacked.
Yeah.
They brought everybody back. They
Yeah.
brought the whole Super Bowl roster back. So who the hell do they need? This is just for fun.
All right, this is it. The last
Gotta be
pick
a
is in.
receiver.
Tampa Bay.
Joe Tryon from Washington.
Oh, wow. That's a good pick. That's a nice little pick.
What position?
He's
Joe
at
Tryon,
from
defensive
Washington.
end.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's a good pick.
Well,
Linebacker.
Anytime you get a defender from the 12, you're making a good pick. They're all good.
We need to do some research. I want to see how many drafts in NFL history have gone no safeties in round 1.
Oh, man. If the Niners got Trayvon Moehrig, I would not mind that.
Right. That's what I'm looking at for tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, Moehrig fell? Wow.
Yeah, Moehrig not drafted in the first round.
Oh, yeah. I have more going to Jacksonville in my mock.
I could see that.
But I also had Javonte Williams possibly going to the Buccaneers. I'm surprised they didn't go running back.
Well, Bucks got enough.
They have a bunch of guys like 1-year guys or whatever guys, but I mean, you get a guy that is a young guy that can be an every down back for.
I think
Brady.
Again, like I said, I think you like running backs too much, man. Like I don't think that anybody likes running backs that much.
They're underestimated. Bro.
They have Leonard Fournette. They brought in what's his face, Giovanni Bernard.
And Ronald
they're
Jones.
Set, man, and they're definitely playing year-to-year football right now. As long as Tom Brady's there, they're playing year-to-year. They don't want to hamstring themselves up too much while Tom Brady's there, because as soon as he retires, they're going to have to blow the whole thing up and start over again.
Yeah. Well, if I'm them next year, I draft the best quarterback that's available.
Mm-hmm.
There's still some pretty good talent going into tomorrow, though, man.
Or they take maybe Davis Mills or something tomorrow. That would.
There's a ton of good talent. So one by one, Brandon, why don't we start with you? Yes. With the 43rd pick in the NFL draft, the 49ers select
Asante Samuel.
Okay. That's a good pick. I like that pick. Christian, same thing to you. With the 43rd pick, the 49ers select
Asante Samuel Jr.
All right. Perry, are we going 3 for 3 or are you going to a different
The Niners will select Landon Dickerson, offensive line from Alabama. I like the pick.
Okay. I say with the 43rd pick, the San Francisco 49ers select Creed Humphrey from Oklahoma.
I love that pick,
that
too.
makes sense, too.
Yeah.
That's probably the safest pick.
I've been on Creed Humphrey for a long time, and I think the 49ers need to address that interior offensive line.
Yeah.
So we'll play. Listen. I want to tell the audience we'll play it by ear for tomorrow. But if people want to come back with me online for fucking rounds 2 and 3, I'll do it.
Alrighty.
Let me know. I mean, I'm not going to be doing it.
You know how it works.
Yeah. So we might be doing this tomorrow. As for now, 4 hours and 15 minutes. I think we've gone long enough, guys. The 49ers select Trey Lance with the 3rd overall pick. We have our quarterback for the future. Let's go. We want to thank you, as always, for joining us. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for all your comments. Thank you for all your support. Smash the like button and click the bell for notifications. Perry, why don't you take us on home here?
Guys, as always, I haven't said this in so long. Is this going to get posted as a podcast, do you know?
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's been so long. As always, guys, thank you for tuning in to another episode of the Red and Gold Standard Podcast.
As always, go Niners.
Go Niners.